Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became a Primarch in Warhammer 40K? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, and there's a new hype feature in YT, so please hype this video. This story is Deathwatch of UA by Creed 19XX, so, this is the day. Lord Seneschal Fafnir ran, Imperial First's Legion, on the 13th day of Secundus as the siege of Terra began. 014. M31 Izuku Pav. 8 years. 8 long years have passed since our vengeance on Istvan V. It has been a bloody and long campaign. Horus and his traitors have gathered a strong army to force our hands on multiple battlefields through the galaxy. As systems were lost and taken back, millions of lives were being used to do this. It made me furious that one person would cause all of this pain and suffering due to being jealous and not feeling admiration for making the Imperium whole. As the war continued, we all knew the main battle for the galaxy would take place on the holy world of Terra. As Rogel was doing his best to set up the defenses on the planet, some of my men helped to improve and make them more deadly for Horus and his men. In the time, Rogel had sent out a Vox message to all loyalist forces to meet in Terra for the upcoming battle. Sadly, there were complications. War Chambers. Rogel. Brother Gilliman, are you and your forces alright on Calth? We know the World Bearers are attacking you hard, and Izuku had sent some of his forces there to provide support. Gilliman. We are doing okay, although we are pushed back. We are holding our ground. Izuku forces started to land not too long ago, and they are providing much needed support with their forces and bombers. Gilliman. But we may not be able to make it to Terra with how the battle is. Zardu Layak forces are holding us down, but we will do our best. Izuku. Gilliman, focus there, my brother. We actually have some of your forces that I pick up at Makraj. I diverted half to you and others to Terra. Gilliman. Thank you, Izuku, that will help a lot. Any other forces are heading to Terra. I have reports that some of Horus' forces are gathering on the outskirts of Mars. Rogel. Yes, brother Jagatai Kai has arrived with the White Scars. They're preparing for the future battle right now. Rogel. And Izuku finishing the defenses for the inner walls. Him and his forces are actually taking the lead in the battle. Rogel. The palace has extra turrets and shields in case Horus try to warp in. Magnus and Lehman are making the warp drop now. They should be here during the first few hours of conflict. Rogel. I had sent for reinforcements. Some have arrived, but one group did not. Sotha was under attack by a Rouge group of Night Lords that had joined Horus. They had gone to help Dantiok with holding the world. Gilliman. Dantiok is in trouble. I had taken him and his fellow Iron Warriors that stay loyal to us in due to his skill and craft. He master in fortification works. He has helped my world become more fortified. I hope that our men can hold. Izuku. I had sent a message to another group of Death Watch near the area. They will head there as quick as possible to help. Gilliman. Thank you, Izuku, that will be very helpful to them, but now we must stay focused on the task at hand. I will focus on ending this battle quickly and rush our forces to Terra after. Rogel. We will wait for your arrival then, brother. Fight well. End Vox call now. Izuku, back to our task here till our brothers arrive. Izuku. Very well, this will be a bloody battle. Luckily, we got most of the civilians out when we could and prepare for this. Izuku walks outside on one of the palace's ledges, seeing how troops were preparing, as he knows most of them won't make it back home. In the 7 years he has made new advancement in their armor to give them a fighting chance, better weapons for his militarum that will give them a chance against the traitors. As Izuku Titan's legions get into positions around the city, he talks to Rogel once again about how the plane will go out, how it will play out, and how they will lead the traitors down one path. Izuku see that the spaceports are the most valuable. And that's where most of the traitor forces will head. The towers we build there will help the defenders until we send the signal to pull back to the main defense point. Rogel. This is brilliant, Izuku. These towers will do well. I also saw the artillery you brought to the field behind the lines. But you said that Horus would need to head to the palace. May I ask why? Izuku. Sai sits on the ledge. Honestly, me and Sanguinius foresaw the end of the battle, and Sanguinius believes he won't make it. He will be killed by Horus. Izuku. But I told him when I was on ball with him that I would not let him or Terra fall. I will die before any of you die. Rogel. Puts hands on his shoulders. None of us will die, I promise you that. We will all make it out of this battle together. Izuku smiles and thanks Rogel for that and continues to explain the situations. As they retreat to the main defense point, the artillery will cover the retreat while we get in position. When the artillery stops, Corvus, Alpharius and Omegan will hit and run them from the back, slowing them down more, as Jagatai Kai and his forces will harass the other port and try to take it back when the time is right. Rogel. Very clever. Izuku hitting them from the rear and the front will slow them down for our forces to hit them hard. Makes me proud seeing strategy like this. Izuku. Thank you, brother. Now the first stage of hitting their forces is about to begin. They think Mars had fallen, but we were able to stop the rebellion and kill off most of them. Izuku. I order them to send transport to pretend they were sending supplies, but most of the ships will have explosives on them to hit their fleet, as the autocannons prepare to hit them and destroy as many as they can before the next step on lunar. It still weirds not calling it mood. Rogel. Ah yes, it was weird for us all, but excellent surprise attack with ships. It will certainly cause damage to his fleet and forces. Maybe try to aim for his Titan carries. The less of them the more we have better chance. Izuku. Very well. Look, the ships are approaching near Mars. Gets on Vox. Fabricator General Zagreus Kane. You may begin the first stage and have your forces ready for the upcoming attacks. On Mars. Fabricator General Zagreus Kane. Very well, Warmaster. We are beginning stage 1. All ships go and supply the trader. Main targets are transports and Titan carries. Fabricator General Zagreus Kane. All forces prepare for invasion and battle. We have Deathwatch Company with us to fight and we thank them for the assist. Praise the Omnissiah to our victory. As the ships were sent to Horus' fleet, Horus believed this was proof of his victory on Mars and told all ships to accept what they were sending. Some of Horus' men question if that is okay to do without checking, but Horus ignored them as he told the fleet to be ready to strike Terra. As the ships enter the docking areas in the target ships, timers were counting down. As the servitors begin to head next to the ships, some other transports were flying to others as they were next to important parts of certain ships. As the last remaining ships land in the transports, timers were all reaching 0 till a loud explosion occur. Horus. What was that status report now? Admiral Ramus. Sir, explosions are going off on all the ships that took the supplies. Gets alert, sir. Planetary guns are lock on and firing on us. Horus. Move the fleet to Terra now. We must the invasion on the way without losing any more forces. Send a small force to attack Mars now. Crush those fanatics of a false god. As a small part of the fleet containing Iron Hand and some world bearers, since Zardu decided to join Horus, cause start their descent to surface but taking heavy causalities due to the heavy anti-air and surface weapons of the Mechanicum. This will be a difficult battle for sure. Horus fleet continues the push towards Terra. They are being bombarded by defense orbit on Luna, where Horus order a kamikaze attack on the orbital station so they may attack Luna itself. The battle barge known as War Oath activates its thruster at full speed and begin its attacks on the orbital station. The battle barge hits and destroys the station. Commanded by Horus, a small group went to assault the planet's surface. Drops pods finally impact the surface of Luna as troops run towards the base and find it empty. Reporting to Horus, this was confusing to him until the planetary base explodes, killing all the troops that were sent to the surface. Days before the attack, Izuku personally went to the moon and explained the situation to the group of people known as Selenar cults. Were thankful that Izuku came personally to warn them about what was to come and decided to join them on Terra for the defense of it. Horus, furious of the events that happened, began to attack the fleet that was stationed over Terra, destroying loyalist ships as he continues his push to begin the assault. 30 days of intense battle in space resulted to most of the loyalist ships being destroyed, but it did cause Horus some ships as well, cutting his fighting force more. On the last day, the remaining loyalist ships began to fall back as Horus ships moves into low orbit above the city, but he didn't notice that the ships that remain were heading to the location of the hidden battle stations of Izuku, ready to set ambush on Horus fleet. The skies were full of traitor ships blacking the skies, as they begin to set up for a bombardment of the city and the areas around it, to beginning to land forces on the planet. For 12 days non-stop bombardments hit the void shields trying to break it, but it didn't do anything to them at all. On the 13 days of Secundus, the bombardment had stopped and thousands of drop pods began to fall on their way to the surface. Turrets on towers began to turn on and began their firing on the pods, shooting down many as they could, spreading fire all over since too many drop pods and ships were coming down to the surface. The first to land on the surface were the Iron Warriors, preparing their forces to move on the spaceports. Landing next to them were World Bearers, World Eaters, and finally the traitor auxiliaries landed, grabbing the prisoners from their slave worlds and sacrificing them to the Chaos Gods. As the Imperium broke apart, chaos forces started appearing from there, releasing greater demons and chaos forces as well. The assault began as Izuku legions and the Militarum fought off the waves, but slowly they were being pushed back. Izuku, seeing the situation on the special cams he places, saw the threat that was coming and activated the towers on the spaceports, while doing that calling Magnus on the Vox channel to explain the situation. Magnus informed him that he and his forces with Lehman forces as well, they should be there soon, and to use my PSKER forces to fight against them. Izuku understood and ordered his forces from the wall to begin an orderly retreat towards the palace walls. As traitor forces push on the wall, some forces stood their ground like Rylaner and 4 others of his men, as the rest guide the men to the main defense wall. Rylaner began to fire on the forces that was near the port with his brothers and surprising some of the Militarum as well, giving them cover as they slowly moving back, giving covering fire for all forces retreating. Turrets activate slowly down the traitors more from winning the ports completely. Perturabo and Fulgrim were furious about the number of losses that their men were taking and how slow the progress were. Perturabo and Fulgrim were shocked about what their forces were suffering. Perturabo impressed of the defenses that it was destroying his tanks and completely took out his first company Terminator squads, making it harder for his men to push up. Fulgrim was furious to see his former sons attacking his men, especially Rylaner, since his men respected him a lot. This was a battle not going to go their way. At the other spaceport, the situation wasn't better for the traitors as Angron tried to force the defenders to surrender. Sadly, for him, Izuku men were there and sanguineous blood angels as well. Furious Angron told his man to charge the defensives. 3 times they charged the defense, and 3 times they failed to even make a scratch to the defense. Angron was getting angrier seeing his men fail as he told them to make it over or face his wrath as he decided to withdraw from the attack. The last charge finally got them over the wall. As they prepare for the slaughter, they noticed the port was empty, until they were being shot at by the turrets in towers, being bogged down and pinned by them. It was going to be a struggle. Rogel, Izuku, all forces are retreating to the palace wall. Horus forces are advancing slowly thanks to the turrets, but it seems Horus is sending in Titans to clear the way. Izuku, wait till they're closer, then launch the rockets at them and they use the surface guns on them as well. Have all force prepare for battle and get ready to tell Conrad Corvus and Alpharius and Omegan to prepare to attack. Rogel, understand. Get on the Vox now and relay the message. Izuku gets on the Vox. Admiral Varus, prepare the ambush on the fleet. What are the odds look like up there? Admiral Varus, it seems to be 5 to 1, sir. A good fight ahead. We will prepare for the attack. Bombers and fighters will be there to support your forces once we clear enough forces here. Izuku, understood. Happy hunting, Admiral. As the defense forces make their way behind the wall, shields goes up as in the distance tower began to fall due to Titans walking and clearing a path towards the palace walls. Izuku, looking that the Titans are finally clear, waves a war fan he made in honor of his country as artillery and the guns begin their barrage. Multiple Titans were hit as the men following them were also killed off by the barrage. Titans fell from the firepower, crumbling more buildings, blocking paths for the traitors. As the Imperium forces finish their preparations for attack, Izuku waves his fan again, giving a signal to release a flare. A flare as bright as the sun went into the air as the traitors' legions gave a confusing look with why one was released. Corvus had spotted it from his position as he signaled the others to prepare to attack them from the rear. As the traitors finally made it near the wall, Perturabo and Fulgrim with their ally Zardu Layak and his remaining world bearers see the wall. On the right side, Perturabo was impressed by it how defensible it is, but noticing that his remaining troops, artillery and vehicles may not be enough to take the push even with his brother's legions. Fulgrim see how dangerous the charge will be, and even with his sons thinking how to challenge this, it would be too difficult. On the left, Mortarion and his sons of the Death Guard reach near the wall and see the defense of the turrets and the dangers of it. Seeing his troops' numbers dwindle so much in the initial assault, he had taken heavy casualties. Zardu Layak and the forces of Chaos had joined him but only wanted one thing: revenge for his Primarch death, to kill Izuku and use the body for a ritual. Horus from his new flagship called Reaper's Wrath was watching, seeing that it was soon leading to the final stages and his possible victory. Horus ordered his troops to attack without mercy, to kill off all these loyalist scum for the Chaos Gods, and for his victory. As the battle had begun, Izuku ordered the men to hold their ground till their last breath, till their last moments, till they could do no more. Izuku, brothers of the Imperium, today and for as long as we survive, for as long we hold our breath. We show these traitor bastards that we are not to be trifled with, that we will defend each part of our tower till the last man. Izuku. We will push back these traitors for our homes, for our families, for the Imperium FOWARD sons of the EMEPEROR. Let none make it THORUGH hold this line. The men cheer and get into their positions, and as they watch the traitors get closer, all commanders of the militarum, the chapter masters with their legion brothers all stood together, shields lock into place. Once the traitors got closer, they began to open fire. Hundreds of traitors started falling to their deaths, as the battle for the inner palace began. At the rear, heavy guns brought into the help with the siege were firing on the loyalist, hoping to help end this siege quickly for their warmaster. Suddenly an explosion occurred at one of the guns. As Iron Hand warriors look, they were cut down easily like butter by the thunderclaws of the Raven Guard. As they tried to counterattack, more Iron Hands were cut down by Night Lords as they continued to kill them with Raven Guards. Guards rushed to the scene, leaving the guns unprotected. Fighting continues in the rear as Corvus, Conrad join their sons in fighting and killing the traitors as the guns keep exploding due to Alpha Legion sneaking into the line killing men. As the fighting near the guns continue, Jagatai Khan and his sons begin their part of the attack to take back Liongate's spaceport. At the wall, as the bloody fighting continue, as both sides were taking heavy losses, the loyalists were doing better due to having men ready to take the spot of their fallen or injured brothers. That was until a loud roar was heard. Rushing towards the gate, a large bloodthirster greater demon known as Kabanda came forth, jumping on top of the walls, killing some Deathwatch and Militarum, looking at Izuku and Sanguinius. Kabanda. Face me, you cowards, come forth and face the KHR. Before he finishes his sentence, Izuku tackles him to the ground, punching him as his teeth came out of his mouth. Izuku grabs him and punches him in the air and showing his wings, and he shoots into the air and begins his battle against the greater demon. As the two clashes in the air, the greater demon clearly underestimated the power of Primarch as he was beaten badly. Izuku, using his skills from years of battles, punches Ka once more, knocking him down, grabbing him to lift him up by his ankle and his arm, and breaks his back in front of the traitor and loyalist. Throwing the body in front of the traitors, they were shocked to see a greater demon defeated so easily. As Zardu Layak saw the defeat, he was furious, and him and some of his men charge at Izuku. Not even looking at the direction, he appears right past them as their bodies are cut, and Zardu looks at Izuku one last time, watching him clean his blade as he cut in half. Izuku flies back over the wall as all positions are being ruthlessly attacked by traitor forces. Izuku orders artillery to begin the barrage and for the defenders to continue to defend with their lives. 55 days later. 55 bloody days has passed since the siege started. Hundreds of thousands of battle brothers have died, and the same amount for the militarum, but no men gave up. They died or were injured on the spot, but luckily for them it was about to turn into their favor. Behind them a portal had opened. As some men turned to open fire, Izuku halt them as he watched Magnus come from the portal with his forces as they charge past him to take spots on the wall to fight off the traitors. Magnus. Apologize for being late, brother. The warp has been more chaotic than usually and it held us back from getting here earlier. Also, if you're wondering where Lehman is, well, points past the gates. Izuku look and see thousands of drops pods come from the skies of Terra. As they drop, howls can be heard int he distances as a new player has entered the field. As the Alpha Legion, Raven Guard and Night Lords heard the howls, they knew who it was as their forces were dwindled down from all the fighting and hit and runs to stop the artillery strikes on the gate. Iron Hands and Death Guards start to surround the men, but suddenly were taken down by wolves that went ahead and start tearing apart them traitors. As bolter fire rang out, killing more. Seeing where the shots came from, it was the Space Wolves led by their Primarch Lehman Russ crashing into the traitors, killing them as the rest of the Alpha Legion Ravens and Night Lords join in the battle fighting. Magnus. Also, brother, your ambush was a success. It's the reason why we made it through the blockade and are landing troops so easily. Izuku. He did inform me it was a 5-to-1 odd. He must be having fun. Glad your ships got through to support and provide us. In space, moments before Magnus' arrival, as loyalist ships of the Space Wolves enter the system, they saw the mass fleet of the traitors as they try to plan a way to defeat the massive fleet. Suddenly ships start to be destroyed as Deathwatch ships start to appear, destroying Horus' fleet bit by bit. Admiral Varus. Lord Lehman, I am Admiral Varus of Izuku Deathwatch fleet. We will cover your ship's advance for drop. Lehman Russ. Haha, we thank you. Know me, and my boys can start our hunt, but our ships can get damage. Admiral Varus. Do not worry, we will protect and repair them, gives the signal as fighters and bombers begin their attack. Two space bases near Terra appear and begin to fire on Horus' fleet as well, sending their bombers and fighters to damage the fleet and destroy transport ships. Lehman Russ howls, haha, happy hunter admiral, we are beginning our drop, gets on Vox, launch all drop pods, I will be there soon to drop for the Imperiums, my pack, hunt these traitors down. Back at the front gate. As the battle in the rear turns into the loyalist favor, the gods of chaos kept sending demons' forces to attack all the gates so they may break into the Golden Palace, but Magnus take position on the ledge of a gate and gathers his PSKER powers to launch a powerful attack towards the chaos forces. Being destroyed by the immense PSKER powers, his son follow up with their own blast, destroying thousands of chaos forces in mere seconds. Horus from his might war vessel is seeing the outcome of the battle, and he has failed. He fails to break the will of the loyalist forces, and now they are being pushed from two fronts and slowly losing the battle. Seeing the amount of material lost, he became desperate as he couldn't warp near the palace thanks to the shields of Izuku. So, in order to turn the tide, he orders his void shield to be lower to draw in his father and Izuku to come fight him. Izuku fighting with his son, and con man all battle at the gates, gets a Vox call from Rogel on the left side of the gate. Rogel. Izuku, Horus ship's shields are down, this might be the perfect time to strike at him and end all of this. Izuku. You are right, but me and Sanguinius are holding here, we can't really move. Rylaner. My lord, let me lead the men here, I will defend this wall till I'm not able to. Izuku. Rylaner, are you sure you are already damaged from the days of fighting? Rylaner. As long I'm able to move and my guns fire, I will stand for the Emperor protects. Izuku. Vulcan, Ferris, are your men okay? I can divert forces to help hold before I head out. Vulcan. We are fine on the east side, the enemies are burning under our might, we will hold, brother, go and stop this madness. Ferris. We are fine here at the west, the defenses are being repaired and holding, although the demons are giving us a problem. I'll be able to help with that. Izuku. Sensei, is that you? Valder. It's good that you haven't forgotten me, Izuku, but the custodes have finally cleared the enemy from within the palace. Valder. We are spreading our forces to help all the lines, and don't worry, your grandfather has new units defending the palace in our place known. Izuku. Very well, thank you, Valder. Rylaner, you are in charge of the forces on this wall till our return. Sanguinius, come. Izuku. If any Terminators are available, I need 5 to join me for Omega level mission. Squad 3. This is Squad 3, we will make our way to the throne room, Sir Custodes have come to relive us. Izuku. Good, get there as soon as possible. We will meet you there. Sanguinius, are you ready to end this bloodshed? Sanguinius. Yes, brother, it's time to end this bloodshed, we can't let this go further. As Izuku and Sanguinius left from the lines, leaving Rylaner to hold the line, they arrive to the throne room, gather ammo as the apothecary gather medical supplies for the mission. As the finally finish, Izuku looks at the small force he will be leading, members of the Iron Hands, Imperial Fist, Blood Angels and his own personality troops with at least 10 custodes joining in. Izuku. Men, this is moment where we will end this war. Horus has dropped his shield, meaning he is inviting us in to challenge him. Izuku. We may be separated once we arrive, but do not surrender, do not falter, no mercy is to be shown to these traitors. If you find Horus, report it imminently to me, your Lord Sanguinius. Izuku. This may be our final battle. If any of you do not wish to participate, you may leave, no harm will be done, but if you wish to stay, step forward. All of the troops step forward, showing no resolve in the mission and accepting their faith. Izuku looked proudly at all the sons of the Emperor and told them to get ready. As they finish the last preparations and move to a new room, Magnus meets with them, preparing to warp them in for the fight to save all. Magnus. Prepare yourself, this will take a lot out of me, so I apologize if I can warp you all on the same area. Emperor of Mankind. There no need to strain yourself, my son. As they turn around, all got on one knee to pay their respect to the Emperor. Emperor of Mankind. I will lead them on, my son, I want you to be with your legion to stop these demons from coming into Terra. Izuku. Father, if you're here, who on the throne, I though you couldn't leave it. Emperor of Mankind. My son Malkador has made the ultimate sacrifice by sitting on the throne to give me the ability to come and help. Emperor of Mankind. He did leave you a message, son, and he also told he has never been prouder of what you become and the others as well. Izuku holds his tears in as he remembers that it was him who told him that he would become the hero his world needed. He would fight in his name and honor for the sacrifice he committed. The Emperor see how strong Izuku is staying for this battle as he known he will mourn Malkador after this. As the Emperor gathers his energy, he warps the entire group on the ship, and they began to fire their bolters on the enemies in the room they are in. Clearing the area they start to begin to plan to move through the ship. Horus seeing they finally enter the ship using the powers of chaos he separates all of them into different parts of the ships and they loyalists started to fight through the ships. Sanguinius rushes into another room and spots Horus as the two brothers look at each other, emotions run high. Horus vs Sanguinius, both looking ready to make a move to strike each other until Horus put his weapon down, looking at him with a calm demeanor. Horus, brother, my dear brother, you have come, and I hope you would. I have miss you, I miss our conversations. Sanguinius, you hope I would come, you knew I would come. Horus, I could not trust in fate, or destiny or even chance, my heart is full that this is the choice you made. Sanguinius, and my heart is full to see you again, despite all that has taken place. I mourn the loss of my brother Horus, I would not have let this monstrous war end without seeing you with my own eyes once again. Horus, monstrous it is, I abhor it and I will end it, but this is not the last time we can see each other, brother. Sanguinius, I think not, you are not the same Horus, the warp is upon you, and it has corrupted you to the point we are here. Horus, no need brother, the warp is indeed me and upon me, because all things can change, you must know this for you have seen it. Sanguinius, you're right, I have seen it, but Izuku has taught me a valuable lesson, that the future can be changed and it's my destiny to change it. Horus, what that pathetic servitor taught you that I couldn't, tell me what that worthless worm told you, slams his weapon on the ground. Sanguinius, he told me that the future can be changed, that I can make my own path and not the one from the visions, and I will follow that advice from him and I will not fall. Grabs the spear of Telesto in one hand and his word on the other, I will kill you, ours. Horus, furious by what Sanguinius said, grabs his mace and charges at Sanguinius, swinging it overhead to hit Sanguinius, but he blocks the powerful blow with his spear and sword himself. As they both held their ground to gain advantage over each other, the battle for the end is beginning. With Izuku. As Izuku took down another group of traitors, he felt the power of the Sanguinius and Horus as he rushes toward that location to help out, killing more men and foot soldiers along the way, rushing to keep the promise that he made Sanguinius. As Izuku takes another corner, he stands in front of two greater demons, one a great unclean one and the other a keeper of secrets. Izuku, having no time, put his spear on his holsters and takes out his lightning claws, rushing towards them to battle. As hours passed, Sanguinius and Horus battle continues with no giving way. Horus was making sure that Sanguinius was getting tired. As Horus Emery never faltered due to the power of the warp, he continues to strike back against Sanguinius, making him falter a bit. As Horus does one more might blow, sending him back against the wall, as Horus walks to him slowly, standing over his body. Horus, it doesn't have to be this way, brother, stop this fighting, join me, together we can rule the galaxy, your sons will be safe from my purging. Horus, join me now or I'll end your life right now. Sanguinius, no. Slowly gets up, leaning on sword, I won't give up. I'll keep fighting, for the Imperium, for the Emperor, and for Izuku. Horus, furious with what he said, he throws Sanguinius against the wall, dropping his weapon. He brutally starts to use his fist to beat him down. Blood splatter with each blow as Horus uses his claws to slash at his armor. With each punch, Sanguinius does his best to stay awake for each blow. The beatdown goes for 20 minutes as Horus finally stops to look his former brother all bloody and broken. Walking back to his weapon to pick it up, ready to strike him, he looks one more time at him. Horus, all of this could have been avoided, brother, but you chose to stay with them, and for that, when they see your broken bloody body, I will laugh to show them that I did not care. Now goodbye, brother, for the last time. Raise his mace to strike him. Sanguinius look at the mace, about to finish him off, secretly saying sorry to Izuku as he has failed him, but suddenly the roof above them broke as a halberd on fire struck the mace in Horus' hand, making him lose balance as he receives a kick to his face, sending him back. Izuku, get away from my brother, lands in front of Sanguinius, rising his halberd to defend him. Izuku, this is your end, Horus. I will end this for the safety of the Imperium, to bring peace to all and end this heresy. releasing a ton of bloodlust towards Horus. Horus. What? What is this bloodlust? Trouble standing. I will not stand for this. The gods of chaos are with me. Feels the power flow. Izuku. This is known as the Black Rage. Brother Sanguinius had this defect. Luckily me and father cured them so none of his sons would get it, but me, I kept it and trained with it and now perfected it. Release all the bloodlust toward Horus. Izuku. Now this will be the end of you, Horus. I will not let you leave this ship alive. I will protect this Imperium Terra and this galaxy from your tyranny. Opens his wings and flies toward Horus with great speed. Horus. I will have your head, you waste of space. You have gotten in my way for far too long now. You suffer the same fate as your brother here, and when he EMEPROR comes collects your body, I will make sure he see you become a chaotic puppet. RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR went through the room, shacking the ship with the power from the blow. Giving a signal of what is happening, the Emperor rushes to the room where the strike came from, killing enemies along the way. For hours the two continue to fight as the armor of Horus has been greatly damaged, as well as Izuku. The black rage fuels his anger with each strike, trying to take down Horus, but it also making him more exhausted. For Horus, his powers were slowly depleting due to the damage of his armor, but he would not give up until Izuku was dead to continue his attack. More strikes with each weapon till Horus saw an opening. Using his mace he strikes, but it was a feint and Izuku fell for it as Horus strikes with his lightning claws, slicing his chest plate, leaving 3 claw marks. Izuku falls on the floor trying to reap his weapon. It was kick away from him as Horus stands over him ready to kill him, but feels pain on his side, turning around to see one guardsman. A lonely, foolish and brave guardsman. Izuku, in pain on the floor, looks on as Horus steps forwards towards him and stabs him with the thunderclaws, throwing his body against the wall as the guardsman dies. Horus versus the Emperor. Laughing at the pathetic excuse of a man, Horus turns around but is shocked by the sight in front of him. Seeing his father, the Emperor of Mankind, in the room checking on his 2 sons, calling medic to come quickly. Looking at his former son, the rage in the Emperor was real. Taking slow steps toward Horus, he brings his might blade and strike at him. More hours have passed on the planet. The traitor legions were finally being pushed back out of the spaceports, the inner gates, and close to the outer gates of Terra, losing so much in the process. In space, more of the traitor fleet was being destroyed, and how Space Wolves ships were helping, finishing more ships while getting repair as well. Horus finally having enough strikes the Emperor, but he will be parried by the Emperor so easily as he strikes back, sending him back from the force. Horus in rage gathers all the strength of the Chaos God, strike back, getting through his father defense and striking him hard, damaging his armor and his body, as he then strikes with his thunderclaw, slashing, hurting him more. The Emperor falls on his knee, looking at his former son as he walks slowly towards him, gripping his mace as he lifts once more to finally finish this till he felt pain on his side. A lonely guardsman stabs his side, distracting him. Horus, turning around, see this failure of a man and swipes him with his thunderclaws, sending him flying towards the wall, dead from the impact. Horus laughs at the scene unfolded as his turn around to face his bleeding father once more. Horus: this could have all ended differently, father. All you had to do was surrender and let me rule the galaxy, would have been such a better place. Emperor of Mankind: coughs blood. No, I would not let these gods of chaos take over. I will defend humanity with my life. Horus: very well, then you shall join these insects and suffer like they will, lifting up mace to strike. Izuku: Horus swings his halberd and cleanly cuts off his arm, watching it drop with the mace. Horus: holds his missing arm, falling on his knees. You useless brat, my arm. The Emperor slowly gets up, gathering all of his psker power into in, looking at Horus, grabbing his blade and stabs Horus through the heart. Horus looks at his father, the pain of the blade going through him and the power of his father psker strike made Horus scream but then stop. As Horus look at his father once more, a single tear goes down his eyes, asking his father for forgiveness for everything, for the pain and suffering. The Emperor looks at his son, but does not see the son he once had. All he saw was a man that was trying to rule the galaxy with the chaos gods, driving all of the near infinite reserves of compassion from his mind for the sake of the humanity he had served and loved all the years of his long life. The Emperor summoned his power once more and destroyed Horus utterly. His essence burned from existence so that the ruinous powers could not resurrect him as a demon prince, through their claim on his soul. The destruction of Horus' soul sent a psychic shockwave surging across the Sol system, casting the demons of chaos back into the warp, and spreading mass panic among the traitor legions and other traitor forces on the surface of Terra in seconds as they found their powers disrupted temporarily by the death of their favored mortal vessel. As the traitors now know their Warmaster is dead, they begun a full retreat to their drop pods and ships to get out of the system. Angren making it to his dropship look once more at the palace on Terra, maybe a small memory of what his life was like before he betrays the Imperium as he finally takes his step inside and retreats back to his ship. Malkador the Sigilite seating in the place of the Emperor as he went to battle his son, knows he does not have long and begins to do two last tasks. As he felt the shockwave from his friend the Emperor powers, he begins the first task, bringing in a servo skull. He puts a message and blueprints for the person he considers a grandson, Izuku. Once that is done, the pain and power of the Golden Throne was more difficult to handle, but he would not falter till the last task was complete. Back on the Vengeful Spirit, Rogel had finally made it to the room where the battle took place. After making sure the defense on the surface was secured, he took a gunship and flew onto the Vengeful Spirit. Clearing his way of what enemies Astartes and regular footmen, he finally reaches the room and was stung by what he saw. The Emperor, his father, bloody and the ground, Izuku badly injured and bloody as well, and lastly his other brother Sanguinius broken from his battle from Horus but luckily still alive. Izuku. Rogel, we did it, we won, but now we need to help father and brother Sanguinius. Rogel. Men, pick up the Emperor slowly, we need to get him back to his throne, it may be his only way to survive. Izuku. I still have strength left, I will carry our brother Sanguinius back. Carefully lifts his brother and slowly carries him. A vox channels was coming in through Rogel communicator as he answers. Rogel. Magnus, what is the matter? Magnus. I am creating a portal in the webway to bring you all into the throne room. Guards are ready to bring in the Emperor, and Apothecary are here to help heal Izuku and Sanguinius. Rogel. Very well, we are ready, open the portal now, they are all losing too much blood. Magnus using his power opened the portal as they see Rogel, the Emperor and Izuku on the other side. Guards rush through to carefully carry the Emperor through as Izuku slowly walks through carrying his brother, laying him down on the floor so Apothecary can begin healing him and cleaning his wound. Looking at the throne, Izuku is saddened to see his grandfather Malkador the Sigilite, long past but still containing the webway even in death. Izuku, injured and bloody, walks slowly to the throne to pick up his grandfather carefully and lay him down to show his duty had finally ended. Yet, the Sigilite somehow managed to impart his final remaining psychic energy to the Emperor before his death to restore the Master of Mankind to consciousness for a final time. Suddenly awakened, the Emperor delivered his final instructions to his servants and his son that were in the room. Emperor of Mankind. Weak voice, my son Rogel, please continue to support your brothers, continue to protect humanity. Rogel. I will, father. I swear you. Emperor of Mankind. Sanguinius, my son. I ask you, County Regent of Terra, lead her into the future, a bright one. With your brothers. Sanguinius stand, although weakened he goes and kneels to his father. Sanguinius. I swear on my life, father, that I will help lead humanity to a better future. The Emperor nods and finally looks at Izuku, a true son of the Imperium and himself. Seeing Izuku stand up, shake, walking towards him and kneeling. Emperor of Mankind. My son. Izuku. Ever since you arrive, you have shown nothing but greatness. As he takes deep breath ready to finish his statement while Tech Priest near the throne work to make it support his life. Emperor of Mankind. Izuku. I leave you, Regent of the Imperium, lead her in my wake, my son, change the rules as you see fit. Emperor of Mankind. Show what a unified Imperium can be with your ideas. Izuku. I swear, father, I will lead the Imperium until you recovered. No matter how long. I will defend it till my last breath. Emperor of Mankind. Slowly lifts his sword. Take this. Izuku. This will be the proof, to show that you will lead until you are able to return home. Izuku takes the sword slowly, admiring it, turning around to see his brother kneels to him. As he lifts it, the sword bursts into fire, not burning Izuku, showing the blade gives Izuku its blessing. As he turns to see his father telling the others what to do with Sanguinius and Izuku. In space, As the fleet of the traitors begin their retreat, leaving those that were destroyed and damaged to face their fate, 10 space stations with fighter and bombers flying around them appear on the outskirts of Mars. The forces on Mars had defeated the traitors and destroyed each one of their ships that tried to retreat. Now seeing what remains of the traitor fleet, they begun to attack and destroy their ships. For what ships were able to make it through retreated to the Eye of Terra. In the end of it, only about 10% of traitor fleet remain. 3 months later. 3 months has passed since the siege ended, as bodies of the traitors were gathered and rid of, making sure they didn't get proper burial, gathering their bodies, putting them into ships and flying near the planet once called Venus and throwing their bodies to float forever in space. The streets still bleed with the blood of loyalist and traitor blood flowing for months, which seems to have no end, but we know it will. The guardsman that struck Horus to give the Emperor time to arrive was recover as well. Izuku had informed everyone this man saves his life and gave father a chance to arrive to fight Horus. Aulonius Pius was this man name, and he will be a saint now for the Astra Militarum. This guardsman should be honor. Izuku informed the room, and so they gave him a military funeral for generals. As the funeral day came, his fellow guardsmen line up behind his casket and more in the front, with Izuku coming to the commissar of the unit. Giving the trooper next to commissar a flag that represents the unit he was in, it shows Aulonius on it with his sainthood. As the guardsman salutes Izuku, he gets in front and begins to walk with them following behind. As they walk to the temple where a memorial was placed for all the fallen Astartes was created, the guardsmen bring his casket in to be placed inside for the first time in Imperial history. As they lay him, they give one final salute as Izuku stays. Guardsmen hearing him say, "Thank you for risking your life for me, you have completed your duty, guardsmen." Izuku leaves the temple as they close it to let the dead rest. In space, ships were being salvaged and melted down. Whatever traitors were left on the damaged ships were quickly dealt with. No mercy shown. Gather onto ships and lead to be thrown into space. As relics were being recovered that the traitors stole, they were brought back to the underground of the throne chambers to be locked and guarded. Terra itself was being rebuilt thanks to Izuku and Rogel working together as Sanguinius recover in a medical chamber till he was ready to move. Mechanicum, using Izuku lessons, got the Golden City of Terra building rebuilt at an impressive rate. They estimate that it will finish repairs to the city walls in 2 more months. Back on Terra, for the loyalist brothers, Gilliman finally arrived on Terra late for the battle and was ashamed by it. Lion Johnson also arrived late for the battle but vowed to get vengeance for the actions of the traitor legions. As others helped rebuild Terra as well, and some went to Luna and Mars to begin their repair and fortifications. Once Sanguinius recover more, they would have a conversation about what their father had said, and Izuku want to talk to them all and get the approval of all brothers to see if they will let him lead so there no quarrel or infighting between each other. Izuku has many plans for the future, and he hoped his brothers are willing to go with it, but for now making sure the Imperium was back in order and checking on the multiple systems for damage and repairs. Hopefully with the support of his brothers he will be able to get everything back running before another huge event. The Imperium of Man had survived the Horus heresy intact, but without paying the price of losing their god emperor. But in turn 2 new leaders step up, both to hold the Imperium together till the return of their father. Will they succeed in their task, or will events take a turn to end the Imperium? Let it be known that the planet broke before the guard did. Little inspirations to unlock your inner Cadian, 999, M41. Izuku data log. 10,000 years have passed since the siege of the world of Terra, and many things have changed for the better of the galaxy. It's hard to believe that I worked so hard with my brothers to get it done. The galaxy is getting more secure with new allies, and enemies are still numerous, but we have dealt with them quickly. The first thing was the vote to see if everyone agree with father that I would lead with Sanguinius as my second. He is fully healed now thanks to the work and advancement of medicine of my apothecary. As the vote went, I felt really intense by it because everyone had an opinion. I still remember it till this day even after so long. Flashback to the vote. As the final tally was counted on how many sons of the legions that fought in the siege, it shows a great number of Astartes dead but millions of brave guardsmen that perish as well in the defense. Sanguinius. My brothers, it is time we made the vote at Izuku request. He is asking everyone for their opinion before we take the vote. For me, I vote yes. Izuku planning and quickness save our fellow sons in Istvan 3, and his brilliant tactics save many of us during the siege and on Istvan V. Rogel. I also vote yes. The way he set up defensive and his creativity to use a fan to signal the way the battle goes show he good. The ferocity to not give up fighting Horus to give father the chance to kill him. Conrad. My vote is yes, although my tactics and how my legion operates is not seen as honorable. Izuku didn't judge me right away, gave us a chance to prove who we were, and we did. The brothers continued to talk and place their vote as all brothers vote. There was only one that voted no, that was Lion Johnson. Izuku. Brother Lion, may I ask why you don't believe I should lead in father's place until we heal him? Lion. To me you are still an immature child, you do not have the right to lead the Imperium even with father blessing, so it's a nod from me. I should be the one to lead, but since I'm outnumbered I will follow and help in any way. The votes were finally done. Ferris, Magnus, Alpharius and Omegan, Gilliman and Corvus all voted yes. With all the votes, Izuku was made leader of the Imperium until father is healed and ready to lead again. As the Imperium learned of this news, they were excited about who will lead except a few groups of people. The High Lords of Terra did not appreciate this because they wanted to lead without any interference, and the Inquisition, a new thing that wanted control without any oversight. This will be difficult for both parties as Izuku did not trust either of them. Flashback end. As time went by, one of the biggest events where the Imperium was in trouble once more, but thanks to my brothers and my legion's combined forces, we were able to stop it. The War of the Beast took place in 542. M32. It started when reports from one of the outer stations report large orc activity came in and destroy multiple Imperium worlds on the outer systems. One I was trying to get fortified, but the Lords of Terra refused, saying it wasn't beneficial. Now with a massive threat coming, my brothers and I had gathered our legions to fight the threat while I told the Lord of Terra to get the militarum ready for the upcoming battle. But they did not respond quickly enough, and for 2 years my brothers and my legion fought the war with planetary forces to hold them off as they push us back to Terra. I was furious about how long the Lords were taking to move forces, but we had finally won the battle at the Third Battle of Ulanor. Thanks to the new form Sisters of Battle which I made to keep the Inquisition in check, and Lord Commander Maximus Thane, who now is the new chapter master of the Imperial Fist, defeated the orc boss, and we watched them scatter with my forces and Brother Khan forces destroying their retreating forces. In the aftermath I went to the chambers where the Lords were at with a tactical squad, killing the Minotaur guards that were protecting them. He dismisses the Lords and executed them for almost costing the end of the Imperium. In the end a new system was created, a council, one that has been efficient ever since and making sure the Imperium in all sectors is taken care of. Time has passed since that war, and the battle with chaos has never ended. Many worlds as some fell but were taken back once again. In time a new codex was created with the help of all brothers to show how Marines would fight in different units to make them understand and work together. The Codex Astartes was written by everyone input and Izuku of how to build legions and chapters for future Astartes. It was to help them form new units, how to fight certain enemies and learn from their fighting styles to counteract them. Izuku was being a prime example of what his brothers and father wanted him to be, a leader that helps all. Almost a millennium has passed since the War of the Beast. The galaxy has changed so much. People have started to accept technology more thanks for me pushing it. We have discovered lost planets, though lost, but they were populated and had forces ready for battle. From the siege of Vrax, which was 19 years of bloody fighting, till my men and forces stepped in to stop the cardinal that was leading the war with another chapter known as the Red Scorpions. This was the first time I met the men at Krieg, and I was highly impressed by their resolve to never give up, but saddened by the reason they do so. When they explained to me why they were doing what they did, I asked them as leader to stop that. My father the Emperor does not hate or resent them from not helping, as they did their duty to defend the Imperium for 500 years, and they can pay it back by helping to defend it without suicidal attacks but showing other guards unit how to fight in sieges and helping in all sectors. Leaders of Krieg had agree and thanked me for the forgiveness. In return they gave me 2 full regiments of Kriegsmen to use as I took them with me back to my home world of Mustafa in order to help train the next generations of guardsmen that were willing to join. The Badab sector was a defended sector of the Imperium that a group known as the Astral Claws, Mantis Warriors, and a sub-chapter of my brother Legion, the Blood Angels known as the Lamenters, were holding from the Xenos, chaotic tides. They were very efficient in the past. They had asked for reinforcements, but the Lords say it is a waste of time, but now with me leading I had granted their request and send more forces plush stations to help control their sector. From the reports they have nearly cleared the sector of Xenos and Chaos forces and were thankful. We almost met the Space Sharks, ones that were in deep space helping the Imperium since they were a fleet chapter base. I provided them with a space station and troops as well, for they will continue to stop the Imperium enemies from the deep. The First War of Armageddon causes the Months of Shame to happen, where Brother Lehman and the Space Wolves went against the Inquisition. Where Space Wolves try to evacuate citizens from the planet, but the Inquisition try to stop them. Saying the information of the Grey Knights and that the civilians may be corrupted or talk about them may escape and they deserve to be purged. Luckily I arrive with reinforcements for the planet and saw the situation. Let's say the Inquisition are now on a tighter leash where one more mistake and their whole organization will be over. As for the Grey Knights, I inform them that the Inquisition does not control them and they are allowed to move freely to help the Imperium. The leader of the Inquisition was not too pleased by this, but I did not care for what they try to commit. As Armageddon continued to be battle over, Commissar Yarrick has held the planet thanks to his men of the Steel Legion, all retrofitted and given new advanced weaponry to help battle the Orc menace. The Imperium will continue to send support to them and provide them with what they need thanks to our production levels being very high. Tyranids, a new menace that has entered our galaxy. First discovery by Inquisitor near the planet Tyran Primus. The whole planet was bare, no water, plants, animals, not even our base that was there. Inquisitor Kipman went down to the planet to the base that was there, seeing walls melted with a weird liquid as he continues further down into the base, till he finds what he was looking for. An emergency data box which it was hidden was found by Kipman. As he witnesses the events, he immediately tries to signal the next planet, but it couldn't go through for some reason. Traveling to the next planet, he discovered why. The planet was bare as well, no one on it, not an ounce of vegetation or water on it, same as Tyran Primus. Kipman was shocked and called out to whatever system he couldn't to try to get a warning out. Luckily, he was near the Ultramar system where Chapter Master Marnius Calgar received his Vox and informed him to move to Macragge to give the update. Marnius heard everything and saw the Vox box and what was filmed. Seeing a new threat like this with no information on how to defeat it, he calls a war council to discuss what to do. He also informs a commander to get Lord Izuku on the Vox in order to tell him about the threat. As everyone scrambled getting the console prepare for the defense, luckily, I was able to talk to them and sent them reinforcements of the newly formed 64th Division of Krieg and new trained Deathwatch Astartes. Science teams were also with them, so they may collect bodies and try to form new way to defeat this new threat. Battle of Macragge was long and bloody. This new threat to our Imperium was very difficult to battle. They came in non-stop waves, but the Krieg men held the line till the end with the new Deathwatch Corps as they fought alongside with the Ultramarines for the planet. It could have been a defeat, but luckily the second reinforcement I had sent arrived on time and attacked their fleet from the rear, as well as dropping more men to help on the planet. The battle was finally won when the ship holding the hive mind was killed. All the Tyranid on the planet were killed off and burned. Some were collective, so my scientist can do research and find counters to pass on to the other chapters, for they can learn to fight them. In the end, the Krieg division was nearly wiped out along with the half of the new sons that were sent. But together they fought back-to-back Astartes and regular men to the end, as I decided to promote them both to a new unit and regiment where they will be specially made to fight Tyranids. Calgar had the same idea, since the first company that was on the planet was completely wiped out as well, so two new first companies are being made to fight Tyranids and teach the new generation about how to fight them as well. For that was the last great conflict for now. Although other hive fleets have tried to invade throughout the years, thanks to research, we were able to create new weapons to use against them, and as they try to evolve to counter it, the new guns do the same, so they can continue to cause the Tyranids to waste resources. In the time that passed before the year we are currently in, there was one more advancement for the Imperium: peace between the Elder and Tau empires. Izuku personally went to the Eldari leaders and the Tau leaders, using his negotiation skills, work out a peace deal that granted trade for all and military alliance to protect each other. This was a new age, as we had been enemies for thousands of years. Although some of my brothers were worried if this alliance would last, Sanguinius reassured them it would. He swore on himself and his legion's name. I also reassured to them that it would work and vowed that if it broke I would disband my legion and give up ruling the Imperium to Brother Lion. This alliance was actually tested the first time during the Gothic Wars. For 20 years the Imperial Navy has fought a new threat on the scene. His name is Abaddon the Despoiler. He was leading the 12 Black Crusade, causing terror and death in the Cadian system. As I sent my fleet to aid them, the Eye of Terra caused a warp storm strong enough that my ships were not able to get through. But thanks to the Eldari captain, he was able to get a webway to the other side of the storm, and my fleet with some space stations were there to help defeat Abaddon fleet, securing Cadia system for the Imperium once more. Sanguinius, The new Cadian leader Lord Castellan Ursakar Creed and I thank the Eldari leadership for helping as they thank us as well, showing good faith in this alliance. Now Abaddon and his massive legion has once again gathered for a crusade, the 13th Black Crusade as they call it, but this time, we were more prepared for this. End data vlog. 13 times shall the traitor king go forth. In the end times the iron fortress shall be cast down, its walls breached and its gate forced open. Those that dwell beyond shall spill through it. The air shall burn and the ground shall melt. The demon shall lie down with the machine. Brother shall slay brother with fire and sword. And the sky wound shall pour its malice forth. The eye shall stare unblinking at its prize, and the traitor king shall cross the bridge of stars. He shall return to finish the warmonger's red work. Upon holy soil shall the fate of man be decided. The Liber Malefact as Izuku is on his planet of Mustafar. He is preparing his fleet to defend Cadia and special ships for something they spotted on Cadia. In the aftermath of the first invasion we had discovered 4 black pillars. No one was able to figure out what the purpose of it was for until one Belisarius Call came forward and studied the black pillars. He had found out that these black pillars were able to close the eyes of terror, causing chaos to never enter back the galaxy. Abaddon had learned of this as well and now prepares another huge fleet with millions of chaos warriors. Belisarius was working furiously on how to activate the pillars, but he had no luck on understanding the technology until one unusual allied appeared. His name was Trazyn the Infinite, a Necron that collects history for his collection. He informs Belisarius that he knew about the pillars because it was his kind that made them, and he will help him activate it, though it will take time. I inform Belisarius to tell him yes, and I have something for him in return for helping, but now we must prepare Cadia for the storm that is making its way towards it. A few months later preparations were done as Izuku beforehand already started sending troops, supplies, fortifications, upgrades. He even made a new division of Cadians to defend their planet. They were trained with Kriegsman as they learned from them, combining to make the first Krieg Cadian army master in siege, attrition and other skills both forces know. Izuku has built a strong force of his Astartes forces. They will head to Cadia with him and some Titan forces as well. He also knows a force of space wolves had made their way to Cadia to help with the defense, led by Wolf Lord Orvan Heifel and Wolf Lord Sven Bloodhowl. As they continue building defenses around the fortress of Cadia, evacuations ships were landing daily to help evacuate the citizens. Now Izuku prepares to join the defense and ask his admiral to prepare to jump. As the massive Deathwatch fleet jumps, Izuku walks around to check on everyone for this faithful battle for the galaxy. Walking into the barracks hall, he sees his Astartes sons praying with the chaplain. They turn to see their father, their Primarch, as they all bow to him as he enters slowly, standing next to one of his son and looks at his chaplain. Izuku, my son, please continue on with your prayers. I would like to join you all before our great battle. Chaplain, yes my lord. Men, we begin again. The chaplain begins to walk on the stage to one end to the other, saying only 3 lines. Chaplain, what is your duty? Everyone, to serve the Emperor will. Chaplain, what is the Emperor will? Everyone, that we fight and die. Chaplain, what is death? Everyone, it is our duty. Chaplain, what is your duty? Everyone, to serve the Emperor will. Chaplain, what is the Emperor will? Everyone, that we fight and die. Chaplain, what is death? Everyone, it is our duty. Chaplain keeps walking but now speaks louder. Chaplain, what is your duty? Everyone, to serve the Emperor will. Chaplain, what is the Emperor will? Everyone, that we fight and die. Chaplain, what is death? Everyone, it is our duty. Video for reference. As an hour goes by, they continue the prayer, saying the same thing over and over, mentally getting ready for the battle ahead. Then an announcement came over the speakers. Admiral Haru. My lord, I apologize for the interruption, but we are about to reach the Cadia system. I'm having all troops begin making their way to the transports. Izuku. Very well Admiral, me and my sons will begin making our way to the drops pods. Izuku. Chaplain, may I come up and address everyone? Chaplain. Yes. My lord steps down from the stage. Izuku walks up onto the stage looking at his sons ready to fight till the end. Izuku. My sons, this upcoming battle will be one of the hardest battles we have fought since the siege of Terra. Many of us will not make it, but it is for the Emperor and for the Imperium's sake. Izuku. We are at the pinnacle where we may end the reign of chaos. This battle may finally bring the galaxy closer to Imperium control with our allies. Izuku. We must sacrifice everything for us to win this battle and bring the end of chaos, to bring stability to the galaxy, to bring end the separation of our brother and sisters from the other side of the warp. Izuku. I ask you my sons to fight till the last breath is given, to give everything for this battle, to stand side by side with the Cadians and our Krieg Cadians forces together as one, to fight alongside the battle sister that journey with us. Izuku lifts his father's sword as it ignites in his holy fire as his sons look upon the blade and their lord to show his worth to the Imperium. Izuku. And to fight for the Imperium, for the people the children fight for them my son for the Imperium for the Emperor. Everyone. For the Imperium for the Emperor Izuku. All forces I know you heard my speech on the other ships I promised today will be a glorious day for us all, but now it's time to head to your Thunderbirds so we can make land fall. Izuku. All Militarum forces head to your Valkyries begin descent towards the lines and reinforce it. Izuku. I want those tanks that we brought sent down as well Admiral Haru once we depart prepare the ambush in the field of rocks. Admiral Haru. Yes, my lord. Speaks on Vox open all hatches send the men away and then battle stations bombers and fighters be ready to support the attack and 3 groups to support our forces down below. As the fleet began to mobilize, transport ships started to leave and head towards the fortress. Tank, men, Astartes, Titans and Knights from the House of Yagi formed by Izuku after the War of the Beast. An hour has passed as the load-off continues with men heading to the front and tanks following behind. Artillery started setting up in positions made for them months in advance as new advance Hydra anti-air heads to their positions. Izuku was with the last group to make it to the planet as they begin their descent towards the lines. As Izuku's ships lands he see the men moving towards their positions tanks getting into their bunkers as men are getting ready for battle. Izuku. All forces report in Commissar Peter. This is the left flank ready for battle my lord. Commissar Elise. This is the right flank ready for battle my lord. Izuku. Middle line is ready artillery and anti-air are you all on positions? Artillery commander. We are in position my lord scatter shells ready and loaded. Anti-air commander. Guns are ready my lord to provide cover. Izuku. Admiral I have heard Imperial Fist forces are coming our way we must hold off the enemy fleet when they arrive after the ambush goes off. Admiral Haru. Very well my lord the space stations and our fleet are behind the rock formations we will be ready to attack once they start the assault. We will hold till the Imperial Fist come to reinforce us. Izuku. Now where is Ursakari Creed located at I would like to meet with him. Cadian Trooper. Sir he is in the command center would like me to lead you to him sir. Izuku. Yes, Trooper please lead me immediately. After Izuku tell his commissars to prepare the man for battle as he rushes with the trooper to meet with Ursakari Creed. Entering the control room, it became quiet as Izuku looked at everyone. Looking at Lord Castellan he gives him a nod to give a full report of the situation. As the reports go on the proximity alarms go off as the radar had detected a massive fleet coming out of the warp. Izuku. It seems our enemy is here sound the alarms prepare the fortress guns and get to your positions immediately. Ursakari Creed. Yes, my lord waits a minute a massive ship has appeared with the fleet, I have never seen a ship like that before. Izuku. I know that ship, a black stone fortress one of the deadliest ships ever, raise the planet shield quickly before it fires and activate the new one I gave to you now. Guardsmen begin to activate the shield protocols as it starts to cover the planet when a large buildup of energy begins to see on the fortress. The Mechanicum that was on Cadia work hard to get the first planetary shield ups until the machine spirit help and activate it. Within seconds both shields go up when the huge blast hits the first shield destroying it but being deflected by second. In space before the blast strike Abaddon massive fleet has just arrived in the Cadian sector as the small Imperium fleet began to attack but they were wiped out without remorse. The Chaos fleets move through the destroy ships with Abaddon flagship moving in clearly the way for the Blackstone fortress that just came out the warp. Looking at the planet of Cadia Abaddon knew the importance of the planet and wanted it to destroy quickly. Abaddon. Get the fortress in position and activate a gun I want this planet to destroy now. They're getting closer to figuring out the spires. Chaos Fleet Commander. Yes, Warmaster begin power sequence fire on the planet when ready. As they fleet positions itself to watch the fortress build up its power, till they saw a shield forming around the planet. Abaddon telling the fortress commander to fire now before the shield covers the planet. As the fortress power was full, it fires its massive energy beam, but it was too late as the shield came into place. Angers by the failed attempt, he orders another blast to knock out the shield, but it was deflected again by the new improved shields. In anger, he orders his troops to begin drop-podding onto the planet and attack the fortress of Cadia known as Khazar Kraf. The skies in Cadia begin to blacken by the sight of drop pods making their way to the planet. As the battle had begun with thousands of anti-air fire began to shoot into the skies, fortress guns and Izuku forces began their assault, destroying thousands of pods, making the first wave of attackers weaken by the assault. The ones that had landed on the surface began to charge at the front lines but were gunned down quickly thanks to the Lehman Russ Punishers that were positioned on the line. They were able to melt down Chaos forces and Astartes thanks to their new advanced guns. Abaddon angers by this send down more waves of forces. As they drop the anti-air guns continue their job to hold off the drop pods from landing. Though many were destroyed, most still made it to the surface, and thus the battle for Cadia had begun. The forces of Chaos, the demons, the heretics and the Chaos Astartes began their march towards the line, charging forth from where they landed. The Lemon Russ Punishers began to fire on the approaching enemy forces as they were being melted down by the fire and pinned. From above, shells from the artillery corps began to rain down on them. The traitors' force were having a difficult time getting towards the line, but they kept pushing using cultists that joined them as meat shields. As the Black Legion Astartes finally got close to the front line, the Militarum began to open their guns, killing them off one by one. This shocked the traitor Astartes due to them being gods in their eyes, but seeing normal men kill them with puny lasguns. One that got through the hellfire were quickly cut down by Deathwatch Astartes that joined the line, protecting the Militarum forces. Hours of bloody fighting passed as thousands of bodies lie on the planet on all fronts. The Cadians, then Deathwatch Sisters of Battle, the Terminator squads that were fighting, were being attacked by demons that managed to get through, killing men and women, but they did not falter. They fought harder and with more ferocity. Luckily, help was on the way. As the battle on the surface was happening in space, the ambush was set off with the rocks being used to crush ships of Abaddon fleet, damaging a few until Izuku fleet started fire upon them. Bombers and fighters crews on the vessels began their attack runs as 3 squads of bombers and fighters began their journey to the planet's surface. The others were attack abandoned fleet, damaging and destroying many ships. As bombers see the situation, they began to bomb the traitor forces, killing many of them with their new scatter bombs. Fighters coming in after to strife them, killing many, as while some deal with the flying demons that were attacking the lines. 3 days later, 3 days of bloody fighting. The men on the line never falter, never retreated. They had fought hand to hand with the traitors. The Krieg Cadians and Cadians forces fought with valor and bravery, sacrificing themselves to save each other and keep the enemy at bay. The injured being cared for after the charges by the Sisters of Battle, who condemned the bravery of the Militarum and their own sisters that fought side by side with them and fell with them as well. Still, they continue after the battles on all line to do repairs on the line and continue their drills. In space it was as bloody and deadly as it was on the surface. Thousands of ships' parts were floating around as ships to ships were still battling, but with Izuku forces doing more damage and winning the battle in space. But traitor forces continue to flood in to help Abaddon fleet, making it a little difficult for Izuku loyalist fleet, but thankfully the battle stations that were brought along helped repair ship and brow heavy firepower, destroying ships. Some of the stations were using the new advance heavy, trying to break through the shield of the Black Stone Fortress, but the shields on that ship were tougher than they thought, but they didn't falter. Back on the surface, the traitor forces began to retreat from attack the fortress and now began to head towards the pillars being defended. Abaddon, finally seeing the situation, commits the full Black Legion that are still arrive at the planet himself. Landing using the warp, he leads his men to where the pillars are, noticing the line of defenders. Abaddon, seeing this, told his men to begin the attack on the line to break them, kill them and leave none behind to retreat. Izuku noticed the movement and ordered 1 line to remain near the fortress, 2 line to move with him through the web way, and the battle sisters and the last line to begin to march towards them from the rear. Titans that were still operational and the knights began to march with the last line to attack Abaddon forces from the rear. Izuku and his 2 lines enter the web way to the line of the pillars, finding out it already being attacked as Izuku rush his men forward to help with the defense. Hours went by as ammo was completely both sides, losing thousands of men. Empty ammo cases lay on the land on both sides. The traders pull back and try to regroup, seeing the losses they suffer. Abaddon was furious by this and looked to see if they finally gave up, but the guard did not falter. Izuku, seeing the tide turn to his favor for the moment, gave orders to his commissars to prepare the men for a charge. Commissar Elise and Peter, seeing the situation in hand, began to speak to their remaining men and women. Right flank Commissar Elise. Men and women of the 5th Company, this is the moment we all waited for. You will not falter, you do not fear, and you will not give a single step. Left flank. Commissar Peter. Although our Emperor is another planet on his golden throne, his son is here watching us fight for his father, watching us do our duty. Middle of the line. Izuku. Today you have shown your bravery and loyalty not only to me but to your Emperor as well, going far beyond your duty as guardsmen, as battle sisters, as Astartes. Izuku turns on a speaker so now the entire line can hear his next words. Izuku. Fight and my father fights with you. I ask for one thing from you all, my son, daughters of the Imperium, hold the line. Izuku. For everyone one of you that fall, we will make them pay with 10 of their own. Only in death your duty end. Astartes, sister and militarum, cheering by the inspirational words. Randon guardsman. It's a good day to die for the Imperium, sir. If the Emperor wills it, so it will be done. Random Cadian troop. We won't let you down, my lord, we swear it. Ursarkar E. Creed walks next to Izuku, asking for him to speak to his men and to the others. Izuku steps to the side to let him speak to his men that are eager to fight. Ursarkar. Men, this is the hour of your calling. This is what you are here for, train for and to die for. This is the reason why you are alive. The Emperor needs you, his son needs you, and I need you. You are the Imperial Guard, no defeat, no fear, no hesitation. We will fight till our last breath, till not a single one of us are left. It is what we do best, we die standing. The men cheer at the speech from both commanders as the men line up shoulder to shoulder with the commissar on the flanks and Izuku giving one command. Izuku, commissars, Ursarkar. Fix bayonets. Izuku takes out the Emperor's sword that he has carried since the day he was given it. Lifting it up with his wings appearing behind him, pointing to the traitors, and Abaddon giving the signal. Izuku. Follow me, man, charge. Commissar Peter. Glory to the first man to die, shoots his bolters at the traitor forces. Izuku and the loyalist force charge at the traitor lines. Abaddon and his force recovery and see the charge coming, not prepare in time to counter, took the blunt of the attack as close-range fighting commences. Astartes and traitor forces clashes with their chainsword and katana clash as each was taking each other out. Guardsmen's jumping onto the traitors and their Astartes killing them with their bayonets, but they were suffering losses too. Saint Celestine saw that Izuku was fighting to head to Abaddon, so she led the sisters into the fray, using their jetpack them land on top of the demons to begin to slaughter them. Ones that had ammo remaining began to fire on the demons using their bolters and melta, killing hundreds of them before landing an attack with their chain swords. An hour of battle passed as thousands of bodies laid across the field. Izuku was fighting the demons, cutting them, slicing them as he got closer to Abaddon until a message came into his helmet. Izuku. This is Lord Izuku, speak quickly, attack demons in a circle with a wide swipe. Belisarius call. My lord, me and Trazyn have finally unlocked the way to use the pillions, but with the attack we won't be able to activate it without them being destroyed. Izuku. That is good that you were able to both figure it out, and I had a feeling I had sent a scout to give you devices, put them on the pillions, blocks an attack and kills the traitor Astartes. Trazyn. And what will this device do when we put it on the pillars? Izuku. I have a feeling that Abaddon will do something drastic, and the device will teleport the pillars to new stations I had prepared for them. Belisarius call. My lord, that if those are the stations that we designed, this will be dangerous and may kill you. Izuku. I know, but for the Imperium, I will do what must be done to protect as his father entrusted me to. Now the scout will be there soon, so get ready to teleport with the pillions and finish the preparations. Belisarius, Trazyn. Very well, we will finish the preparations as we await you. As the scout finally got to them, they prepare the transport of the pillions, and the scout informed them other pillions were already marked and they were ready to teleport to the special stations they will be placed on when they arrive. On the battlefield, as Izuku and Loyalist continue to fight for their lives, rumbling can be heard over the horizon. As both sides look, they see two flags standing. It was a line of guardsmen and Astartes. Abaddon, thinking it was reinforcement that finally made it to the surface, told his troops to push them back and slaughter them all. but shock show on his face seeing it wasn't reinforcement for his. A flag of Cadia stood proud as next to them a yellow flag with a first showing that loyalist arrive. The Imperial fist was now on Cadia. Guardsmen yell as they began to charge towards the traitor lines with Imperial first forces. Traitors being killed by hundreds due to the bolter fire, revering their chain swords as they clash with traitor forces across the line. Sadly, the Titan and Knights legions did not make it in the battle on the way to the pillars. Tor Garadon. Lord Izuku, we apologize for the late arrival. Our fleet and the phalanx are supporting your fleet as we only have one company with us killing a traitor Astartes with his chainsword. Izuku. It is good you arrive. Has the support ships arrived to evacuate the fourth line and are my special stations here? Tor Garadon. My lord, your ships are about to enter the system as we speak. Abaddon fleet had lost more ships. He won't be able to hold his position much longer. Sir, report came in, your ships have arrived. In space as Tor Garadon fleet had arrived moments ago, they began to attack Abaddon fleet as the phalanx itself began to attack the Blackstone fortress. As some men got on Thunderhawks and headed to the planet to join the fray, they spotted the third line battle a rear guard as Titans battle each other. They land next to them to support them. Though while doing so a demon gate had opened on the phalanx and the third company that remained to defend the station started to fight against them, leading to another battle on two fronts. A space station nearby noticed the demon energy and psychers of the Deathwatch headed to a transport to support third company of Iron Fist. A massive fleet came out from hyperspace with 7 specially designed ships. These ships were built to use the Necron technology thanks to Trazyn and Eldari due to learning what these pillions were meant to do. The new ships opened fire with their heavy ship turrets, missile pods and regular cannons, destroying tons of traitor ships. The phalanx damage moves away from the Blackstone fortress as those same ships began their barrage on the fortress, finally breaking their shield. All ships that weren't fighting the fleet began to fire on the massive ship, breaking it piece by piece, finally cracking it as it broke apart. The force of the explosion disturbed the warp that it made the demons that were fighting start to disappear into the warp once again, making Abaddon lose a significant amount of his fighting force. Knew the battle was lost, but he would make sure the Cadians would pay the cost for it. Cadia Abaddon was struggling himself as he was battle against Izuku and Saint Celestine. Now losing his chaotic forces, he knew the battle was lost but made sure to use his power and injure Celestine. Izuku, seeing this, works with her Sakura to distract Abaddon before he could kill Celestine as guardsmen line up and charge to protect her as well. Celestine looks and see that Izuku and her Sakura were distracting Abaddon with attacks and strikes with their weapons. Getting up slowly, she gathers her strength and thrust right into Abaddon. Screaming in pain, he sees the wound was too great and teleported back to his ship. Being attended to by Apothecary, he sees that his massive fleet was basically destroyed with so few ships remaining. The biggest shock was seeing the Blackstone fortress completely destroyed but seeing a large chunk of it floating. Abaddon. Commander tells out ships to ram into that fortress, send it into the planet. Let us finish this planet and return to the eye with what we have remaining. Traitor Commander. And our forces, sir, what about them? Should we not try to GE? Being choked by Abaddon. Abaddon. I do not care for what remains. Do as I command before I skin you alive. Throws him back onto his chair. Traitor Commander. Yes, my lord, I apologize. Gets on Vox ships that remain, ram into the fortress, send it into the planet. 12 ships gather and others did their best to cover them. Ramming into the fortress, they went full throttle on their thrusters and slowly began to send the fortress in the planet. Space stations saw what was happening and did their best to stop them from doing their plan, but it was difficult with other ships protecting them. They rushed to inform their leader and inform all stations to begin evacuations procedures immediately. As pilots were rushing to the transport ships and began to depart each station to head to the surface with the fourth line that volunteered to defend the others as they retreat. Astartes that heard of the situation began their Thunderhawks and rushed to the planet. Commanders kept order all guns to destroy the ships, but it was difficult. One commander decided to contact Lord Izuku to inform him of the situation. Space Station Commander. My Lord Izuku, come in, this is Omega level alert. Izuku. What is wrong, Commander? Blocking and killing more traitors. What the Omega level alert? Space Station Commander. Abaddon is using ships to ram the fortress into the planet. You need to evacuate the men now before it hits. Izuku was shocked by the news. He knew Abaddon wanted to destroy the planet, but to take it to this lengths. He shouts orders for all the like to reform near the pillars and defend them. Izuku. Commander, how long do we have before impact? We need to get these men out of here. Space Station Commander. Honestly sir, we have about 10 minutes max before impact. Ships should be landing near you soon. Get them in and out quickly. As ships broke through the cloud cover, they launch a barrage of rockets and heavy bolter fire on the traitors. 10 ships had landed, opening their hatches. The fourth line that was near the fortress rush out with some of Izuku Terminators. Seeing the new line form, Ursarkar took command and began the defense in all the sectors so they others may retreat. Ursarkar. My lord, I will stay with the line. Help with the evacuation of the injured and the rest of the men. Take them to safety. Izuku. Lord Castilian. Ursarkar, are you sure you want to do this? Ursarkar. Yes, my lord. Cadia is my home. To leave is to be a coward to not just my men but those who gave their lives on this planet for 10,000 years. Izuku gives him a nod and orders line to head to the ships and prepare for extract, as the fourth line fresh and ammo began to defend the line on all fronts as troops and the injured were being loaded. More ships arrive while taking fire from the traitors as flying demons were getting close to them until they were shot out of the sky by fighters that escorted them in and out. The second line began to move towards the ships until a sudden shaking occurred. Looking up at the sky, they saw the black stone fortress entering the surface of the world. The Cadians did not panic and continued to fall back in order even with the fortress getting closer. Third rows of ship have begun to arrive as the second one with escorts were leaving, heading to one of the space stations. Sadly though, this was the last of the escorts that could make due to the fact the stone fortress had made impact on the planet, hitting the fortress of Kazarkraf. The planet shook with ferocity as the planet started to crumble apart. Izuku, seeing what happened, press a button teleporting the pillions to the special ships and the third line struggling to get onto the ships to evacuate. Deathwatch members started to help carry many of the injured of the third line onto the ships as Izuku watch and carry some himself. Turning around after laying the injured on a bench, he rush out and order the fourth to begin their evacuation. The fourth though did not move as they continued to fire upon the enemy that was left. Watching some of the traitors fall into the planet as it slowly crept to them, Ursarkar turned to Izuku. Ursarkar. My lord, you must leave and do your duty to stop the warp from engulfing the galaxy. We will stay and fight them till the end. Izuku. Ursarkar, I can't just leave you and your men like this. We still have room on the ships and enough time to get you out. Cracks began to develop around the area of the ships and two took off to head back to the stations. The ground shook below them as Izuku tried to reach Ursarkar and his men to get them on board. Ursarkar. My lord, as the Lord Castilian commander, I must see my duty to the end. Only in death does my duty end, and the men with me has accepted their fate as well. Ursarkar. All I ask is that you find a new home for the ones that have made it and help my people with rebuilding. Keep our legend alive. Cadian stands. Ursarkar orders his men to gather together and give it their all. Izuku gets on the last transport there and closes the hatch, slowly watching the Cadians fight till the end as his ship begin to lift off and head back to the station. The last image he saw was one of bravery and duty as he asks one of the guardsmen next to him to write down what he about to say. Izuku. To each of us falls a task. Looks at the guardsman and his battle sons that made it to the ship, and all the emperors ask of his sons and his guardsmen that we stand the line and die fighting. It's what we do best, we die standing. As it was written down, the guardsman asked if he could copy it to show the others that made it. Izuku agreed as it was written down again. As the ship made it out of the surface, they could feel the warp engulfing the sector. The power of chaos was unleashed, but Izuku was not done with the fight yet. Dropping off the injured and guardsman, Izuku took the shuttle he was in and flew to Station 7 that was in front of the others. Landing there, he saw Belisarius and Trazyn finishing the final calculations for what Izuku wanted to do. Izuku. Trazyn, I want to fist thank you for assisting us. From your understanding, these pillions are anti-physic field emitters. That's why chaos always had trouble entering from the warp. Trazyn. Indeed, that's why Cadia was so important, and now with it gone the warp storms are growing and it may cut the galaxy in half, separating your so-called Imperium. Izuku. No, I will not allow that. Belisarius, is it ready to activate so I may do what I must? Belisarius. Yes, Lord Izuku, the pillion's energy was stored into this station, but for what you are about to do, I calculate that you have a 2.3% of getting out in time. Izuku. I will make it. My father entrusted me with protecting the Imperium. I will not fail him. No, both of you head to the transport and get onto my flagship Trazyn. If you want to watch the result of this station, please do, but if not, I do have gifts for you in your collection. Trazyn, I will stay and document from your ship. This will be the finest piece of my collection to see the results of what you plan. Izuku gives him a nod as he and Belisarius head to the ship with the crew of the station. As Izuku takes control, he activates the thruster and began to head towards the warp stop. Abaddon fleet still is above the destroy planet of Cadia. See the station moving towards the storm, reading an incredible amount of energy on it. Abaddon order what ships remains to attack, as the Chaos Gods have warned him if that ships get close it will be all over for the gods. As the ships got close, ready to begin to fire all weapons, they were hit on their sides, destroying them or damaging them further. Abaddon looks and see the stations that had the pylons on them open fire with their heavy turrets and cannons, destroying what was left in his fleet. Even the void shield on Abaddon flagship were NP match for the firepower of the guns, and his ship's engines were hit, leaving it stall in the vast grave of ships. Izuku, with the cover of the battle station's guns, continued towards the center of the storm, activating a explosive sequence. 10-minute countdown began as he rushed towards the hangar bay, kill demons that appear in the station along the way. 9 minutes passed as he finally reached the bay and enter his personnel fighter. Beginning takeout sequence, he notices a greater demons blocking his escape. With little time left, he activated his thruster, charging at the demon, shooting it with bolter fire. With the demons, he flies out of it and heads towards his fleet that is waiting for him. Admiral Haru awaits the return of his lord that his family has been serving for the millennium. As they see his personal fight come out the station, they witness the station being engulfed by the warp until a loud explosion occurs. The Admiral orders all ships and station full power to shields and cover down to protect themselves from the space debris. Minutes passed till the sensor said the shock waves were over, as the shield and covers were lower to the shock of the crews of the space stations and fleet. The Eye of Terra was basically almost gone. Only a very small planet-size hole was left, but the Admiral had other things to focus on, as in finding if their lord had survived. Admiral Haru, send out search parties now, find the lordship and bring him back on the double. As the crews rush toward the salvage ships, they begin to look through the field of broken ships as one spots a lone fighter in the debris. Getting close, they found it was their lordship, and he seemed to be just knocked out from the impact of the blast. Slowly bringing him into the ship, they return him to the main battle station. Days later, as everyone was worried for their lord, his brothers arrive on Mustafar to come check on his progress, while also getting a report on what happened to cause this. Reading the report about what happened on Cadia, they inform their allies the Eldari and the Tau that were there to check on Izuku as well. Entering his chamber, they were shocked to see him fully up and looking around, seeing each other. Izuku, hello my brothers, how long was I out? What happened? Gilliman, Izuku, you're awake, thank the Emperor, you've been out for a few days. Vulcan, yes, after you launch the station into the warp and stop, many things happen in all fronts. Izuku, oh no, the fleet that was with me, what has happened to them? And the Cadians that were with us tries to rush out the room but was stopped by Rogel. Rogel, calm yourself Izuku, the fleet had no damage, the Cadians were safe except for the fourth line that stood and fought till the end. Rogel, you saved many that day and they are thankful. As for the rest of the Cadian regiments, they were brought here, rest refitted and sent to their new home planet. They are eternally grateful Izuku for saving them and letting them fight for their planet, and now to fight for their new one. They already want to be deployed to battlefields, so Sanguinius sent them so they may honor you. Izuku, and the Eye of Terra, what happened to it? Corvus, first what you did was crazy and never heard of you could had been kill little brother, but in the end, you gotten rid of the influence chaos from all over and the warp storms that surrounded Cadia and other parts disappear. Magnus, as us Psychers felt the force, it gave us a boost in our power, and in all sectors the demons that were in this world all return back into the eye, giving our forces and allies the ability to reclaim lost territory and cleanse them of chaos influence. Alpharius Omegan, our spies in the chaos forces also confirm the warp influence have left them and it has caused a great damage on their forces. Conrad, not even Abaddon is able to control them well, and from my spies they are fighting each other for power now, basically killing each other off, and our forces are moving in. Izuku was shocked about all the news that was happening as he decided to step outside his room to get fresh air, but was shocked to see the people of the planet outside his window cheering for him and his victory. As his men and Cadian were there kneeling giving him a salute as others follow suit seeing the people of his planet bow. Izuku. Citizen, please do not bow. My son Cadians do not bow as well. It without you that we would have not won this victory. It was you all who gave all in lives, in working in the factories and field that deserve this victory. Izuku. We must honor those who gave their lives in the battle and praise them, the sons daughters of the Imperium. Without them we would not have this victory. Izuku takes a small step back for everyone to see as he slowly while Inger gets on his knees to bow to the people of the Imperium. The people were honor and return a bow to him for everything that he done for them. Izuku. Now people of the Imperium, although chaos has been defeated for now, we know that their gods will find a way to return and we must prepare ourselves for it. We must continue to train to work so we may face the threats of the orcs of the Tyranids and whoever else comes to face us. Izuku. I ask for your continued support in this matter so we may prevail with our allies, our friends the Tau and Aeldari, to fight back whatever evil that comes to us. Izuku takes out his father's sword and slowly lifts it up with struggle from his injuries but did not give in and lifted it. Izuku. For the Imperium, for the Emperor. Crowd, troops. For the Imperium, for the Emperor. The crowd cheering loudly as Izuku struggles to walk back into his bed till his brothers assisted him. The roar of the crowd giving him the hope that he had made his father proud and was keeping his promise. Magnus. Oh, one more thing happened, brother, and you are going to be surprised by this one. Izuku. What do you mean, Magnus? What happened? Magnus. It's better to show you. Goes to the door and opens it with two custodies entering and guarding the sides. Footsteps can be heard from the hall as each step got closer. Izuku was wondering what was happening till the steps were outside his door. The stranger walk in as Izuku eyes pop out of his head as he quickly stood up and walked closer. The person looks at Izuku with a smile on his face as he looks to see Izuku kneel with the others in front of him. Emperor of mankind. I have returned, my son, and never been prouder of what you have done. What you leave behind is not what is engraved on stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Pericles. Izuku, still on his knees, looked to see his father standing in front of him, wondering how this happened, when this happened, and if he is real. The Emperor looking at him and kneel in front of him and hug him tightly. Izuku hugging back with tears about to come out and looks to see this was not a dream or illusion. Izuku. Father, you are alive and back, but how, when this happened, how did happen? So many questions are in my head right now. Emperor of mankind. It is a long story, my son. Please sit on the bed and I will tell you everything you like to know. Helps Izuku up and leads him into the bed. Izuku sits on the bed and watches the Emperor sit to prepare to tell his story. Emperor of mankind. Well, son, I'm guessing that you want to know how I'm back. You can thank Magnus for that. Flashback. As Izuku was finishing preparations for the Cadia campaign, he goes to searching for Magnus in the research department on Mustafa since he was visiting. As he enters the department, he sees Magnus was talking to some of the scientists and some of the Aeldari that was learning from them. He wonders what they are talking about as he steps closer. Izuku. Brother Magnus, how are you? Is it possible I talk to you for a moment? Magnus. Very well, brother, I'll follow you. As Izuku and Magnus left to head to an empty room, Izuku nodded to two guards. They closed the stood in front of the door. As Izuku pours tea for Magnus as he accepted, enjoying the taste of it. Magnus. Excellent tea as always. Now why have you asked to talk to me, brother? Something is wrong. Izuku. Yes, Magnus, I want to show you this. Brings out a box with vials in it. Magnus. What is this? Izuku picks one up and closely inspects it. Is this a new booster for our forces to give them extra energy? Izuku. No, Magnus, although I'm still working on that, but this formula is a way to bring father back. Magnus. Looks at Izuku with confusion. What do you mean, Izuku? What you mean bring father back? Nothing has been able to do so for 10,000 years. Izuku. Until now, I've had work on this for over 400 years with the Tau and Aeldari. Work on this. We had tested it on many of our men that have been missing limbs from battle, and well, it works. Izuku. We were able to grow back arms, leg, missing organs from our son, each one tested and quarantined for 30 days to make sure nothing happens to them, and in the end, they are normal and have their body parts back. Magnus surprised by this in amaze, a way to help the warriors of the Imperium to keep fighting. Science was once banned from the Imperium and the improvement of it, but thanks to Izuku changes, it has improved the livelihood of the Imperium citizen and even made a chaos god mad and upset. As that chaos god a number of times tried to destroy the world of Izuku but fail every time. Izuku. The reason I'm showing you this is because this is a new improvement of it only made for our father. The 4 vials in there will help restore himself back to who he was. Izuku. Thanks to our Necron friend Trazyn, I've traded some of the things I had with me for helping me with the situation on Cadia that's developing. He also somehow had original blueprints of how father made the throne. Izuku. With the help of the Tau and Mechanicum they are working on the throne itself, where now Psychers won't have to be used as a battery and it will run by itself using natural energy. Magnus was surprised by all of this but felt that Izuku was hiding something when explaining. As Izuku took a sip of his tea he looks at Magnus with sadness. Izuku. Sadly, though I won't be able to revive father until I get back from Cadia, which I wouldn't know how long it will take. It will take the combined efforts of Psychers and the formula to make it work. Magnus. Izuku, let me do it, I'll help revive father so you may focus on the defense of Cadia. Magnus. Remember, we are here to support and help each other, never think you have to do things on your own. Izuku. Thank you Magnus for helping me with this task, that's a lot of weight out of my shoulders. Izuku. Then I leave you with the vials Magnus, as I must head off to finish preparing for the campaign. Izuku gives Magnus a hug telling him goodbye for now as he steps out of the room heading back to his shop while Magnus is finishing his tea and looking at the vials once more. Present day. Magnus. After that day I kept them under close security in my chambers and whenever I had travel. Ferris. Amazing, a formula that can do something like this, but why some of us weren't informed of this? Izuku. Apologize, this was a very close secret of mine and Grandpa Malkador. We swore to keep this under heavy secrecy in case spies were around. Izuku. When Grandpa died it was my duty to finish the formula as he left it for me to finish, it was in the skull he left me before finally passing. Emperor of Mankind. I always had a feeling he was planning a backup in case anything like this happened. He was a man of many secrets. Izuku. Indeed, father, I know all of them and swore to keep them safe. Izuku. But still father, to see you heal this quickly it should had taken months to fully restore you. Magnus comes behind him and rubs his bed hair making him hair worst while laughing. Magnus. That was because of the blast from the station you did. Izuku. What do you mean? Magnus. Well, it happens the day you destroy the warp. Flashback. Magnus and 10 Psychers were gathered in the throne room ready to begin fixing father. As Tau and Mechanicum were there to repair the chair in case it started acting up. Magnus. Men, this mission we are about to do can change the fate of our galaxy. I ask that you give it your all. Magnus. Thanks to Lord Izuku, with the formula and combined effort of our power we may be able to bring back our emperor. Magnus. This will be a strain for us all, so it might even kill us. If this is something you like to back away from, there will be no punishment. As no one left they began to make an arch in the throne room. 4 apothecary walk into the room, each carrying a vial. 2 climb steps to be near his shoulders as the other by high knees. Magnus. Very well, let us begin then. Giving the signal to the apothecary they put the needles with the vials into the emperor body. Once they did and removed themselves from the body, all the Psychers build their power and aim at the emperor as Magnus does, using his all might, gathering into his hand and blast it towards the emperor body. Hours has passed since they began, but the emperor body was slowly being healed. The combination of both the warp energies and the formula was helping revive him. But one by one the Psychers were exhausted except for Magnus, as he did not to give up for his brother's sake. Suddenly a huge burst of energy was felt in his body, with the others in the room as well. Magnus, using this moment, blasted his father corpse with the energy as the other join in as well. As the energy left their body, a golden glow appears in the room. Magnus, on his knees from using all his powers, look at the throne. On the golden throne sat the newly revived Emperor of Mankind, looking the same as he did even after 10,000 years. Bursting through the door, Sanguinius, Rogel, Lion L. Johnson, Corvus and Vulcan came through, thinking the room was under attack, but stopped suddenly and got on one knee and didn't move. Slowly the Emperor stood from the throne and walked towards Magnus, kneeling to him and using his powers to give him energy. Walking towards the other psychers in the room, they were ready to be killed so the Emperor can recover more, but instead he uses his powers to give them back their energy. Standing and looking at his sons, he smiles and goes to them. Emperor of mankind, I am whole again and I am here, my sons, goes to hug each of them. Present, Izuku. Magnus, you did it, thank you for bringing him back, I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you. Magnus. It is fine brother, but now you have to tell father about what you didn't tell any of us. Izuku. Oh, looks like the cat out of the bag, hug Gilliman. Gilliman. It seems so, Izuku, but just know they do appreciate what UA and Belisarius did. Izuku. So how did you figure out about Project Primaris? Emperor of mankind. It had started after I was brought back, we had a visitor. Flashback. Sanguinius. Father, you are alive, but how? What caused this to happen? Emperor of mankind. Your brother Izuku checks himself, it seems he did this. Magnus. Yes, he did, father. He created a vial from his science department to bring you back. Coming science and the warp, he was able to bring you back, being helped by Vulcan to stand. Rogel. How long has he worked on it? Checking his father vitals with the apothecary. Magnus. 200 years, he told me. He uses the formula on our troops first, which is why our numbers haven't been affected. He is healing them. Corvus. Amazing father, how are you feeling? Do you need anything at the moment? Emperor of mankind stretches his body, getting a feel to it, and he doesn't feel pain anywhere, like it was brand new. Emperor of mankind. No, I feel brand new, the injuries I sustain are gone. I must thank Izuku for this. Where is he, my sons? Suddenly the room turned cold and full of worried. The Emperor noticing his son change of mood and was worried. Lion L. Johnson. He on Cadia, father, as it was being attacked by the forces of chaos. Emperor of mankind. What do you mean Cadia was attacked? What has happened since I've been gone? Vulcan. It's a lot, father, a lot has happened, but Izuku saw that Cadia was going to be attacked by chaos. Vulcan. Izuku gathered a mighty force and fleet to head there to defend it due to us finding out how important it is. Emperor of mankind. How important are they, my son? I may be able to answer that, my lord. As everyone turn around, they look at the entrance as guards positions themselves, but the Emperor moves his hand to let the person past. It was none other than the Archmagos Dominus Belisarius call. Standing in front of everyone, he kneels to them before lifting himself up and taking out a small hologram device. Izuku prepare for him. Belisarius. The Cadian's pillars were created by the ancient Necrons. It had anti-psychic abilities to prevent chaos from all-out invasions. The planet Cadia has been the battleground for those pillars for a millennium. Belisarius. In all this time only 4 had remained operational, and so Cadia was heavily defended from chaos threats. Sadly, though the planet has fallen, but it was not in vain. Rogel. Meaning, Belisarius. Izuku had planned for this and created stations to help sustain the energies thanks to the Necron known as Trazyn. He is a collector of knowledge well before even our time. Belisarius. He agrees to help Izuku activate them pillars on Cadia, and they were teleported onto the stations. Once there, they had gathered enough energy to transfer into the station he was on. Belisarius. Once we were done, he asks me and Trazyn to retreat back on a ship towards the fleet as we saw him go with that station towards the eye. Belisarius. The explosion causes a great deal of debris and warp energy to flow through the galaxy, which caused your son Magnus and the other psychers to feel they had more power. Emperor of mankind. Amazing, but Belisarius, what about Izuku? Where he is he okay? Belisarius. My lord, he currently on his planet in his room. When he sent the station into the eye, he escapes on his personal fighter, but he was caught in the explosion. He was found by a salvage team and is currently en route to Mustafa. Emperor of mankind. Then we must leave quickly to his homeworld so we may check on him. Any of your brothers that can visit as well can come. Emperor of mankind. Thank you Belisarius for informing me on this, but why are you here on Terra instead of heading to Mustafa as well? Belisarius. It is cause of the special project me Gilliman and Izuku was working on. Project Primaris. Rogel. Project Primaries, what is that? Belisarius. Follow me and I will show you. They begin to walk down a hallway not familiar to the Emperor of his son. Following the path they reach a high secure door which Belisarius steps forward and let it scans him. Slowly opening to an elevated platform, the Emperor and his sons step in and begin the journey to the unknown. Moments later the platform stops as doors open, leading them into a hallway and begin to walk behind Belisarius. Two guards were spotted at the door at the end of the hallway, and they were stopping Belisarius, have them the code, and they move to the side, allowing them into the room. Belisarius. Welcome to the Primaris chambers. Lights turn on through the area as the Emperor and his sons were shocked. Tubes full of marines as far as the eye can see was shown, each being checked by a medical drone. The Emperor steps forward, wondering about this project more, and looks at the data platform behind to read the info. Emperor of Mankind. Fascinating, you have created a new generation of warriors for the Imperium while also making a way for our current ones to be part of the new generation as well. Belisarius. You are correct, my lord. We created a way to improve all current battle sons so no one will be able to lose positions or forces. We also, thanks to the research department, have improved gene seed to make more of these Primaris. Belisarius. We also have developed new armor for them and for scout forces as well. The Mark 10 Tacticus power armor presses a button to show an example of it. Belisarius. 10,000 years of development using new technology. Izuku and I work together on with knowledge as well from Gilliman to make this perfect set of armor. Improvements on all pars, better gyros for faster movements. Armor is completely newly designed for better protection against bullets, slashes from Tyranids and orc blades. The armor is a special new formula created which only me and now the Emperor will now by Izuku condition for making this. Belisarius. We have Gravis power armor, which is meant more Corvus Alpharius, Omegan and Conrad legions. It will help your troops with infiltration, stealth, and have jetpacks for getting into battle. Belisarius. Do not worry, Sanguinius, your troops with the tactics can do the same, but it will be a little slower due to you guys having a little bit more armor. Belisarius. Now for your scouts, this is Phobos Mark 10 armor. It has less armor, but it was made with servos and gyro that will make it completely silent our enemies. Not even a Drukari will be able to detect them. Snipers can use this to get close to their target or your vanguard squads. The Emperor and his sons were all impressed by what they had done. Gilliman had a smile on his face as it was mostly all Izuku that did the designs and the process. He was there as moral support and put small suggestions. As Belisarius was imputing a code into the console, the Marines begin their awakening. Slowly they all were released from their pods and begin to form into their battle groups. Emperor of Mankind. Magnificent, they will serve the Imperium well, especially with the looming threat I have sense. Sanguinius. Witch's father. Emperor of Mankind. Those bugs I saw in my vision, I believe you call them Tyranids. I sense great psychic powers from the southern quadrant. Sanguinius gets on his comms and informs the admiral of his fleet to head to that sector and begin operations for improvement of defensive positions. As the Primaris Marines heard this, they begin to walk down the hall heading to another room. The Emperor and his sons follow, seeing a giant hangar with ships ready to transport them. Sanguinius. New sons of the Imperium, the Emperor has returned and now needs you to prepare to defend our Imperium. Head to coordinates I will send each of you and prepare the worlds for the upcoming battle. The troops all scream for the Emperor for the Imperium as they begin to load onto the ships and begin to head to their destinations. Emperor of Mankind. When we return to the throne room, we will contact Ferris and ask him to organize the defense, while we all go check on Izuku. Present-day Emperor of Mankind. Now you know, my son, and why it took us some time to get here, but I'm proud of you. For 10,000 years you lead the Imperium to what it is today and won the safety for all. Izuku. Thank you, father. It was difficult at first, but I always felt you were guiding me. Sanguinius and the others were there as well, helping me along the way, but now lifts his father's sword and presented to him. Izuku. It's time to lead once more, father, and continue to lead the Imperium to a brighter future. The Emperor slowly takes his blade back, inspecting it, seeing it was sharpened well and kept clean even after 10,000 years. Lighting it on fire, he can feel the heat of the blade radiating off it, being one with it. Sheathing it, he looks at Izuku, thanking him for returning it, but surprise him with what he says next. Emperor of Mankind. Thank you, Izuku, although I won't be taking back the Imperium yet. For the first time in 10,000 years I can finally move, and I would like to enjoy what you have done to the Imperium. Emperor of Mankind. It also caused time to finally finish what needs to be done and send you back home, son. Izuku. Thank you, father. That means a lot to know that I might be able to go home. But for now please enjoy my planet and your sons as well, you deserve this mini vacation. The Emperor of Mankind laughs at what his sons say as the other chuckle in the room except for Lionel Johnson being the stubborn man his is. Giving his son a hug one last time, they all left to head out and explore his home world as Ferris finally made it to check on Izuku and see his father shocked to see him alive. Time had passed as the Emperor had travel in the sector Izuku controls. Seeing the advancements of farming and how it's been helping provide for not just his sector but the galaxy as a whole. Visiting the Forge worlds with Ferris and others to see how production was going. Ferris was the most impressed seeing how much more they could produce and how safe the environment it was for the works. Being the brother his as Izuku gave him a copy of plans he had for his world and Ferris took it with gratitude. As they passed another room, the material in the room was a mass as Tau and Eldari were loading them into ships with Mechanicum forces as well. Emperor of Mankind. My son, what are they moving onto those ships? Izuku. It's the material to finally begin on the project I've been working for a millennium, the portal to head back home. The Emperor and his son stop in their place and look at Izuku, as Izuku explained that he was making all of these materials and was slowly building the portal to head back, but due to everything that happened it was delayed till recently. They also had tested if Izuku would survive the trip back to his home using cultist prisoners. Seeing many fails test, Izuku had gone back to the tablet to see if he was missing something. He continues that he was finally able to find the right way to do it, where a stasis field can help keep me safe and we configure it to make sure it was 100% safe. Now it was finally time to make the portal, though it will take a few years to get there. His father understood and fully support him, even though he will miss him greatly but will spend as much time with him. As the brothers heard this, they all wanted to get something for his journey when he returns back home, and they begin to plan the gifts for his travels gladly, though it will take time. As Izuku walks with his father back to his ship, he joins them to travel to Terra to make the news that he has finally returned, leaving his chapter master Rylanor name after the first chapter master in the Legion's history. Back in My Hero World 10 years later. 10 years has passed since that fateful day of Izuku going missing. As time had gone by, heroes had to leave the search so they can focus on protecting Japan in their areas, but all might thank them for staying this long helping him. His friend David and his buddies on Island were still there helping him even after all this time, and building the belt there were still parts they didn't understand, and the company that made the belt wouldn't help due to the Hero Commission buying it out and not releasing the details. The International Hero Commission got involved in the situation, taking away the company from Hero Commission, making the furious as they protested that All Might should be focusing on making them look good and not wasting him time trying to bring back a useless quirkless brat. The leader of International Hero Commission got involved and warned the Hero Commissioner that if something like this would happen again, they would replace their entire system and take them all out of the job. This infuriated the Commissioner as he continues his campaign to make quirkless people look like the cause for all of this, but the people of Japan were slowly seeing the corrupt ways. As for All Might, he did found love again by one of the only people to stay with him throughout all of this. Her name was Nomori Kayama, also known as the Hero Midnight. From the beginning she stood by him and helped any way she could, never leave his side. After 4 years of dating, with the struggles of being heroes and searching for Izuku, they tie the knot. When Inko hears about this, she was furious and destroyed a small building. 6 years have passed, and, in that time, they had a little girl naming her Hina. As she grew up, Toshinori can tell she had the same spirit and stride as Izuku, till one day she saw Izuku picture, pick it up and went to her father. Hina. Papa, I have a question. Runs towards the living room. Toshinori. Hina, what the hurry and what is the question, little one? Hina. Papa, who is this in the picture? Toshinori looks at the picture and see who it is. As Nomori was bringing in snack into the room, she saw the picture and lifted up Hina to put on her lap. Nomori. Honey, your dad is going to tell you who he is, but it's very hard for him, okay? Hina. Looks worried, okay mommy. Nomori looks at Toshi and give him a nod as he gives her a nod back and sits in front of them, showing the picture to Hina. Toshinori. This Hina is your older brother Izuku. He is someone I love as much as I do you. He was a brave little boy who wanted to be a hero like me. Toshinori. Many years ago, he risks his life to save people who didn't see him as important, and a portal appear. I tried to save him, but I wasn't fast enough. Toshinori. For so long I've been looking for him and I still haven't given up, but I know if he was here, you have the best big brother in the world. Toshinori had shed a tear while talking, and little Hina scrambled out of his mother arms and ran into his father arms to give him a big hug to make sure he is okay. As Toshi took the hug, it reminds him of Izuku when he would hug him after a long day of being a hero. Nomori joined as well, with Hina looking at her father. Hina. Papa Ima, continue Oni-chan dream, I'll be a hero for him and help protect the people. I'll keep it up for you and him. Toshinori looked at Hina and hugged his daughter more and was happy. But now he had a new job beside looking for Izuku and being a hero. He was teaching at the school Izuku wanted to go in, UA School for Heroes. As a teacher, he made sure to went through a teaching class with Principal Nezu so he can be the best heroics teacher for the next generation. Although he is much concerned, Class 1A and Class 1B were both different in many ways, as 1B understood what it meant to be a hero thanks to 3 students. While Class 1A was only caring about gathering fame, although their repetition was in the garbage dump. For Izumi and her mother, it was a lot harder for them during these years, as Inko hero status kept dropping through the years, she from 10 spot to 20, then to the 50 spots, now she barely hanging on to the 98 spots. This was upsetting Inko, as the Hero Commission tried to make the public love her again, but it didn't work at all. For Izumi it was horrible, as her popularity plummeted after the news broke out. Her school was closed down and the teachers and principal arrested. The new school her and the others went to called them villains and didn't care for them being there. Even though they got into UA, they were still punished by Nexus to clean the school up and down with a toothbrush. For her friends, their lives took a hard turn. Momo was disowned by her family, taking everything away from her. Now she lives with Izumi and Inko, working in a cafe just to make ends meet. Uraraka family lost their construction license, leaving them financially ruined till they were brought by Inko to keep them going, but business didn't really improve. Ilda family was disappointed and told him that he would not carry on the family name, saying he wasn't worth it at all, and they would make another child to lead their family. Katsumi was also disowned by her family, saying they didn't raise no villain, and now she is living with Inko as well. All the people of Class 1A are affected their families in a way, all saying the same thing. They will get their vengeance on Izuku if he ever found and make him suffer, but now, they are scrubbing and cleaning the school with tiny toothbrushes, getting ready for the trip to USJ tomorrow. Abara, Bakugo and Tokiyami's school life was different ever since the incident of protecting Kendo and Komori. The school has given them a lot of respect for dealing with the bullies, as they said it's what their friend Izuku would do to always protect the innocent. As the years went by, they all became a group that would help and train together to get ready for UA. As the years went by, they kept visiting the park that was made for Izuku, replacing the school, never forgetting him and promising him they will be heroes he be proud of till he returns. Now entering UA, passing the exam as the tops 3 and being in Class 1B with, they went through their battle training with flying colors. Showing they were no pushover, the class was impressed and wanted to know what motivated them so hard. They began to tell the story of their friend and what he did and what Class 1A did, and they were furious. They wanted to match over and beat the hell out of them, but they stopped them and asked them to train hard and be heroes that Izuku would have been proud of, and they agree, working hard. Now they are preparing for their joint training with Class 1A at the USJ to show what the class is made of. Back in Warhammer Galaxy, 10 years passed in this universe and the portal is almost complete, as Izuku was letting them finish the construction while he helps lead the war against the Tyranids once again. Hive Fleet Leviathan has once again attacked in the Segmentum Pacificus area with their main goal of attack Terra itself. Izuku scramble all ships available and stations calling on the planets in the path to hold the enemy till him and his brothers arrive. Reports were coming in of the first planet attack and that the fleet, separating themselves into 3 hive fleets known as Fleet Nautilon, Promethor, and Grendulus, as they each attack the sons of the Imperium, were there to defend. In the 10 years of this wars, billion had perished from the Tyranid side due to the amazing defensive structure and stations by Izuku and Rogel. The fire of the flamers that were improved helped the salamanders defend planets and purge planets of the Tyranid swarms. Raven's Guard, Night Lords and Alpha Legion attacked them from behind, destroying their bioharvester on planets they had taken, making them lose more force. In the end of the 10 years, the Hive Fleet Leviathan was completely destroyed. Celebrations were all over the sector for the victory. For Izuku, this was a special moment due to helping lead the Imperium to win another war, but also, he had gotten a report that the portal was ready, and his ships were being prepared. Informing his father and brothers at the celebrations, it made them happy to know what they promised would be complete, and they got all the gifts heading towards the docks of Izuku's ships. 2 days later, Izuku Legion stood at attention near the docks as 4 ships were being prepared. They were ready to send him off. The Emperor and his sons were in front of the ship the Emperor gifted Izuku as a going-away present. Updated with the others to help him go through the portal and safely arrive at his universe. As the door to the port opened, 2 custodes lead with Izuku behind them holding his sadness in with each step as his son Alni before him. Walking past them he feels the achievement he done with each step, starting a legion, leading wars, becoming a hero in this world. The people outside watching from the screens await the departure of their Primarch, full of sadness that he must return home, but they were thankful for everything he has done. Finally reaching his father, the custodes move to the side as Izuku once again kneels in front of him and hands his sword to him. Grabbing the sword he looks at it and passes it to Sanguinius for him to hold as he raises his hand asking Izuku to rise. Standing up he feels the embrace of a hug from the Emperor himself as he hugs back, holding the tears that want to come out. Finishing he goes to each of his brothers offering handshake or hugs as they know his will miss them so much. Once done he looks back at his legion as he take his helmet off to talk to them. Izuku, my sons, I stand before you today to say I am thankful for everything you done for the Imperium. Izuku, you have shown the true essence of warriors, ones that would defend the Imperium to the end. Izuku, to the Astra Militarum that stood with me, I am thankful for you as well. With your sacrifice we would had never been able to bring peace to our system and galaxy. The Militarium screams outside for the Emperor, for Deathwatch, for the Imperium. Izuku, lastly to my father the Emperor, his other sons, also Malkador the Sigillite who took me in when I first arrived, I can never repay you for everything they have done for my journey back home. Izuku kneels in front of his father as his battle sons face and bow towards the Emperor. Outside, for those who were watching on the screens, all bow to the Emperor thanking him for bringing their savior. The Emperor smile at his son and help him up to lead him into his ships, passing by the hangar bay where his fighter will be and some gifts his brother got him. Seeing the gifts Izuku was surprised to see a heavy mastodon tank with his legion colors on it. Next to it was a fire raptor gunship that he personal use but was shot down. He was shocked to see it all repair and improve. Turning around he saw Vulcan, Guilliman, Corvus and Sanguinius all whistling while looking away as the Emperor laughed at his son antics. The last things that was gifted to him was a Durdro dreadnought, only used few times. Izuku had improved on it for mobility but keeping it immense firepower. Looking at the content of his hangar bar he saw that the Tau and Aeldari left him gifts as well, but he would check on them. Turning around he see his brothers and father, well, tears coming down his face, but kneels and asks one question. Izuku, father, is there any missions you have left for me before I depart? Emperor of mankind, yes my son, kneels in front of him, be the best hero you can be for yourself and your family. Izuku, yes father, I promise you I will, and I will come to visit when I can. Maybe you or my brothers may visit. Emperor of mankind, we will consider it my son once we make sure peace is more secure. Emperor and Izuku hugged one last time as he left slowly with the others. Looking at them, Izuku was very thankful for them being in his life, and look at the gift his father gave him, a picture frame with them all there. Izuku now heads towards the helm of the ship, sitting in the captain chair, setting the engines on standby for takeoff. Seeing that his family is watching from the outside, he gives them one last salute before his ship begins to take off and head towards the portal. The 3 ships that were there as well began their sequence as well to follow Izuku, leaving the planet, seeing it once last time for now as the formation begins to do their calculations to travel in the portal. Izuku nervously waits for the time to jump but is excited to finally return and keep his promise and mission to the Emperor. The Emperor, standing on a platform, use his psyker powers to launch a blast towards the portal. Magnus, Sanguinius and other psykers join in sending power to the portal to open. Izuku and the ships activate their thruster on full and fly into the portal to head back to Izuku universe. 1 hour later, a rift open in the Izuku universe as the portal caused it and his and the other ships that went with him came out. Izuku, waking up from the journey, looks around at his crew that came along. Checking the chronograph he sees that he is back in his universe and starts a link with the Emperor. Izuku. Father, come in, if you can hear me, I have made it back, I repeat, I made it back. Emperor of mankind. We hear you son, congrats the portal work, how are you and the crew feeling, any irregularities? Izuku. No father, nothing out of place father, I'm making my way to Earth now while the other ships are heading to Mars. Emperor of Mankind. Very well son, remember what I said, my last order to you is to be the best hero. Whenever any of us aren't busy we may come visit. Izuku. Thank you father for helping me, I will not fail you. Puts hyperspeed coordinates for Earth as the other ships head to Mars. 30 minutes later, as Izuku's ship exit out of hyperspace entering stealth mode, his crew and the sons that join him look upon the Earth. The green planet with water was stunning to some. Izuku decided to video this back to his father in their universe from a link they created. The Emperor and his sons that was with him were amazed by the beauty of the planet. Emperor had actually shed a tear due to him remember what Terra looked like before the wars and unifications of the galaxy. Izuku locates Japan and shows on screen what it looks. The crew, his father watching it from their side, were amazed to see how lively the city was and the people that Izuku call heroes helping. There they saw a villain holding a person hostage as 3 heroes were moving citizen away while another 3 were planning to attack. Just then they heard on the screen, while Izuku had a smile on his face for the first time in over 10,000 years, he sees his father. All Might. Have no fear, for I am here. Karate chops the villain neck. Ha 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 ha, you are safe citizen. All Might. Now I'm off to teach the next generation. Jumps high and heads to UA. Izuku. Same old father, always there to protect people and then moving on to do more. Emperor of Mankind. He is impressive indeed son, please tell him that I am thankful that he had taught you the way of being a hero. Izuku. I will father. Here's alarms go off. What the? Vice Admiral Rex. Sir, demonic presence in the area of a school known as UA. Izuku. What? How can this be? Put it on screen. Vice Admiral Rex. Yes, my lord. Presses button to show on screen. The screen shows a greater demon's presence in the area called the USJ, as groups of students were there injured and hurt from battling demons and villains. Izuku seeing this was furious, gripping his hand hard. Izuku. Men battle stations get the 3 tactical squads, apothecary and a heavy interceptors to the drop pod on the double. Vice Admiral Rex. Yes my lord. Speaks on Vox. All hands battle stations. I repeat, all hands battle stations. Everyone on the ship began to move in order as Izuku heading to the drop pods with his son that were with him. Apothecaries join in with so they may heal the kids and teachers in case anywhere hurt. Reaching the pods, he got his men in order and made sure they were in them secure before he enters his own. Hatch doors open as the ship got into position above the area. Izuku order the launch as 5 drop pods begin their descent towards Japan. Perfect example of what Izuku and his men are going through. Credit goes to Angel of Death Sirius on Warhammer TV and to i3 Erzerker on YouTube for this awesome video. Getting closer by the minute, the Vice Admiral kept Izuku updated on the situation, informing him that his father had arrived and doing his best to hold the villain and Slanesh demons back but failing hard. Izuku was indurated by this and vowed to kill the greater demons. As they finally reach above the USJ, they made impact on the ground, readying themselves for battle. Abara Pav. Today was supposed to be a simple day of rescue training for both classes, but that didn't plan out what well. As we had arrived at the USJ, Class 1A tried to taunt us saying they would do this easily and we are just sidekicks in the future. But a portal had opened in the middle of the facility, our teachers ready to jump into action. There stood a creepy guy with hands all over his body and face, a man that looks like a portal and weird creature with his brain exposed but doesn't look alive. The last was a human to her believe, but with 4 arms, 2 with giant blades on them, and exposed chest showing everything. It was disturbing to her and to her class. Shigaraki. Well, look who we have, a class of true heroes and a class of villains. Where is All Might? He is supposed to be here. Bakugo. What do you want with All Might hand jobs? Shigaraki. Gur, what you say you? Kurogiri goes, and separate them now. Kurogiri. Yes master. Kurogiri teleports to the top of the staircase in front of both classes. Kurogiri. Hello everyone, we are the League of Villains here to kill All Might. As I can tell you are all powerful, I must separate you all. About to use quirk till 13 steps in. 13. Not so fast, I won't let you get near or hurt these children. About to use her quick but was stopped by Bakugo. Bakugo. Sensei, that is a bad idea. If his quirk is teleport, he may be able to use it to hurt you by using your black holes against you. As 13 looks at this situation, she knew this was bad until 2 idiots known as Izumi and Katsumi attack him and they were teleported away. As each person was sent to a different area, they were fighting for their lives as 13 orders Ilda to run and get help from UA. Fighting for almost an hour, most of both classes made it back towards the staircase, picking up Vlad King from being injured too much. Abara, learning first aid from her school days, began to heal Vlad King as best as she could. Aizawa did his best to protect the class, defeated most of the villains, while Shigaraki was getting furious. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, have you separate the children? Kurogiri. Yes, master, but one got away and is heading towards the school. Shigaraki. Looks at Kurogiri, if you weren't our ways to escape I would kill you right now, but for now, we have to wait for All Might. Charges towards Aizawa to fight. Shigaraki and Aizawa fight for a bit while more of the classes reach the stairs. Sadly though, Shigaraki had figured out the pattern of Aizawa's quirk and aimed for his elbow, disintegrating it slowly. Tired of this, the Nomu attacked and brutally beat Aizawa, snapping his arm and held him down. Shigaraki, looking at 3 students that came out the pool zone, charge and was ready to kill one, but touching their face nothing happens as Aizawa, with what strength he had left, lifted his head and used his quirk, stopping the killing. Nomu strikes Aizawa to the ground once more as Shigaraki was about to attack again. Mini explosion shots were hitting near him, but the Nomu blocked them. Katsuki landed next to the 3 as Tokiyami went and picked Aizawa up, slowly supporting him. Bakugo. Manga, Juzo. Kojira, glad you guys are okay. I need you guys to take sensei back to the others. Abara, there should help anyway, she can till the teachers come. Juzo. But what about you, Bakugo? Bakugo. I'll hold them as long as I can with Tokiyami right now. Our priority is to get him back. We will pull back after, alright. Juzo agree as Tokiyami and Bakugo look at each other, knowing if they are to go down, they will have done their promise to Izuku wherever he is. Attacking together, they distracted the Nomu with explosions and claw attack from Dark Shadow, making sure to watch each other backs. The Nomu taking the damage for its master, and every time he tries to attack back, Tokiyami always was there to stop it, but in time, but noticing that it was recovering from the damage all the time. Exhaustion hit them till ice cover the Nomu. The Todoroki twins arrive and stop the Nomu, but it broke through with ease. Seeing how things would turn out, they froze Bakugo and Tokiyami on the spot so they could run. As the Nomu recover and regenerated his limbs, he goes to try to punch Bakugo. Seeing that this might be his demise, he was thankful for everything, but the impact never came. Abara had used her vines to stop the attack and break the ice on them, sending more vines to try to hold the Nomu in place as they began their retreat to the stairs. Suddenly the doors of the USJ burst open. Turning around, they saw who it was and was grateful. Shigaraki. Ah, so you finally arrive, All Might, now we can finally kill you. Nomu, go after him after you hurt those 3 there. Bakugo. All Might, careful, I think it have a healing quirk and also some force of shock absorption. Me and Tokiyami were damaging it, but it didn't flinch or move. Abara. And maybe a strength quirk as well, it was able to break through my vines easily even with our training. All Might. Very well kids, head back to the stairs quickly, I will deal with this. The fight goes just like the anime, but here a video of the amazing scene. But All Might knew how not to use all his time, so he will have it longer here than in the anime. The Nomu being sent away by All Might. My punches made Shigaraki infuriated, filled with rage, scratching his neck to it almost bleeds. But suddenly the tall person charges at Shigaraki, cutting one of his arms off. Shigaraki. Off falls on his knees. Why, you bastard, I'm your allies. Keeper of secrets. Why would I allies myself with such a weakling as yourself? My chaos god is all I need, and thanks to you, you have given me slaves to use to honor my god. The keeper uses its powers to control the mind of the weak villains, bringing them to the center. As the classes and All Might watch as the tall person chants something they couldn't understand, except for Abara, Bakugo and Tokiyami. Villains started to change as their skin turned purple, bones crackling, watching blades being formed on their arms, their face morphing, deforming them to make them look different. As it was finished, they all look at the keeper and bow. Keeper of secrets. Haha, a nice small army to start an invasion for my god. Now stay here as I deal with this big, delicious guy. Licks its lips. The keeper charges at All Might and All Might charges back, trading blows, but All Might felt like he was being played with as the keeper kept dodging him like it was nothing. Suddenly he felt extreme pain on his weak side as the keeper attacked him with a night blow. Now All Might did his best to defend himself, but the blows were becoming too much. Keeper threw one more powerful punch that sent All Might to the stairs, but the keeper struck again, launching him up them to land in front of the classes. Class 1B rushed to him to check on him as Class 1A look on, thinking how weak he was. Keeper of secrets. Ah, the pain he felt, the taste of it was divine, but I don't have time to play with him. Jumping towards his army, he looks at the rest of the stronger villains, telling them to join him and you will get what you desire: money, women, anything. The villains cheer and we're ready to go up the stairs to attack the school. Abara, looking at the forces, pray for a savior or anyone to help. The villains began to climb the stairs till suddenly the roof was breached by an unknown object shooting canisters of smoke in front of the villains, scaring them to the bottom. The keeper was stunning, shocked, knowing what these were anger him to the core. Bakugo's and Abara move all might the way, quickly landing near Tokiyami, Kendo and Komori, while Class 1A and B were pushed back from the impact. No one made a move as one of the weird objects shot 3 spheres from the top, landing near everyone and creating a shield around them. Hitting it, they saw that they couldn't get out, as a spray began to hit Class 1B and the group with all might. They had worried it was to kill them, instead they felt their wounds close and their energy coming back. Class 1A wasn't receiving this, wondering why a weak class was getting this treatment, as they believed there were top dogs. Inside the pods, Izuku was giving his orders out to his men, praying to their emperor to guide them in battle once more. The latch holding them door was let go and the smoke covering the area disappeared as gunfire was heard. Izuku and his men came out and began to shoot at the demons' forces on the stairs, killing them with our mercy or care. The classes take cover, making sure everyone protected, but no shot went towards them, only towards the villains. Demons began to fall, one with the keeper taking shots as well, but the charge towards the men. The drops pod's sides open as some got to them and grab a weapon to bring it to the front. Once the demons got closer, fire erupted from burning the demons with the Emperor fire. Purge in the Emperor's name, foul demons. The screams of burning flesh can be heard as they fell off the sides of the stairs, landing with 2 pads of the stairs being blocked by fire and gunfire. The next pod the classes saw had 6 people came out and got to the edges of the stairs carrying giant guns before they steady themselves and fire. Top of the stairs, finally, the last one open and men with crosses on their arms appear in white armor different from the black the classes saw. They turn towards the shields and scan each class before they got to work. Walking through the shields, they stood in front of a broken All Might, Aizawa and Vlad King, while the students didn't move cause of fears. Abara saw how they were using a device on their arms to scan their bodies as they look at each other, giving signals to each other. One went to Class 1B shield enter and started to heal the injuries of students. Class 1B was surprised by the actions, but each one thanks them for healing them and their teacher. Class 1A was different as they didn't get treatment at all. It made them mad and started to bang the shields, not doing any damage at all. But Aizawa was being treated, his skin being healed and his broken arm and dry eyes was being fixed as well. Now comes the most important 4. Abara was a little hesitant about letting them touch All Might, but she reluctantly let them go near him. As they scan All Might, they spot to each other, which Abara, Bakugo and Tokiyami could understand. Serious injuries, multiple bruises and a deep cut wound near his weak spot. Brother Nathaniel, we need to give him the serum if he has any chance. Nathaniel. Very well, please hold him steady while I admit the serum. Bakugo. Wait, what will you do with him? Nathaniel. Ah, you speak high Gothic. Good, we are giving him a serum our Lord made specially for him. It will heal his injury from his past and the ones now, like what we are doing with your other teachers. Tokiyami. Wait, you know All Might how? You guys don't look like friends of his. Nathaniel. It's our Lord that is fighting right now that knows him, and now, please, if you can hold him tight with my brothers. Bakugo and Tokiyami help the others hold All Might down while Abara hesitant but use her vines carefully on him. Nathaniel takes out a giant needle and inserts it into wounded area of All Might as he screamed in pain, but being held down made it hard for him to move. Pulling the needle out, they see the wound closing quickly as scans show the missing organs have regrown and his wounds are being healed. Back to the battle, Izuku and his men stand at the top of the stairs as they kept firing on the demons. Izuku signals to hold the positions and don't let any through as he takes his mighty halberd and charge into the horde of demons, swinging it, killing 10 at the same times as he fights his way to the Keeper of Secrets. Killing them with skill and precision. The students were amazed by his skills. They wonder how long he has trained to be like this. Some of his minions try to attack from the rear, but they were being gunned down by the men on top of the stairs. Making sure their lord is safe and the students as they watch him finish off the rest of the villains, leaving only I'm and the Keeper. Izuku. It is over. I don't know how you got here when the Chaos Gods are weak and underpowered, but I will be sending you back to your master and making sure none of you come back. Keeper of Secrets. You will not flicks his tongue around. This world has so much essence for me to take and I will kill you to keep it. Charges toward Izuku ready to swing his blade. Izuku blocks the strike with ease. You will not corrupt this world as long as I stand. Slashes cutting one of his arms off. For the Emperor is with me. Slashes another arm off. Keeper of Secret screams, losing two arms so easily as they charge and fight with each other, creating shock waves through the facility. For 20 minutes they battle as shockwaves were breaking the ground under them, but the Keeper couldn't move Izuku at all, but he was being pushed back slowly from the battle. Keeper strikes with his blades aiming high, but Izuku moves around, cutting both arms off as the Keeper screams, falling back now with no arms and a way to defend himself. Izuku ignites his halberd. Izuku for the Imperium, for the Emperor, slashes the Keeper in half, burning it with the blade. The Keeper screams, burning away slowly as Izuku looks behind him to see the remaining demons kill as he swipes his halberd, sending the flame of the Emperor to burn them all away, leaving no trace of their corruption in the area. Izuku slowly walks back and get on comms with his men, telling them preparing to teleport to the ship. All the men heard as they gather around their pods, grabbing a teleporter and putting it next to them. Izuku walking towards the top, seeing his sons all teleport away back to the ship as one stay behind with the banner, passing it to him before he joins his brothers. Nathaniel walks to Izuku, giving him a nod and a tablet for his grandmother so she can understand what happens as they reach the last pod and teleported back onto the ship. As now Izuku looks at both classes, seeing his tormentors were in one class made him upset about how society didn't change, while the other class he spotted the four people he wanted to see the most, Kachan and Tokiyami, his brothers, and lastly his father, seeing them brow happiness to his heart. Lastly, the most important person he saw was Abara. Seeing her made his heart skip. The beautiful rose he always saw her as finally bloom. Just then the USJ door opens as Ilda has come back with teachers. Nezu orders to stand in front of the students to protect them from the mysterious person they are looking at. Snipe take out his revolver and tries to aim it at Izuku, but his gun was knocked right out of his hand and destroyed by a combat knife. Teachers all got in fighting position as Izuku press a button on his glove to remove the shields around the classes and teacher as the shield dissolved themselves, leaving nothing behind. Izuku looks to see that his father All Might was now standing as the teachers look at him, shock of what has happened. Turning around he asks what was wrong until he look at himself in the reflection of broken glass. Seeing that he looks younger and his wound was gone, he felt his body at 100% power with no struggles at all, breathing better than he ever did. Nezu. All Might, what happened to you? All Might. I do not know, sir. I was badly injured from fighting a villain and now look at me, I'm younger and I don't have my injury no more. Abara. Father, you can thank that person over there. I think those were his man that heal you and the other. All Might look at the stranger not making any moves as he steps near him. He gives out his hand for a handshake and the stranger gives it back to him, not knowing this is his own son, thanking him for healing him, but now he has to ask him questions. All Might. I thank you for your assistance, stranger, and also helping me and the others recover, but who are you and where did you come from with those men? Izuku. You're welcome, All Might. Your son Izuku has told me a lot about you and who you were. Bakugo. You said Izuku, do you know him? Is he alive? Is he well? Tokiyami. Please, we need to know. We have been worried about him for so long. Any info can help us. Abara. Yes, I miss him so much. We all miss him. It's been hard, and if you know him, please, tears coming down her eyes, please give us any hope of him being alive. Izuku. He is alive and well, and he had become a leader, a hero where he was. Izuku. Beside, why would I forgot about the exploding Pomeranian and the little crow that fell from the nest, laughs a little. Bakugo and Tokiyami look straight at the stranger in shock. Only Izuku knew their nicknames that he made for them, which always made them upset. Abara was shocked as well, but though about what was going on. Nezu walks to the group wondering what was going on and about to ask the most important question. Nezu. Sir, if what they are saying is true, that would make you, Izuku, the only person to ever beat you in chess multiple times in a row, the only one to take Uncle Shota's sleeping bag and live grabs his helmet as a hiss goes off. Izuku, the one to leave that gift for Abara, who now has become the beautiful rose she is, slowly take off helmet showing diamond freckles. As the stranger takes off his helmet, they could see who it was. Nezu and All Might eyes widen as tears spill out of their eyes. Bakugo and Tokiyami fell on their knees, finally finding him after all these years, and Abara started to tear after so many years he finally returned home to her and his family. Izuku. It is good to see you all again, I'm finally home. All Might look at the stranger not making any moves as he steps near him. He gives out his hand for a handshake and the stranger gives it back to him, not knowing this is his own son, thanking him for healing him, but now he has to ask him questions. All Might. I thank you for your assistance, stranger, and also helping me and the others recover, but who are you and where did you come from with those men? Izuku. You're welcome, All Might. Your son Izuku has told me a lot about you and who you were. Bakugo. You said Izuku, do you know him? Is he alive? Is he well? Tokiyami. Please, we need to know, we have been worried about him for so long, any info can help us. Abara. Yes, I miss him so much, we all miss him, it's been hard, and if you know him, please, tears coming down her eyes, please give us any hope of him being alive. Izuku, he is alive and well, and he had become a leader, a hero where he was. Izuku. Beside, why would I forgot about the exploding Pomeranian and the little crow that fell from the nest, laughs a little. Bakugo and Tokiyami look straight at the stranger in shock. Only Izuku knew their nicknames that he made for them, which always made them upset. Abara was shocked as well, but though about what was going on. Nezu walks to the group wondering what was going on and about to ask the most important question. Nezu. Sir, if what they are saying is true, that would make you Izuku. The only person to ever beat you in chess multiple times in a row. The only one to take Uncle Shota's sleeping bag and live, grabs his helmet as a hiss goes off. Izuku. The one to leave that gift for Abara, who now has become the beautiful rose she is, slowly take off helmet showing diamond freckles. As the stranger takes off his helmet, they could see who it was. Nezu and All Might eyes widen as tears spill out of their eyes. Bakugo and Tokiyami fell on their knees, finally finding him after all these years, and Abara started to tear after so many years he finally return home to her and his family. Izuku. It's good to see you all again, I'm finally home. Present Izuku looks at the everyone, some with shocked faces, some were crying, others were full of anger and hate, and was waiting to make a move until a person crashed into him. Due to Izuku being tall, he had looked down to see who was hugging him. It was Abara, as she wraps her arms around him as best she could, hope she wasn't dreaming. Izuku hugs her back gently, reminding himself of his strength, and look into her beautiful eyes. Abara. You're back, tears coming down her eyes, you're finally back. I never gave up hope. Izuku. Indeed, Abara, I am, and look how much you have grown into a beautiful delicate rose. Abara moves back a little and blushes hard from his compliment, but keep crying for his return. Izuku, seeing this, wipes her tears away to show her beauty. Suddenly he was hit by two objects which did not move him at all. It was Bakugo and Tokiyami. Bakugo. You're back, brother looks at you, who told you that you can be taller than me, grits his teeth a little. Tokiyami. Indeed, it is good to see you again, I'm glad you were safe, but where did you go, what with that armor you were wearing? Izuku. It's from where I was, I will explain it better at Uncle Nezu's office if that's okay with you. Nezu. Yes please, I want full details, and we must do a checkup on you to see what happened in the 10 years you disappear. Izuku. 10 years? It's only been that long here, huh? Nezu. Nephew, what do you mean it's only been that long here? Izuku. Well uncle, it's been over 10,000 years for me. Everyone. Over 10,000 years, how are you alive? Izuku. Laughs hard, ah yes, and how I'm alive, that is my secret that only those close to me will know. Looks at his father and walks to him. All Might look at his son, no longer the little boy he was raising. Now he is 7 feet 2 tall gentleman wearing some form of armor for who knows what purpose. As Izuku stands in front of his father, he goes on one knee and kneels to him in respect. All Might look at his son, wraps his arms around him, finally having him back after so many years. The embrace by father and son was a touching moment until one stupid banshee decided to ruin it. Izumi. Well, if it isn't the useless Deku, now that you are back, I can finally have my revenge. Tries to use her quirk on him, but he puts his hands up and stops it. Izuku. If you think your telekinesis would work on me, then think again. Uses psychic powers and send it back to her tenfold. Feel the Emperor Wraith Heretic. Psychic powers hit Izumi and cause her to scream out in horrific pain, as she grabs her head, screaming for her life, scratching her head, making the scalp bleed till she knocks out from all the pain. Izuku. I apologize for that, father, but it is good to see you after all this time. Now come, those villains need to be arrested in Class 1A medical attention even if they don't deserve it. The NWE can go talk in Nezu office. All Might. Alright son, but still I never felt better. Looks at Izuku, I see you train a lot of son. How about a race to Nezu office if you know where it is? Izuku. You're on, old man, laughs Abara. Bakugo, Tokiyami, meet us at Nezu office. Sir, we will be waiting for you there. Hope your cameras can tell who won. As both left the building to see buses there to load up the students, they go near the path that leads to UA. As a person steps up, it was Snipe with his backup gun in his hand. As he aims high ready to shoot, Izuku armor opens slits in the back as everyone see beautiful green wings come out his back with small golden tips on the end. As Snipe look at both, his fires his gun and they both rush off, Izuku flying and All Might run to the school. As the students load the bus, they could see on the monitor the race as they were amazed that Izuku was keeping up with his father. The drive to school was only a few minutes, but seeing how fast they move on the screen was amazing. As they arrive at the school, they see them both laughing about the race as All Might was amazed by his son's skills. As the students left the bus and was checked on by medical staff, Izuku, All Might, Abara, Bakugo and Tokiyami and staff members all went to Nezu office as Class 1A decided to follow as well so they can learn how much weaker he is. Izuku was about to start when the door was kicked open and he dodged a kick before grabbing the person who attempted to attack him. Izuku. Well grandpa, it's good to see you again. Holding him upside down, you look OL gets hit on his knees and fall over. Ah, what the? Chio. That's for making us worried so much. Brat. Hugs him. I'm so glad you're safe though. Izuku. I miss you too. Grandma hugs back. Nezu. Now nephew, would you please explain to us what happened that day and where you go? Izuku. Sure uncle, but can I get out of the suit first? Sorry if I'm undressed. Cooling system still in repair. Izuku presses a button as the suit opens for him, slowly stepping out. Everyone can see what he grew into. The girls of 1A were surprised to see him looking like a Greek god and want him more than ever. The same reaction can be said for 1B females, but they knew who Izuku was going to be with. Abara, though her head was steaming, nose bleeding, and lustful thoughts came into her head seeing Izuku the way he is now. The scars on his body were shown as well from a millennium worth of battles. All Might. Son, look at you, train harder than I ever could. Izuku. Thanks dad, but now I'll tell you what happened. Izuku started to explain what happened on that tragic day, of how he had exited the portal and was in a new universe 30,000 years in the future, to how he met his adopted father there who read his memories and wanted to kill 1A and Inko. He goes to explain how his adopted father, the Emperor of Mankind, gave him the chance to be a hero and augmented his body to accept gene seed from the Emperor and his 5 sons. Giving the tablet to his grandmother to show her what he was saying was true, although furious that he augmented his body, whacking him with her cane. The hologram shows how his body was different from regular people's bones, cover in an unknown material to them and in metal, an extra heart and lungs. Everyone in the room was surprised by this, but calm down so Izuku can continue, and this he begins to explain his training through the years and how he fought in many wars. Hound dog. Kid, you are mentally okay with what happened? I can set up some sessions with you. Izuku. Thank you for the offer, but I am fine after so long. I got used to it because it brought the galaxy peace. Hound dog. Very well kid, but if you ever need, don't be afraid. Izuku nods to him and continues to explain what happened during 10,000 of conflict to fighting in a civil war to defending the Imperium and becoming the leader of it while everything was happening. Then explaining how he built his sector in that time, showing images of how his planet looked all and the banner on a fortress with All Might colors. All Might. Son, why are my colors there? Izuku. The House of Yagi, a group of warriors that I picked due to their heroic actions on the field of banner to represent us. I put here under your colors, father, since you're an inspiration to me and to them once I told them your stories. All Might, surprised to be honored, and had a tear come out his eyes, wiping it away quickly. Izuku lastly explained how he fought in the last conflict before building a portal with the help of the Emperor and his sons to come back. Izuku. Then you saw what happened when me and my forces landed at USJ. We took care of those demons. Nezu. Nephew, you said those existed in your world. How could they come here? Izuku. Honestly uncle, I have no clue. Once we are done here, I'll contact father and give him the details so my forces can investigate. Nezu. Very well, and what happened to the others that were with you? Izuku. On my flagship heading back to Mars to help the Mechanicum build there once more. Power loader. This armor is amazing euros for better movement scanners in helmet and I feel as All Might punch might not hurt it. Izuku. Indeed, it was mine and brother Gilliman designed to give our forces maximum protection while amazing mobility. Power loader. With your permission I can help you with your cooling problem. Izuku. Sadly, Mr. Loader, I have to say no, only the Mechanicum or myself are allowed to work on it by the will of the machine spirit. Power loader. Damn, but very well, I understand. Izuku. Thank you now uncle, I know it's late and we shall head back home not to worries our parents. Nezu. Indeed, also nephew, I would like to offer you a spot in the hero course and to show the world a quirkless hero can be a hero unlike those of 1A. Nezu. I like for you to have a 1v1 against your father if that's okay with you. In return I will give you whatever you want or need. Izuku. I would like to accept your offer uncle, all I need is a medium-sized workshop with a forge so I can make my armor. Nezu. Done now everyone, please leave and head to your homes. Smintos, please if you can get the schematic from Izuku for his warehouse. As Smintos does this everyone started leaving with many thoughts went into everyone's head. Class 1A boys were furious about how he looks knowing they would never get there. The girls were having lustful thoughts knowing they can't wait to force a marriage on him. Izumi was hiding her fury well as she would take it out later on her training dummies as she calls her mother to tell her what happened. Class 1B was different, they felt saddened by his tale knowing just because he was born differently, he went through so much. But they also felt inspired to work hard as he did and become the best hero they could be. His story inspired them to not give up as they rushed to Vlad King so they can get harsher training from them. The teachers were happy that Izuku pushed through with everything he'd been through and was amazed by what he'd done. In their eyes he was already a hero, but now he can be one in their world as well, leading the next generation. All Might. Son, come time for us to head home, and don't worry, I divorced that bitch Inko and disowned Izumi. All Might. Katsuki, Tokiyami, Abara, please invite your families over for a celebration of his return and I will have to announce it as well in a day or two. Bakugo, Tokiyami. Can we invite our girlfriends as well and their families? Everyone stopped and heard a thud as they saw Izuku trip and fell on the ground, shocked by the news. Izuku. Someone actually decided to date the Pomeranian and the crow that fell out the nest. Bakugo, Tokiyami. Yes, you fool. Izuku. I'll have to give them a head scan, see if they're not confused or brain dead, laughs while running away. Bakugo and Tokiyami got angry and chase after Izuku, making everyone laugh that the chaotic trio was back. After their fun they all returned home as Izuku and his father came to their gated home. He was nervous. He learns from his dad he remarried and had another sibling that wanted to meet him after learning about him. He was scared that his new mother would act like his old one, but All Might reassured that she wasn't like that. Arriving at the gate they All Might let his quirk go and turned back to normal. Toshinori. Hi my love and little one, I have a lot of explain to do, but first let me introduce you to someone. Izuku stepped out of the car slowly with his armor. He was near 7 feet 2 looking at the two people his father was to introduce. Toshinori. Nimori, Hina, this is Izuku, he my lost son and he is finally back. Izuku. Pleasure to meet you mother and little sister. Nimori. Gives him a big hug, finally good to have you home son, oh your father call ahead, we are going shopping for you tomorrow. Hina come, Hina with tears in her eyes. Izuku lets go of the hug from his new mother and goes close to his sister, bending on one knee, lifting her in his arms, slowly hugging her. Hina grabs onto him crying because she finally has an Oni-chan. As both parents took out their phones taking pictures of the two. They went inside and Izuku told his mother everything that happened and why he looks the way he does now. She was shocked, saddened and shed tears from his story, but was glad to see that he was alive and well. After everything was done Izuku settled into his new room and was told they planned for tomorrow. Leaving his armor in the living room, placing a transporter down so a Mechanicum agent can pick up his armor for repairs and getting a report from them about how far they are. In the evening families came over as Izuku met his buddies' girlfriends, giving them a quick head scan which made them chase after him. Seeing the boys being chaotic again made everyone happy, knowing the old Izuku was still there. Bakugo parents and Tokiyami parents did their best to hug him tightly as he hugs them back, thanking them for everything. Once dinner was ready thanks Toshi cooking they dug in, but Izuku was eating a lot more than everyone as he felt the presence on him. Stopping he noticed why and explained what the augmentations did to his body and metabolism. As the evening went on the couples were dancing with each other as everyone waited for Izuku and Abara to start. Even after 10,000 years Izuku was still nervous wreck but asked for Abara hand to dance. Leading her to the floor they begin to dance ignoring the world as they do, as their parents took pictures of the cute moment taking many pictures. They decided to step away from the party to talk in private under the moonlight which made Abara shine more beautiful than ever in Izuku's eyes. Abara. Izuku, I'm so happy that you're back, I've been waiting for this day for so long, tears about come out. Izuku. Don't cry beautiful, after so long that's the last thing I want to see you do, wipes them away. Abara. It's just I'm hoping this isn't a dream and I keep pinching myself to show it's not cause there's something we need to talk about. Izuku. May I ask what's we need to talk about? Abara. Your letter, I read it, and have an answer for you. Izuku remember the letter he left her before he disappeared, nervous about what the response was till he was pulled down by his collar and kiss. Izuku lifted her up slowly as they kiss with passion and love, stopping to put their foreheads together. Claps were heads behind them as everyone saw the display for the new couple. Abara parents were happy, and they both gave their approval to date, and the mothers already started to plan their future wedding, making them both blush. As the part ended everyone was beginning to leave slowly as Abara had asked her parents to stay the night, both agreeing to no. She asked this brought out a night bag for her. Finally reaching his room he gave Abara privacy to change while he takes Hina to her room to read her a story to sleep. Hina. Oni-chan thanked, yawned slowly, closing her eyes for the story. Izuku. You're welcome little one, now rests for tomorrow adventure, kisses her forehead. Izuku closes her door slowly, watching her sleep peacefully as he walks back towards his room, entering seeing Abara in a beautiful nightgown, being stunned by her beauty. Getting closer he lifts her up and lays her down with him in bed, turning off the light. Looking into her beautiful eyes he kisses her one last time, putting her on his chest so they may cuddle the night away. 2 weeks later, since the school was close to the hero course but not the support and was making adjustments to protect the students, Izuku offered him and his mechanicum service to help with some new upgrades. Nezu accepted the help and now has walls as tough as Izuku armor with quirk reflecting shielding. Hidden turrets were embedded into the walls in case of the worst situation, with a void shield generator involved as well. Nezu was impressed and was thankful for Izuku and promised no one from the support department will be able to touch it, if so, they will be expelled. Power Loader was upset by this because he had ideas for the wall, but he understood that Izuku was better in that department, as he told his students all were upset about not being able to study the new, especially a pink-haired girl that made it her goal to until she heard the expel part. In the Yagi home they were spending time as a family, taking Izuku to get clothing custom made for him and other things he needs. Toshi thanked Kami that he invested a lot in saving just for Izuku return. Even little Hina pick a shirt for him and he loved it. Izuku and Abara spend a lot of time as well, going on 3 dates in a week, with both of them having an amazing time. All Might had called a meeting with reporters as they arrive at Might Tower. They calmed down to hear the news that his son was found, and he explained a short version before bringing him out. The Hero Commission was there and tried to ban Izuku from being a hero, but the International Hero Commission and the representative for the World Heroes stopped him and told that Izuku was under their protection. Overpowering the Hero Commissioner, he walks away angry. Izuku thanked them, and after hearing Izuku's story privately without the HC there, they agreed to work with Izuku and his forces on Mars, giving Mars a seat at the UN and to represent themselves. Izuku thanked them and will relay the info to them. As for Inko, she has tried to set up marriages for Izuku so she can sell him off, but their plan was exposed and she couldn't even do it anyway since her parental rights were taken away. Now, after doing his prayers to his father the Emperor in his prayer room, he begins to put his uniform on for school. Coming down to the kitchen, his family looks at how sharp he is and enjoy breakfast. On the way they drop Hina to say daycare as she was excited to show everyone her brother. Chuckling at her happiness, he said hi to her class before leaving to get to school. Entering through the gates of UA, Izuku was excited as he finally able to start his dream of becoming a hero for the people. As his father left to prepare for his lessons, his mother took him to his classroom. Walking the halls, he a little step to his walk, which his mother giggled as they finally reach 1B door. Hugging his mother as she walks away to prepare for her lessons, he knocks on the door and hears enter Izuku. Pardon the interruption, I'm your new student, sir. Vlad King. Ah yes, Izuku, welcome, please introduce yourself in class, you can ask him questions after he done. Izuku. Good morning, I am Izuku Yagi, son of All Might, Primarch of the Deathwatch Legion, it is nice to meet you all. Class 1B. Welcome Izuku. As hands were raised, Izuku starts with the girl with green hair. Setsuna. Hi, I'm Setsuna Cutie, was wondering if you are single. Izuku. First hello, second, I am not, I'm dating my beautiful rose Abara. As the class looks to see Abara hiding her red face as Setsuna sulks, I'm sadness that the hot guy is taken. Another hand raise, it was Katsuki girlfriend Kendo. Kendo. Hey Izuku, nice to see you again, how much do your armor weighs? Izuku. Hello Kendo, hopes the Pomeranian isn't causing you trouble again. Katsuki. I'll kick your ass, you jolly green giant. Izuku. Chuckles, anyway my armor weighs about 1,200 pounds. The class and even Vlad King was shocked by his answer as he was walking smoothly in it during the USJ. A small girl with two horns raises her hand. Pony. Hi, I'm Pony, sorry my Japanese is rusty, I wanted to ask why you call yourself the Deathwatch. Izuku looks and see what she meant about rusty and goes to her with a bracelet, putting it on her. Izuku. That bracelet will let you talk in Japanese easier. As for your question, it because we were good at fighting Xenos in war. Vlad King. Okay, that's enough for now, ask him later, time for class to start. The day went by like a breeze in the wind, calm and easy as Izuku proved he was just not a warrior but a brilliant person in studies as well. As the lunch bell rang, his class left. They saw student outside of class 1A yelling at them saying they don't belong, but once they say 1B they were ready to challenge us for a spot. Izuku accept on behalf of his class, saying to them to give it their all. Now it was time for the big event newscaster to film it for all of Japan, Father vs. Sona battle for the ages, at the UA Stadium. The 1010's heroes were there in the stand, leaving their seconds to command their agency. Namori, Hina and Abara were with Nezu and the other teachers ready to see this battle. Endeavour and his wife was in the next booth as he was very careful with her due to her being pregnant. Class 1B and Class 1A sat in far sections to not be close to each other but were excited for different reasons. Inko and the Hero Commissioner were in a section far from Nezu as her rage was boiling up, trying to figure a way to kill Izuku or get rid of him, but now with the Hero Commission from both worlds and international it will be difficult. Now present Mike grabs his might and prepare to start the battle. Present Mike. Yeah, it's time for a battle. On this corner we have the number 1 hero, All Might. All Might jumped from the roof laughing, saying his signature, saying I am here. The crowd roars with excitement. Present Mike. And on this corner, we have the son of All Might, give it up for the Primarch Izuku. Izuku comes from the roof as well, jumping using his halberd to crash into the ground, spreading his wings to rid the dust. The crowd goes crazy for the entrance as both look at each other ready to fight. Until Izuku raises his hand to silence the crowd, taking off his helmet he looks at his father. Izuku. Father, would you like me to get you armor that will protect you so we can go all out? Do not worry about the people in stadium, they are protected by special shields I made. Also I like to invite a few guests. All Might. Very well son, I will accept the honor to wear armor. And who is this guest? Izuku. Mechanicum, activate the view disc and puts teleporter down, bring in my father Amor. One of his tech priests activates the disc and in the empty sections from the other universe they see the people that raise Izuku. On the left stood Sanguinius, Ferris, Conrad Alfarius and Omegan. To the right stood Gilliman, Rogel, Corvus, Vulcan and Magnus. In the middle though from the other universe his immense power spread through the stadium as Izuku kneeled to the person, the man that helped raise him, the Emperor of Mankind himself. Emperor of Mankind. Greetings, I am the Emperor of the universe where Izuku was. I was informed that he would fight his father to show off his training and I couldn't help but wanting to see it. To you All Might his father, I thank you for raising an amazing son with a great heart, and I know he will do well as a hero. All Might. Emperor, I must thank you and your sons for helping to raise him and help him become the hero he will become. He told us the stories and I could never be more grateful for everything. Bows to him, I can never you for what you did. Emperor of Mankind. Rise champion of Japan, you don't need to bow. All I ask if help your son continue on his duty and to accept the gift that he created for years ago for this moment. As the teleported activated, two tech priests stepped through with golden armor beautifully crafted and a cape with all might current costume colors. Emperor of Mankind. Custody's armor only granted to the finest warriors on the Imperium, custom made by your son. Cause how you fight, now let them help you put it on for this battle. As the crowd cheers to know the fight will be epic, All Might look at his son and nodded as the tech priest helped him in making sure it was fitted perfectly. He tests it out, moving in it, and it did not bother him at all, work perfectly. Looking at his son, he saw him unwrapped an item and toss it to him. Catching it, he saw it was a beautiful, crafted war hammer. Looking at his son, he held it and was ready to use it. Izuku got into a fighting position with his halberd as they stare each other down, waiting for the symbol to begin. Nezu got onto the speaker and said begins as they both moved so quickly, smashing their weapons, causing a huge shock wave. To the crowd, they were cheering like crazy, even with all they saw were blurs moving impacts their weapons towards each other. Moving away from each other's, they put their weapons to the side and began to show their hand-to-hand skills. The teachers were impressed with how Izuku countering his father and striking back, though his father did well block too. Class 1A was furious to see such a weak person be this strong to stand against the number 1 hero. As the clashing of weapons counties to be here, they back away from each other, putting their weapons to the side and began to slug it out using their first matching punch for punch armor, denting with the power being displayed. Seeing two proud warriors fight hand to hand in armor that should be impossible to move in for the normal human was impressive to the Emperor as he was enjoying the fight. Rogel, watching, couldn't help but remember the battle between him and Izuku, as his father is fighting just like him and Izuku doing his best countering. Seeing this, All Might, his father, showed that his years of experience of being a hero was impressive to him. Emperor of Mankind. Rogel, what is on your mind, my son? You're very focused on this fight. Rogel. Oh, pardon me, father, but do you remember my fight with Izuku? This is bringing back those days of me training him and the fights we had. We are still tied after all. Emperor of Mankind. Laughs a little. Ah yes, I remember the number of times he challenges you and you did the same. This does remind me of the first fight. Missing those days. How once the portal on his side is complete, you can come visit for a challenge, son. Rogel. I would like that, father. For now, let us watch these gladiators fight. Inko and the Commissioner booth. Inko. Where this waste of space gets this power? He was a quirkless freak and now he is strong as this baboon. All Might. HC. We don't know, he is being protected by his uncle and the other commissioner. We can't get near him and kidnap him. Inko. No, he deserves to die. He caused all of this chaos and deserve death under my hand. Crushing the chair next to her. Class 1A booth. Izumi. This can't be why he is so strong. He was weak, pathetic. There no way he is stronger than All Might. Crushes her soda can. Shoto. It must be that armor, it giving him power. We need to find a way to get it away from him. Ilda. We need to force him to surrender that armor and plans for it so we can make it for ourselves and force him to quit being a hero like the quirkless person he is. Then he can be the husband for Ochako. Moves hands like crazy. The girls. You mean our husband, Ilda? We all agree to share him and force his babies on us. He will never leave. The boys. What about us? The girls. You are not him. Sorry. Lustful eyes looking at Izuku. The boys felt anger flow in them as they did have crush on some of the girls, but knowing they will never match Izuku, they all agree once he quits, they will beat him nearly to death every day, so he learns their pain. Class 1B stands. As Class B see their new classmate in battle, they were amazed by his power and strength as they saw what 10,000 years of battle can do to a person. The skills he displays against his father. Kendo. Amazing, his fight style is incredible. I want to learn. You think he will teach me, honey? Bakugo. I think he will, though his giant broccoli ass will have to teach me, too. Tokiyami. I heard he good in the shadows. Hopefully he can teach me and Shihai so we can be underground heroes. Kanoko snuggles with Tokiyami. Kanoko. As long you come home safe and don't scare me using his skills, you can use them, but if you do, he'll make you suffer, okay? Tokiyami. Very well. Love kisses her forehead. Setsuna. So much power in his punches and kicks. I wonder what his training regimen is. Tetsu. I want to know as well so I can train and be as strong as him. Flex muscle. Jirota. Indeed, Sir Yagi, muscle mass as big as when I have to go into berserk mode. I want to train with him and see if I can stronger. As Class 1B kept talking about how Izuku was doing in the battle, the teachers and staff were talking about his as well. Teacher Booth, Nezu, and the others with Endeavor and Ray were watching the battle with much interest, as Endeavor was thinking of sending him an internship after the festival. Nezu, I will say this event is one of the best showings of what two real heroes can do, ha 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 ha. Vlad King. His skills are amazing and militaristic as well. I wonder how he was trained, and maybe he can show me. I've been rusty since leaving the force. 13. That right, you were special ops for your country before you retired to come be a teacher. I see why your students from the past summer of the best in Japan. Vlad King. Thank you. 13. Now I must find a training plan for him. Any suggestion, Aizawa, since his is your nephew? Aizawa. In the 2 weeks when I was recovering I did visit him to do an assessment of his skills, and all I got to say is I don't think we can teach him anything. He even out-stealthed me in a battle, and the crazy thing is he was in front of me all the time. Endeavor. How can that be? You didn't spot him then? Aizawa. It one of his traits that he receives from one of his gene seed brothers. He discovered it with his brother known as Corvus in war, where they can be out of sight from the enemy. It's an amazing skill. He wants to teach me in stealth when I recover as well. Give me a set of armor that very light and silent. Nezu. Interesting, I can't wait to see you in it. I wonder if he going to build an armor for the sport festival. Of course I would let him use it, but with rubber bullets, not real ones. Nezu. But now let's pay attention to the ending of this fight. I wonder who will win and who will lose, ha 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 ha. Back to the fight, meeting in the middle one more with their punches colliding. They continue to counter until All Might grab him and threw him. All Might. Oklahoma smash, spinning and then throwing him hard to the wall. Izuku flies towards it but fixes himself and lands, charging at his father once more. Feinting an attack with his right, his father falls for it as he counters by grabbing him from behind and suplex him. Getting up from the attack, he snaps his back, shaking it off, charging his some with a DETRIOT smash. Izuku charges the attack head-on, taking it on his chest before grabbing his father, throws him in the air. All Might uses this to his advantage, spinning himself. Even with the armor it did not slow him down, pressing a random button small thruster push him towards the ground. Using the momentum, he charges right on top of his son, screaming California smash, hitting Izuku from above. Using his arms to block, but the pressure broke the floor below him. Izuku though saw the opportunity and infused his punch with his psyker power and punch his father away, making him crash into the wall. Getting off, he smiles at his son as they look at each other once more across from each other. All Might. Ha 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 ha, I haven't had this much fun in ages. Come son, let us continue this battle. Charges forward, Carolina smash, cross chops in front of Izuku. Izuku. Ha ha, come then. Father blocks the attack and pushes him back. Let us fight till the end. 2 hours later, 2 hours of fighting has passed, and no man wanted to give up. It shows what the #1 hero was willing to do to win, and it show what his son was willing to do as well. The crowd fell silence in this time, just enjoying the fight, seeing what the current and future #1 hero possessed in power. As they felt the shock wave of their punches hit one more time, they both were pushed back. All Might. Breath's hard, my boy, this is the most fun I had in years. Not even your Uncle Enjoy was able to fight this long in a slugfest. Izuku. Breath's hard. Thank you, father. Now how about we give this crowd a finish they'll never forget. All Might. Do you remember what I told you about my quirk? Well, let me show you the full power of it. Charges towards his son. Izuku. I did, and I will show you the power of a Primarch. Spreads his wings and charges back. As they throw punch after punch, the power and force were causing the Void's shields to lose power, surprising the Emperor and Tech Priest. Spectators of the battle were shocked to feel their power shake the stadium as they punch each other away. All Might pull he right back and charges one last time as Izuku follow with his own charge, infusing his fist with his Psyker's powers. All Might. DETRIOTSMASSSHHHHHH. Izuku. For the Emperor. Both first hit their marks, causing the stadium to shake, massive smoke cloud and the Void shields to take a massive hit. The Emperor could see it and use his powers to hold the shield together to protect the people. As the smoke slowly clears, people were in anticipation of the results of the attack as Izuku was standing while his father was on the ground knockout. The crowd roared loudly as Izuku was on his knee but stood with his strength and waved to the crowd. Nezu, Abara, Nimori and Hina all cheer for his win as Class 1A was shocked by it and was furious that he was getting the attention that they wanted. Class 1B saw the power of their new classmate and strength and is motivated even more now. The Emperor stood and clapped for his son victory as well as his brothers as Rogel had a tear in his eye but quickly wiped it away remembering how Izuku had beat him. As the tech priest removed both from their armor, Hatsume wanted to disassemble them but was stopped by her teacher and told them no as the priest took the armor away for repair. Nezu then taps the mic to get everyone attention. Nezu. Congrats nephew on the victory against your father. Now I have a special announcement. In 1 month times the sports festival will begin. You all have that long to prepare for it. Izuku, you can participate in it and you can use your armor if you make it in time, but I will be putting heavy weights on you to give everyone a fair chance. Izuku. I accept the challenge uncle and I can't wait. Until then I will help train my new friends in my class to show what real heroes can do. Nezu. Ha ha ha, take Vlad King with you, show them your training regimen. The battle ended. All Might Toshi woke up and hugged his son right away, congratulating him for the amazing fight. As an Izuku communicator that can speak to his other father, the Emperor congratulated him as well as both fathers talk about how Izuku and thank each other for raising a good son. It made Izuku tear a little. The Emperor had informed he will be able to visit one day once things clear up as the orcs and Tyranids are trying to invade again, but reassured that they are handling it with Izuku Legion on the front once more. Izuku thanked his father for the news and that his legion was helping once more. As it was time for everyone to head home, the Emperor once again states how proud he is of Izuku and to continue your mission to be the best hero. As Izuku kneels for the praise that he given him and ends transmission so the tech priest may head back to Mars with their armor to repair them. Izuku reminds himself to make a seat for his other father so he can see the sport festival. The families leave the stadium and are heading to restaurant but was stopped by Hero Commissioner, Class 1A, Izumi and Izuku ex-mother Inko. Inko. You shouldn't have come back, you waste of a life. Now that you are here I'll deal with you personally. Inko tries to use her quirk on Izuku. Izuku let her quirk hit him with the worried of his family and friends' family, but he felt nothing as he lifted his hand, broke her quirk power like it was child play. Izuku. Your quirk is as weak as your daughter's. Let me show you the might of the Emperor. You skank uses Psyker's power on Inko. As Inko screamed from the pain, Izuku moved his hand around to increase and decrease it, destroying her mind slowly. Izumi tried to her quirk on him but no effect as 1A tried to attack him but were all hit by lighting. Izuku shock from his other hand. Denki, thinking it was lighting, tried to absorb it but nothing as they were shocked more till they pass out with only Izumi and Inko still conscious. Izuku looks at them both getting closer, shocking and hurting their head, making them scrape their head, letting it bleed. Izuku. If I ever see you near me or my family I will end you. If I see you threaten or hurt my queen, I will make sure you are burned to a crisp. Do I make myself clear? Squeezes his hand harder. As Inko and Izumi scream again they shake their head yes as Izuku let go, grab them both and smash their heads together, knocking them out as he looks at the Hero Commissioner as he run away in fear. Izuku. Apologize everyone for that. Now how about we go head to the restaurant for dinner? Abara, please inform your class in 2 days meet us in front of my home for training for the festival will begin. Abara. Already done love, now let's head home and have a feast for your victory. Toshi. That's right son, also later I would like to talk to you and Abara privately. Izuku. Very well father, now time to rush to the restaurant, picks up Abara bridal style, making her blush deep red. Abara. Honey, what are you doing? Flustered. Izuku. Carrying my queen. What else? Don't be flustered, I'll be doing this on our wedding day. Abara went atomic red on her face as Izuku chuckled. The family watches, taking pictures to send to Abara parents as they walk to the restaurant. Hina, being the jealous little sister, also wanted to be carried by her brother, but he promised her to do after dinner. Once dinner was done and paid, they headed home. Hina was tucked in once more by Izuku before leaving her room in silence. Abara, waiting outside, walked with him towards Toshinori's private room to talk to him, wondering what was wrong. Entering, they see 2 chairs ready with his grandfather there and his uncle Night Eye, also known as Mirai Sasaki. Izuku. Uncle, it's good to see you after so long. Hugs him. Mirai. It's good to see you too. Izuku, glad you're back safe. Tries to hug him back. Izuku. Thank you uncle. Father, may I ask why we are meeting here? Toshi. Yes, my boy, as you see, even with my return youth and power, I believe it's time for me to retire soon. Toshi. I want to be there for you and Hina as I watch both of you grow, but I can't do that if I continue to be a hero. Izuku. Are you sure, father, but what about him? Toshi. Yes, him, don't worry, I won't retire till he finishes off once and for all, but now it comes to this son. Miria. I'll be there to support both of you as well alongside my son that I adopted. Toshi. Thank you for that, friend. Now Izuku, do you remember what I told you about the quirk? And don't worry, the others know and are keeping it a secret. Izuku. Yes, father, what about it? Toshi. I would like for you to carry the torch, son. Will you be the next holder of one for all? Izuku look at his father and remember what he wanted to do since he was 4. Izuku stands go near his father and kneels to him, accepting the burden and responsibility of it. Toshi. Very well, son. Now then, plucks hair off his head and pass it to Izuku. Eat this. Izuku. Abara laughs at his reaction, filming it for their group as he takes the hair and swallows it, choking and joking about so much hair products in it. As the group laugh and start to plan a training regimen for Izuku if he needs it. Izuku. I don't think I will need it, father, but we will see. I had some ideas how to use it while I was in the other universe. Toshi. Then show me, son. Standing in the room, he can feel the quirk flowing in him, but seeing how he is putting all the power in one part, he can tell that was wrong as he decided to spread it evenly around his body and feels where the pain starts. The others watch in the room was amazed by how fast he able to figure it out and turns it off. Izuku. It seems even with my body augmentations I was only able to handle 70%. I can push it to 75% maybe. Toshi. Amazing, son. Maybe you don't need the regiment, but you're grown uncle and I want to spend more time with you if that's okay. Izuku. I wouldn't mind that at all, father smiles. As they talk for a little more, seeing that it was getting late, Izuku and Abara decided to leave for the night as the three told them no funny business in the bedroom. As they both blushed deep red, they did have a though about what their kid would look like. Leaving the room so the three can catch up, Izuku and Abara return to theirs, changing in front of each other with a care and checking it other out without the other knowing. Going to bed, they look at each other under the moonlight as Izuku slowly kisses her, feeling the love they both had for each other as they go under the covers to cuddle under the moonlight. 1 month has passed since the announcement of the sport festival. As the students at the school began their training, Class 1A didn't train at all, thinking they're the best in the school. They believe they didn't need it. When it came to Class 1B and their teacher, they were praying to the Emperor for guidance. In the month away, they all meet in front of Izuku home with Abara already there since she spends the night ready for their training before the festival. Flashback. As Class 1B stood outside the gates, they saw Izuku and Abara coming down to open it for them and invite them in. Gathering everything in one spot, Izuku explained how they were going to warp travel to the training grounds. Using his power, he opens a web way into the area and told them in a serious matter to move. The class and teacher quickly grabbed their belongings and rushed through the portal where they were all saw they were on a different planet with somewhere there waiting for them. Turning around to meet the guest, he appears to be a 6 feet 2 tall man with a weird type of uniform on they never seen before. They noticed that he was mission 1 of his eyes, but it looks like it replaces with glass and flash bright red. So, these are the pathetic worms I will be training for the month, huh? They look like they wouldn't last 5 minutes in real battle. Now line up, stand side by side now. As Class 1B does, Izuku stand next to the person who ordered them and gave him a handshake. Izuku. Everyone, this is Commissar Peter. He was the commissar for the first Krieg Cadian army that I created in the other universe, but I asked him to come and help train you all. Commissar Peter. Now listen up, you worthless monkeys. I will break your mentally, physically and psychology. You will listen to every word I say, all the orders I give, no matter how dangerous they are. Commissar Peter. I do not care if you are scared. I will push you to do the task, or it will cost you your life. No offense to you, Miss Yagi. As the class looks at Abara, she blushes hard after being called that, knowing in the future, she would be a Yagi after marrying Izuku. Izuku chuckles a little but knows what the commissar is doing as he looks at each student to see what they need to be trained in after reading their profiles given by Uncle Nezu. Awase. He is joking, right? Commissar Peter. Who said that? Step forward now. As everyone took a step back leaving Awase by himself, the commissar walks up to him face to face, making Awase almost piss his pants. Commissar Peter. You want to say that again, recruit? Awase. Shaking in fear. Was. Just, one. Awase didn't even get a chance to finish as the commissar punched him in the face, knocking a tooth out. Awase tried to recover by was kick in his ribs, hurting him more as the commissar continued to beat on him, bruising his body. Awase trying to fight back couldn't do anything at all since the commissar had years of experience. Vlad King wanted to help him, but Izuku gave him a signal not to, as this was an important lesson. Commissar Peter. Get up, I said, stand on your feet, maggot. Awase through the pain stood quickly and looked at the commissar as he took another body blow, taking the air out of Awase, but he didn't buckle, he didn't fall, he stood. Commissar Peter. Good, you pathetic worm, you stood your ground, didn't surrender after the beating. Commissar Peter. This is what it means to be a hero, you slugs. One that doesn't quit, one that doesn't surrender, that will fight till his last breath. Commissar Peter. We have been watching how heroes have been acting on your world, and it makes me sick seeing how pathetic they are. Commissar Peter. What Lord Izuku hasn't told you is that 1 month on your planet is 1 year here on this planet, so your asses better get used to this. Commissar Peter. Under my watch I will make sure you are better with your quirks and better for the people that you will defend and die for. Do make myself clear. Class 1B stood at attention. Class 1B. Sir, yes sir. Commissar Peter. Good, now get moving, you filthy flea-bagging monkeys. The area where you will be staying is 10 miles from here, now move it. Shoots his gun on the ground. Class 1B gathered in their belongings quickly and began to march towards the campsite. Abara nervously saw Izuku come to her and kiss her, wishing her luck. Smiling, she told herself that she will get stronger to fight by his side till the end. Izuku gives more info on a data disk to Commissar Peter, giving him ideas of how to train them all as Peter saluted to his lord and began to follow in his tank to motivate the class. Izuku opens a webway and heads to Mars to see the production buildings are finished and are already starting to make materials that will be traded with other countries. Agriculture structures were also finished as they began to grow rice on Mars, a first for our universe. Making his way to the command center, entering it to contact his father from the other side. Talking to the Emperor, he was hoping for news about how the demons came into his world, but not even the Emperor knew. Izuku invited him to the sports festival and his brothers as well if they could come, and also ask how his legion and the warfront was going. As the Emperor and Izuku talked for a while back to Class 1B, they were suffering. After hours they finally reached the camp, tired out. Even Vlad King and ex-Special Forces was tired, but they heard a gunshot and turned quickly, standing at attention. Commissar Peter looked at each of them with a smirk so devilish it made them all shiver as he explains how everyone is going to train and how long all color was lost in their faces. Back to Izuku. For the next month he was training with his father and grandfather so he can get better control with One for All. As they train together, Izuku starts to get a better feeling with it as he hears the past users as well giving him pointers. After training he headed to his new warehouse that was built protected by turrets so no one was able to get inside, despite the attempts of a pink-hair student wanting to but always denied. As the sounds of a hammer hitting an anvil could be heard through the campus, it made the support students furious and upset that they couldn't do anything to get in there. One did try an attempt. Sadly the turrets opened up and blew his legs off from the firepower. Izuku wasn't blamed for it. For the next month this pattern continues, training and forging, making gifts for his classmates as he was getting updates from the commissar. Present day now, with the month pass as the gifts were done and forge training was completed for Izuku and his class, he went to pick them up. As crowds were gathering in the stadium ready to support the next generations of heroes, Class 1A in their locker room was planning for the easy win, or so they thought. The girls were planning on beating Izuku GF so they can steal him away from her and force marriage onto him, making him a stay-at-home father. The boys were planning on whoever fought him to beat him brutally to near death so he can give up hero work, not knowing the principal was hearing all of this on a camera and the stadium camera so they could see what type of heroes they wanted to become. As present, Mike takes the mic to get the festival started. Present Mike. All right everyone, welcome to this year's sport festival YAHHHOOO. We got a crazy day ahead of us, let me hear the audience cheer. As the crowd goes wild as heroes, reporters and civilians were ready for the festival, as the top 10 heroes were present at the event, once all sitting with Principal Nezu and his staff. Nomori and Hina was excited to see Izuku and his classmates in the festival. Hina made a banner for her Oni-chan with the help from Uncle Shota. As another section was empty but specially designed for a specific reason as men in red robes came into the area setting things up. Present Mike now to introduce our classes. First up we got the pain in the asses of UA, the future VILLANS, where our future heroes will stop the disappointments of UA. The Hero Commission Horrors give it up for Class 1A. As Class 1A comes out the crowd boos them, throwing stuff at them, seeing them as villains that walk out. Izumi was furious seeing how the crowd was treating her, as she knew she would become the next #1 hero. The rest of the class was furious and wanted to use their quirks on the people, but they couldn't due to how Nezu was always ready for them. Present Mike had received a message on his cell stating to call Class 1B. Last Izuku was making an entrance for them. Present Mike continued to introduce the other students and their classes as they were being cheered on by the crowd, making Class 1A more furious. Now Present Mike was about to enjoy calling the last class, asking the students to clear the arena floor. The crowds were confused on what was happening till the roar of powerful engines were heard above the sky as they saw ships appear above the stadium. Heroes were ready to jump into action, thinking it was an attack, till Present Mike began to speak. Present Mike. Now here comes the class that we all been waiting for, the future of Japan protection, the one led by the son of All Might. WHO fights for quirkless COMMUNITYY and the next top heroes of Japan. Class 1B. As the sounds of engines were getting closer, the crowd was excited as 3 aircraft were hovering over the arena. The back of 2 of the craft opens as multiple people had jump off, landing on the arena, causing cracks in the pavement. The crowd roar in excitement seeing it was part of Class 1B. The heroes could tell they were stronger then and train hard. Vlad King had joined his class in the landing, proud of the hell that his students went through. The last craft opened its hatch as 4 people were standing in the shadows as they begin to jump out, landing on the floor with incredible impact. Start at 0:55 to about 1:15 for the example, but if you want to enjoy the trailer as well, do please. I'm excited for this game. There stood Izuku with Bakugo and Tokiyami on his left and Abara on his right, all looking stronger than ever. The roar of the crowd went wild seeing the future top 4 heroes of Japan arrive as Izuku places his legion's banner on the ground. Nezu put his paws up for the crowd to grow silent as he makes his way to the microphone. Nezu, let's give one more round of applause for our students and future heroes, as we now introduce a special guest for our tournament. As you can tell, we have empty huge seats for 4 people. Nezu, now let me introduce our special guest for the sport festival, people that took All Might's son in and train him to be the warrior and hero he will be in the future. Izuku looks at the Mechanicum scribes that were there and gave them a nod. As they activated a signal, a web-way portal opens as 2 8-foot men wearing golden armor walk through, looking and scanning for any danger as they move to the side more. Izuku, seeing them, knew what to do and walked near the edge of the ring and kneels. Class 1B follow Izuku example and went and kneel beside him, giving respects to the people coming through the portal. First came a man wearing black armor with wings on his back and claw weapons on his fist. The second man to come through was covered in armor silver, full mechanic arm, tall as the first man. The third man to come out was wore blue armor with a halo around his back. As all 3 of them go near their seats, they wait for the last person to arrive. As he walks through, the crowd was amazed by his height, standing at a near 10 feet tall, wearing golden armor as bright as the day, holding a flaming sword hotter than Endeavor flames. Finally stepping out of the portal as it closes, he looks around the crowd ready to speak. Emperor of Mankind. Hello everyone of Japan, I am the Emperor of Mankind, the leader of the universe that I'm in and the one to help Izuku become the hero he is going to be. These are my sons Corvus, Ferris and Gilliman. Emperor of Mankind. I thank the principal and my sons for the invitation. I also brought 2 more guests with me today if the principal would allow it. Nezu. I do not mind at all, Lord Emperors. The Emperor opens a portal as 2 more people come through. The first one brought fear and spine-tingling pain to the class of 1B and Vlad Sensei as the red eye stares at all of them. He puts a smirk on his face, ready to punish those that do not make his qualifications in the tournament. The second person was a woman wearing blood red power armor, with symbol of roses on her shoulder, looking at the girls of 1B as she smiles at them, and they smile back. Emperor of Mankind. These are the people that train Izuku classmates, Commissar Peter of the Krieg Cadian First Army and Lady Nida of the Order of the Bloody Rose. She had trained the girls when our Commissar needed assistance. Peter, Nida. We thank you Emperor for inviting us to watch our students, hopefully they do not fail us, or punishment will be held. As 1B kept their heads down all screaming, we will not fail you all. Izuku looks at the battle sister and bows to her for training the girls, especially Abara, as she seems to have gained a lot of confidence and strength. Nezu. Thank Emperor and guest for joining us, and now to bring the games to a start we have one of the best teachers in the school with a little guest with her. Please give a warm welcome to Midnight and her assistant Hina Yagi. As both walk out to the cheering crowd, they reach the platform with Hina running around waving to the crowd till she sees her Oni-chan and jumps towards him. Izuku seeing this catches her and hugs her tightly with everyone going off. Bringing her back on stage, she stand next to Mother as Midnight hugs Izuku in front of the crowd, turning him around to walk away while getting ready to speak. Midnight. Welcome to the sport festival everyone, I hope you are ready for a good time and great festival. The crowd roars in cheer as the Emperor was interesting about this as his sons. Midnight. Now before I spin the wheel for the first event, I would like to give our first year representee a chance to speak to the participants. Let me bring up Izumi, about to walk to the stage, my son Izuku Yagi. Izumi was furious by this as she looks at Izuku going up to the stage and hugging Midnight. This was supposed to be her moment to shine and tell the world that she was to be the next #1 hero and to rid of the impurities of Japan. Now she just grits her teeth, hopping to show that his class was nothing. Izuku taking the mic taps it to begin his speech. Izuku. Hello everyone, thanks you for coming. I just want to say this. That I want all the classes except the villains to give it their all and show what you are made of, show who the real next heroes of Japan are going to be like. To not give up the fight until your last amount of energy is spent. Fight hard and let us get to the finales plus ultra, throws his hands up. The crowd goes wild for the speech as the Emperor claps his hands for Izuku's speech. Midnight presses the button to see what the first game will be, hugging her son before he joins the class, giving them high fives and hugs. Looking at the screen they saw what the first game was going to be. Midnight. Everyone, the first game will be an obstacle course. Present Mike, go ahead and explain while our students get ready. Present Mike. Yeah, this obstacle course will put our students to the test for quick learning combat skill. Rules are simple, be one of the first 42 to make it goes to the next round. Aizawa. Will you shut the hell up, you're too loud. Anyway, yes, it is time for the rest, so students get into your positions. Present Mike. Now then, on your mark, get set and go go go. Fireworks go off to begin the event as the students from the classes began to try to push through the tunnel. The twins Shoto and Sakura decided to free the tunnel floor except those from 1A, thinking they would have the advantage. But Class 1B had other ideas for this tunnel. Abara. Class Plan Delta 36 uses her quirk to make stairs that go over the tunnel. Awase. Yes ma'am, uses his quirk to wield the vines but also cover them with adamantium, shocking Izuku. Izuku. Had a quirk awakening Awase, helps the others on to the stairs and they rush over to the top of the stadium. Now let me help you to the first stage, uses his psyker powers to lift his class and aims at the first obstacle and throws his class, chasing them with his wings after them. Class 1A about to leave the tunnel thinking they were first of the classes were shocked by Present Mike announcement. Present Mike. YEEAAAHHH. Class 1B has made it to the Durst obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Let's see how they handle it. Class 1A and the other students were shocked to see them there already as they rush past the students whose feet were frozen. Reaching the area they already saw Izuku and his class ready to act. Izuku. Abara, what you have plain my beautiful rosé. Abara. Blushes, love, stop that till we win, but class attack Alpha 9 Pony. Tagaru line up with each other as they charge forward, slicing the robots in the front of the group. As Kodai expanded nails to a decent size while Shota hit them, giving them double impact power, letting them go, destroying more of the bots. Tetsu was grabbed by Shishida as he turns into his best swing the bots on the side as the parts flew. Izuku uses his powers to grab the pieces, throwing them into the group, making a big maze as Suburba Blue Wind, solidifying it. The class looks at each other and continue on to the next stage as the others get to the first. Present Mike. Would you all look at that, Class 1B destroy the Robo Inferno and change it into a maze. Now the others will have to complete the maze. Amazing teamwork. Aizawa. They show what real training can do. They show by working together instead of alone they can complete any type of problem and created new one to use for their advantage. Vlad King must be proud of his students. In the stands where the principal, teachers and 10 top heroes were sighting, Vlad, kind looking younger and stronger, had a huge smile on his face, proud of what his class had went through, the hell they suffer and the pain. Nezu was impressed to see a class act like this in the festival, as in all the years they never had. As the other struggle, Class 1A tried to break through the wall but couldn't and had to do a maze. Present Mike. Now Class 1B has reached the second stage, which is the pit drop. If they fall, they will have a hard time to get back out. Wait a minute, is that a giant mushrooms? Aizawa. Looks like class using Komori Quick and Yui quirk together to make mushrooms that they will use to get across. Excellent use of both quirks combined. At second course, Class 1B finally made it across as Komori dissolved the mushrooms, so no one got the idea to use them to get across. Izuku. Flying over them. Excellent plan, Komori and Yui. Good combinations of quirks. Is everyone alright? Komori. Thanks, Izuku, and I believe we all are ready for the third obstacle. Class 1B. Yay, time for us to see what is. Starts running towards the last obstacle. Class 1B finally reached the third obstacle, and Izuku, using his powers, could see that it was landmines on the ground. Informing his classmates, they all had a sadistic smile, even Abara. Making Izuku impress as they all charge into the field, letting the explosion go off but not having any effect at all on them. Present Mike. Looks like the other students finally got through the maze and are on their way to the pitfall. Yeahhhhhhh, here's explosions. What the hell? Class 1B has reached the final obstacle and they are just running through the mines like it was nothing. Commissar Peter looked at the class and was proud to see they are being unafraid to go through a field to complete a goal. They show bravery in their task to complete their goal no matter the circumstances. As the class clears the field, they all race each other to the finish line, with each going past each other till Izuku went past all of them, getting to the stadium first. The first person finally enters the stadium as Mike, and the crowd goes crazy. Present Mike. And here is the first person to enter the stadium, it Izuku Yagi from Class 1B, followed by Abara, Bakugo, Kendo, Kiminori and Tokoyami, and the rest of the class making up half the field of entry. Yeahhhhhh. In the stadium the crowd roars and cheers for the class as they take their breaths in and wave to the crowd. They turn to see loud clapping coming from where the emperor sits as they kneel for the emperor and his son's applause. Izuku look at his class, seeing the praise, knowing they will become the heroes he wants the world to have. Vlad King in the stands had a proud smile on his face as the teachers were amazed by it as well. In the stand, Nezu. You must be proud of your students, huh Vlad? They push through with an amazing performance and teamwork. Vlad King. Indeed, I am. I was there with them every step of the way. The commissar was tough on them all, made them face reality in these times. Brought me back to my days as a new recruit. All Might. Yes, Izuku had told me that for a year in that planet, which was a month in our universe, they train like hell. Izuku had visited there when he took breaks from the forge to check on them. Vlad King. Yes. Everyday barley, any sleep, tough discipline. It was a miracle they are alive, and with a few surprises as well that you will prob see in this tournament. Nezu. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Drinks tea. Back in the arena. After 45 minutes the rest of the participants finally arrived. Class 1A made it through the maze and the other obstacles as one known as Hitoshi Shinso made up the last place to arrive at the stadium. The crowd finally cheer for the last person as it meant the next round was about to begin. Midnight coming towards the stage and said they will be a 10-minute break for everyone as they get ready to select the next game. Class 1A furious went towards Class 1B with Izuku turning around to meet them, raising his hands ready to punish them if they try something. Izumi. You weak bastards, how dare you take our class glory and applause. You cheated by making that maze. Ilda. Yes, you guys have cheated and used your quirks in the wrong way. You deserve to bow at our feet and let us take first place, you heathens. Wouldn't you agree, Nito? Coming from behind the group, one Nito Monoma, who was supposed to be in Class 1B, was replaced by Bakugo. Now he blames him and the class for getting rid of him, making fun of Class 1B whenever he can. Nito. Look at these losers, thinking just because you won the first event doesn't mean you aren't better than Class 1A. We shall be victorious at the end and show the world that we are the better class, and we will get all the fame and money and make sure you are all trash and whores for us. As he begins to feel pain as his head and the rest of Class 1A feels it, they see Izuku use his powers but with blood-red eyes squeezing his hands slowly to make them scream in agony. Izuku, do not dare speak such blasphemy in front of me or disrespect my class or my future wife. Izuku, apologize now or prepare to feel the Emperor wrath, you worthless spineless coward. Pressuring the class more, the pain became unbearable as Nito got okay, his knees slams his head onto the ground. Nito, I'm sorry, stop the pain. Izuku stops and watches the class all fall on their knees, scared for their life about what just happened as Class 1B follow behind him, not noticing the camera watching and showing the crowd the power of Izuku but the villain tendency of Class 1A. As both classes and other participants were called back into the field, Izuku and his classmates were received with cheers and applause. While Izumi and her friends were hearing villains and having cans thrown at them, with Izuku stepping in asking for it to stop the cans due to hitting other participants. With his soothing voice the crowd listens and all bow to apologize to him, impressing the World and International Commission while upsetting the hero as they saw him as the voice of reason and not them. Midnight, you are the last 42 participants here on the stage, congratulations. Now for the second game, it will be spun by our guest the Emperor. Emperor of Mankind, I thank you for this, Miss Midnight, and would love to talk to you and your husband after the event. Emperor of Mankind, now let's see where this lands. Pressing the button carefully so it didn't break the machine, it starts to spin slowly, coming towards a stop on Battle Royale. Midnight, we have a Battle Royale, the first 16 left will be moving on to the last round. Now let's get ready for the battle, but first presses a button as the stage formed to different battle arena. Now fight everyone. Everyone in their arena begins to advance their attack as Class 1B starts fighting other students, defeating them with ease, not using their quirks, just skills from what they learned from their commissar. Watching them defeat opponent after opponent, not even the support classes or anyone from other survive, upsetting one Hatsume and Shinso, knowing they won't get to the next round. In the end only 32 students remain, 20 from Class 1B, 10 from Class 1A and 2 students from another class. Barley holding on but falls off the stage, damage and hurt. 2 people from 1A were Barley holding on as Izumi sees this and picks them up with her telekinesis, crushing them. Izumi, Shoji, Sato, you and the rest that couldn't make it have failed us. Now you will suffer, starts squeezing them with her quirk, bringing them pain as she throws them to the edge of the ring as Katsumi launches an explosion towards them. Watching them hurt 2 of their classmates so 8 of them can make it past the event as Class 1B look at horror, knowing they didn't care about their teammates, only wanting revenge. Izuku, you guys are no heroes but monsters. Whoever I face, I will make sure you brow their pain tenfold. Izumi, yay, right, like you can do anything. All those times was a fluke and we know it. No, we need to see out of all of you who are we going to make our bitches in the next round. Abara, sadly, though the Emperor will gild us with our victory in this festival, for now our classmate who are injured and tired are retiring. Miss Midnight, we have classmates that want to end their time. Midnight, very well, with that we have our final 16 contestants. Crowd cheers for the event finally being over. Midnight, contestants will have a 1-hour break to recover their stamina, eat lunch with their families and prepare themselves, but first before they head out, let's see who is facing who. Presses random button. The screen shows the matches that will happen, and the first match shows Katsuki Bakugo versus Katsumi Bakugo. As both look at each other, Katsumi show a feral grin while Kachan, knowing that he was the reason why Izuku won't be with her, knows she will show him his place in society ladder and hero later when she kills him on stage. Katsuki though shows a calm demeanor, ready for this fight as he, Tokiyami and Abara train the hardest of the class with the extra training not from Commissar Peter but a special guest that visited and saw the potential in him. Midnight, it going to be an explosive first battle as the other matches is coming up right now on the screen and will follow in a random order. When the second round happens, the matches will be as it is. Abara Shiozaki versus Sakura Todoroki. Sakura look at Abara, who was paying no mind to her at all, ready to pounce and kill her so she can win Izuku heart from her. Once she done with her, Izuku will definitely leave her so she can take him away. That what she was thinking to herself. To Abara this would be an easy match for her, as while on the other planet they had trained against their weakness, beating it, meaning they won't deter by who they are facing. She had also a secret that was going to be used in the tournament that the Emperor and Izuku will be surprised about. Tokiyami Fumikage versus Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo look at the bird boy knowing that he prefers darkness, that she would highly sensitively lights against him to make sure dark shadow never came out, then brutally beat him to near death for causing the downfall of her social life and money that she was getting from her family. Sadly, for her though, Tokiyami had trained day and night rotating between them and helped dark shadow beat his weakness, now making him strong in the light as well in darkness, creating a new sentient form in him, a second dark shadow but made with light. It gave the class a challenge and he hoped to make it to the final to show Izuku his resolve that he would always be there to defend him. Izuku Yagi vs Izumi Shimura. Both stare each other down. Izumi looked like she wanted to rip his head off, but deep down she was afraid. Afraid to feel his power once again on his mind, possibly destroying it or making sure her quirk can't work properly, but she knows she will beat him to a bloody pulp in front of his fake father, mother and that stupid emperor. Forgive me for saying this. Izuku though look at her like a lost cause in the hero world, that she will only cause chaos if she became a hero but will damage her enough to make it harder for it to happen. The fact that she had made fun of his girlfriend with her class piss him to the point he considering using the blood rage on her, maybe. Itsuka Kendo vs Ochako Yurikaka. Ochako looks at her and see this as an easy victory. All she has to do is touch her with her quick and slam her around the arena a few times. Hopefully by doing this she will show Izuku that she a better choice than that green hair bitch Abara. Itsuka saw this an interesting battle to test her new skills and her new improved martial arts that she learns from Battle Sisters. She wanted to prove to Katsuki that she can be there for him no matter the situation. Sen Kaibara vs Shoto Todoroki. Shoto saw this and was clear to have an easy win by his class, saying that he can finally put Izuku in his place after it and to punish him enough or cripple him to the point where he had to retire. He was also happy cause now with Izuku damage he can force him to be with Shoka and he would Abara as a slave. Sen Kaibara was nervous but calm his nerve knowing the intense training he did to improve his quirk and make it stronger where it can cut almost anything like butter. Yosetsu Awase vs Tenya Ilda. Ilda saw this as a way to punish the class to show them who the superior class is and making sure to break his opponent's body like it was nothing. To him he was wondering why a weak quirk user was in the hero course in the first place. He will show the crowd that he doesn't belong, and he will gain back his right to his family name. Awase's face didn't change. He wanted to show what his training did for him and the new path he is taking for his class, as during his training he took the most pain from the commissar till he figures out what wrong and send him to someone that visited and took him away. Let's just say his new role in class 1B would be one that will keep them going till the end. Tetsu vs Ejiro Kirishima. Kirishima was always saying it was going to be an easy win for him as he knew that his rock form was going to last longer than his fake form. Class 1A was cheering with him for his easy victory and the victory of the others not paying attention to what Tetsu was doing. Tetsu was eating some adamantium piece to help build it up on his body. During training he has a quirk awakening when he couldn't use it due to the lack of iron, so they try adamantium and it worked better, but he also saw he was able to morph it on his arms making him more fierce than ever. Midnight. Now with that settle, head out and eat. Everyone come Hina, let have lunch with your brother and his class. Hina. Yay, lunch with brother, you think he will let me say hi to the tall man? Midnight. Let's ask her. Okay. As the classes left, Izuku and his class gathered and walked towards where the mess hall was, meeting Izuku parents along the way getting congrats for making it through till loud footsteps were heard as they turned to see a custodian walk to them. Custodian. Lord Izuku, the emperor has invited you and your class to join him for your break. He wants to try your country food but doesn't read or speak the language. Izuku. Laughs a little. Very well brother, please lead us. You guys get a treat to meet the Emperor of Mankind face to face. He may even give you wisdom for the next round of fighting. The class begins to follow the Golden Warrior as he leads them to the area where the Emperor sits as they see him looking at the menu with his sons all confused, giving Izuku a reason to laugh. Turning they see him as he walks in front of them and kneels. Izuku. Father, it good to see you again. You look lively as ever even with what has been going on as well. Emperor of Mankind. Indeed, my son, it has hugs him. Good to see you adjusting well back into your world. Ah, this must be your family and friends. Hello everyone, and you must be his father. All Might gives out hand for All Might. All Might. Shake the hand of the Emperor the best he can. Yes, I am. It's finally good to meet you, sir. I want to thank you in person for taking care of my son. I wish I had been faster that day to save him, but I failed. Emperor of Mankind put his hand on All Might's shoulder as he looks up. Emperor of Mankind. You did not fail him at all. You were raising him to be a hero in your world, and when he was brought to mine, he became that hero. Now he is using his experience to help here. Keep guiding him to be the #1 hero with the support of your family, but also the Imperium as well. All Might. Thank you, sir. I promise you I will not fail you on this. Emperor of Mankind. Miss Abara, excellent leadership skills leading your class with Izuku during the trials. You both will be an excellent power couple to protect the people. As well to the rest of the class, you all shown excellent skills as warriors and heroes for the future. Now come, let us feast. If I can only read this menu, turns it sideways. Everyone laughs at the Emperor as Izuku orders a ton of food to bring to them so they may enjoy. Izuku introduces his girlfriend to his brothers as they get to know each other more till the food arrive. Ferris looks at Awase and Tetsu talking to them how to improve themselves with their metal, as he wants to also talk to them more to help them. All Might and Midnight introduce their child to the Emperor as she was amazed by how tall he was and how shiny his armor was. The Emperor kneels and patted her head gently. She pushed on his hand and accepted it, feeling the same warmth and comfort like she does with her dad, as a custodian look at her and vow to the Emperor to protect her if needed. The Emperor accepts this as they all turn to see Commissar Peter berating the class that didn't make it, saying training will be 3 times as hard, as they all shiver in fear and pain. Lady Nadia look at the ones that didn't make it and say they did amazing and will continue their training if the school allows it, making the girls happy and determined for it. An hour has passed as everyone is full, even the Emperor, due to how amazing the food was. As they begin to say their goodbyes to head to the stand, the last 8 members of 1B stood together as Izuku look at them. Izuku. Brother and sisters, we are here to show Japan what real heroes will be like, where we will stand with the people of Japan. Izuku. Do not let the cheers of the crowd distract you from your task and show punishment to these heretics of the hero way. Izuku. No matter where you place or end up, just know one thing. I'm proud of you all and the class for going through hell just to make it here, and I wouldn't had asked for a better group of people to lead our charge for victory. Everyone looks at Izuku hype up and motivated, ready to go. Asked Katsuki got up, kiss Asuka on the lips for good luck, making his way to the arena. In Class 1A locker room it was much different. After their 2 defeats they were angry, furious about what has happened, and they all decided to get their revenge on Class 1B, agreeing to break their bones and bodies so they can't be hero no more. Sadly though, they didn't train as hard as the others, and Katsumi was getting ready to fight her brother and win easily. The girls planned to win their match, showing Izuku they were better choice for a girlfriend, hopefully rewarding them with a night full of lust at the end. The boys hearing this kept getting more upset by him and planned to take him out permanently if they can. As the hour passed, everyone was called back to their seats and get ready for the first match to start. Class 1B heads towards their seat, wishing the rest luck and thank the Emperor for a lovely lunch to learn more about the other universe. Saying goodbye to their teacher, the Commissar orders them to reach their stand in 2 minutes or training will be 5 times as harsh. Watching them run like rats, he chuckles a little. Izuku and the rest kneel and thank the Emperor for his time, as he told them if they ever decided to visit with Izuku they will be treated with high regards and respect and could visit any sector they like. While the others walked to the waiting room to plan their fights, Katsuki was getting pumped and ready for his battle, going to show his sister what a real warrior is like, as Present Mike begins to speak. Present Mike. ALLLLLLL re GGHHHTT. Everyone let us get ready for the first match. On this side we have the hot-headed villain from Class 1A, the dog that always in heat 1 WHO will never win someone heart, Katsumi Bakugo. As she walks out, all furious, popping explosions, she looks at the where Present Mike is threading him with a finger across his neck. Looking back, all he did was stick the finger right towards her, making her angrier. Present Mike. And in this corner, a powerhouse of the heroic class of 1B WHO, may be one of the top 3 heroes in the future, the explosive king. Give it up for Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki comes out waving to the crowd, getting cheers from them as he enters the arena ready for battle. Both look at each other, ready to tear each other up, as Midnight looks at them both, asking if they are ready, both nodding. Midnight. Then let the first match begin. Fireworks go off. Katsumi rush forward with powerful explosion behind her, making her way to her brother and preparing a right hook for him as she swings to try to hit him. He ducks without effort and places his hand on the stomachs, firing a small explosion himself, but it made a big impact as it shot her in the air, landing on the opposite side of him. She screams in pain, wondering what the hell was that attack as Katsuki look at her, wondering when she was going to be serious about their battle. She rushes towards him again, firing multiple explosions trying to hit him and cover the arena in smoke to mess with his vision, but in the end, it was all for nothing as he gracefully dodges each shot and still not attack. Katsumi, breathing hard from all the attacks, looks at her brother who is not struggling at all. Gritting her teeth, she wonders why he not attack. Is it cause he weak or he see her as the weakling? Katsumi, why don't you attack me, you worthless shit? Or has been hanging around that useless Deku and his bitch affecting you too much? Katsuki, no point in rushing into battle with a hot-headed opponent, but for insulting my brother, future wife. Now I will show you the results of my training. Gets into position and launches himself at her. Faster than she could see him, he uppercut her, sending her in the air disorientated from the blow. She didn't notice that he blasted his way above her and was ready to attack, thinking he was aiming for her face. She blocks it, leaving her chest area exposé. Focusing him energy and power, he slams his open palm on his chest area. Katsuki, time for your punishment, you bitch, for my brother and for the emperor as well. Fire big blast on his chest. Katsumi scream in pain as the point-blank blast hit her, sending her crashing into the arena, but Katsuki wasn't done as he blasted himself higher and started to spin with his palms forward, launching mini blast into where Katsumi landed. Katsuki, AP shot Gatling gun. The impact of the blast was amazing. The power of each blast shook the arena. The crowd and the teachers can feel from each impact, impressing everyone. In the stands, the emperor was impressed by the displays that he had a link up to show his other sons. Vulcan was impressing the most to see this warrior control blast like this and wonder if he could use it for the forge. As the barrage ended, Katsuki landed on the ground looking at the area of his attack. As the smoke cleared, they see Katsumi there struggling slowly to get up but in so much pain. So much anger was built up in her from seeing how weak she was. She didn't want to believe it at all. Even with all the pain, she tried to get up but she couldn't. Fallen on her knees, she looks to see Katsuki aim one more blast at her before he world went dark. Katsuki has formed a single shot aiming at her. The minute she went on her knees, he fire it, launching it near the ground where she was. The impact sends her out of the arena and into the wall, knocking her out. Midnight went to check on her and then turned to the crowd. Midnight, Katsumi Bakugo is unable to counter you. This fight goes to Katsuki Bakugo. The roar of the crows cheers for the young man as everyone was happy for his victory. Waving to everyone as a thank you for support, he steps out of the arena and begins his way to the training room, going past the medical bots that were taking his ex-sister away. In the stands, the reactions were all different. For Class 1B, they celebrated the victory of their classmates, as on the other stand with 1A they were beyond furious to see the results of the match, as they saw what he did was too villainous in their eyes. The teachers were praising of how much control Bakugo had in his fighting power and skillness with his quirk. The emperor has enjoyed the first battle, talking about how skilled he was and he would have been a done warrior in their universe. Vulcan on the communicator was impressed and wants to meet the boy. In the end, the first blood goes to Class 1B, as we now wait to see who the second is, with the screen picking at random. The next fight to be displayed would be Abara versus Sakura. Sakura, with an evil grin, was ready to kill her man-stealer, as Abara was ready to show Izuku that she was ready to be by his side till the end. The first battle of dominance has ended as Katsuki made it back to the Class 1B room. He was greeted with congrats and a kiss from his girlfriend. He was happy to put that bitch in place and protect his brother, girlfriend wanting to prove to him that they will always fight side by side. As Abara stood up, she was finishing her preparation for her battle next, getting her mind in focus and ready to defeat this heretic that want to steal Izuku away from her. In 1A waiting room, Sakura had a look that many were afraid of, one that was so sadistic that not even Izumi wanted to be next to her as she begins to walk to the arena for her battle. Present mic. ALLLLL. Right now let's get this second battle started. On this corner we have the half and half bitch, the refrigerator of Class 1A, harlot that will never win her love. Give it up for Sakura Todoroki. Coming out to the arena with a sadistic smile, the crowd boos at Hero, repeating the world's harlot over and over, making her more furious with the people of Japan. Her father was even seen screaming it with the crowd, showing he does not support her at all or her actions. Present mic. And coming out of this corner we have the wife of Return Warrior, the queen of the forest. Give it up for Abara Shiozaki. Walking towards the arena, crowds roar for her as she was being led by none other than her boyfriend. Letting go, she gave him a determined look as he gave her a quick peck on the lips, making he blush wildly that he did that in front of the crowd. Izuku laughed but pay the price as a vine grabbed him and yeeted him down the hallway with him screaming worth it. Turning around, she saw a smirk on Midnight face but a scowling rabies look on Todoroki. Midnight. Are both contestant ready? Abara, Sakura. Yes mother, ma'am. Midnight. Then begin. Sakura, not hesitating, launches a huge fire attack, her thinking she wouldn't be able to dodge, but to her surprise she uses her vines and dissipates the attack like it was nothing. Sakura was shocked by this and try again with another attack with ice, this time as her vines once again broke through it like it was butter. Abara began to move, charging at her as Sakura kept trying to freeze and burn her, but nothing was stopping her till she felt a hard thirst into her gut, making her spit up saliva. It was followed by a kick to her head as she stumbled near the edge of the arena. Getting up, she launched another fire attack at Abara, but this time Abara used her vines to cover herself. Sakura, thinking she had the win, turned it off and told Midnight to call it so she don't burn to death. Walking away thinking of her victory, she didn't see vines grab her tightly, cutting her with their thorns. Shocked by this, she turned her head as best she could to see Abara walking out the fire without a single mark or burn on her. Sakura. How is your useless self still standing, thrashing in the vices trying to get out? Abara. That's easy, your fire way too weak for me. With my training I learned to deal with my weaknesses. Your fire felt like little campfire beginning to burn. Abara. Now let me show you some results of my training. Abara started to slam her from one side of the ring towards the other, each time getting stronger. The screaming from Sakura show how much pain she was in as thrown into the air. Vines coming from underground attack her as she fell, basically juggling her as she was screaming for her life. The crowd cheer as Izuku looked at her battling and only said one thing. Izuku. Hot. The classmates with him in the room look at him with weird looks. He ignored them and continues to watch his beloved Rose fight. In the arena, after grabbing her once more, she slams Sakura into the ground. Midnight goes to check on her but sees Sakura getting up. Sakura. Struggles to get up. This shouldn't be happening. How does a weak bitch as yourself get this strong? Sakura. You are stealing my glory. You stole the man that I love and was supposed to my slave, so why are you so powerful? Abara. 'Cause I train, you slut. I train hard with my sisters of the class and we didn't give up even though our bodies wanted to. Abara. And my beloved was never going to be yours, who would want to date an expire candy cane like yourself. Now prepare to perish. Sakura. Like you company. Felt pain in her arms and legs, screaming from it. What no one noticed except Izuku the Emperor and his classmates was Abara sneaking her vines through the ground to slice into Sakura, but making sure to avoid vital points. Lifting her up, she wraps the vines around her, slowly crushing her as she kept screaming in pain. Abara. Surrender or lose your arms and leg for the rest of the day. Squeezing harder, small cracks can be heard. Sakura. I will never surrender to a weakling like you. You stole the fame, the glory, and my Izuku. I'll make sure to send you to hell. Abara. So be it then. Crushes her arms and legs, letting her drop. Sakura fell onto the arena floor hard, but the pain from her broken arms and legs made her pass out before she could react the impact. Midnight goes and checks on her, checking to see if she can still fight. Midnight. Sakura, Todoroki is not able to counter you. The winner is my daughter-in-law Abara Shiozaki. Applause and cheers go loud for the victory of her as she bows to crowd, thanking them for the applause. Turning to the Emperor, he claps and approves of what she did to her opponent. Sister Nadia looked and gave her approval, saying one of us to her with her lips as this made Abara happy. Walking away from the arena, the medical bots come pick up Sakura body to take her to Recovery Girl as Class 1B celebrates another victory while Class 1A starts to rip on their seats for another lost. Midnight, wanting to keep the momentum going, presses the button as the next random match is selected. As the screen stops, it shows Tetsu vs Kurashima, but they will be a small break to repair the arena. In the locker rooms, Tetsu was finishing his stretches and breathing exercises while eating more adamantium. He hears a knock on the door to where Izuku and one of his brothers known as Ferris comes in. Izuku. Hey Tets, wanted to wish you luck on the next match, I know you have it. Tetsu. Thanks man, I'll do my best for our class, although I'm still not used to the new metal. Ferris. That is cause you're using your skills wrong, young warrior. You cover yourself with your steel, same with adamantium, but once you do you're stuck. Ferris. Let it flow and be one with you, a balance like how me and my legion are. Tetsu. What do you mean by that, sir? Ferris. My legion are known as the Iron Hands. My legion believe flesh is weak, corruptible to temptation to decay, but Izuku show us it wasn't, that it was as strong as any metal out there. Ferris. Just like yours, your quirks makes your skin the metal you want, you must let it just not flow there but to your heart and blood. To be one with it is to be one with your flesh itself. Tetsu though about what he said, that he closed his eyes and let the adamantium cover his body, but it felt lighter and easier for him to move in. He imagines the chain's words he made in his training now morph onto his arms. Looking at the smiles of the two, he finally understood the situations and found the solution. Tetsu. I'm ready now, revs the chain swords on his arms before returning them into him. Tetsu. Thank you Izuku, and to you Mr. Ferris, bows to them. Ferris. It is not a problem, young warrior, now head to the arena, your match is about to start, I will be watching. Tetsu runs out the room and starts his way to the arena as both Ferris and Izuku are still in the room. Izuku. I see that young Tetsu has interested you, brother. Ferris. Indeed, his skills are good, but he needs that confidence boost and way to morph his metal faster. I may be able to help if given the chance after this festival. Izuku. I'll talk to my uncle, it might benefit the class better than going these fake heroes that are appearing and working right now. As Ferris left to make it back to his seat and Izuku back with his class to watch their classmate fight. Fireworks going off to begin the announcement for the third match, with as Hina came to the stage with her mom to help with starting the match. Hina. Nervous? Hi everyone, we are ready to begin the third match, yay. Now we give the mic to Uncle Hisashi, runs behind's midnight leg. Present mic. Alright, thank you little listener, we shall ice cream later, but first for the third match we have first coming to the stage from class 1 he has a quirk made like his brain, hard as a rock and not so smart, and sadly he can't use his quirk to get it hard in the one place that matters. Give it up for Ejiro Kurashima. Walking embarrassed by what Present Mike had said, he comes out to the laughter of the crowd towards him and the boos as well. Punching his fist together he gets ready to win this for his class. Present Mike. And in this corner we have Class 1B Steel Warrior with more manliness than any hero out there today, one that would take all the punishment for his friends. Let's give it up for the Tetsu Tetsu. Coming out of to the arena, the crowd roar in cheer as he looks at all of them and told himself one thing, to be in balance in order to defend all of them and their families. Walking onto the arena he takes one last bite of adamantium that he had stored in his pocket. Midnight. Are both competitors ready? Then begin the battle. Cracks whips. Hiroshima charges at Tetsu using his quirk to harden his fist as he throws it right at Tetsu's face, but he doesn't move and takes the full force of it, without moving an inch, as each strike kept hitting him for 20 minutes. Hiroshima was thinking he was winning the battle until he pulls for one more punch, but Tetsu grabs it like it was nothing and held his arm there. Trying to pull his arm back, Hiroshima was struggling to get his arm back. Tetsu. If you think those punches did any damage, then you are wasting your time and energy. Pulls his arm back, coating it with adamantium. Let me show you a real warrior punch. Tetsu throws a bunch right into chest area. Hiroshima thinking his punch is weak, he hardens his chest to the max so he can hurt his hand, but a loud crack noise can be heard through the entire stadium. Pieces of Hiroshima could be seen falling off him as he takes steps back. Tetsu wasn't done though, as he throws one more punch toward Hiroshima as he feels his hardening weakening more. Tetsu. Your punches are weak like a feather, you do not have any power with it, but mine will turn you into dust. Throws a left hook. Hiroshima tries to block it with his arm but feels a loud snap on his arms from the punch. Seeing his arm went limp from the impact as he back up afraid shitless, Tetsu throws a right hook as Hiroshima block it with his other arm. But the same noise can be heard as Hiroshima scream in pain for his arms being broken and limping as Tetsu covers his whole body with the adamantium, forming a set of first bigger than normal. In the stands the Emperor know what he is doing and wondering where he saw it from, as Izuku in the locker room watching had a small smile on his face knowing what is about to happen. Tetsu kick him, cracking his rib more as hell falls on his back as Tetsu gets on top of him and begins to beat the living shit out of him. Hiroshima did his best to harden his body to take the impact, but it didn't do anything as the pain was unbearable as he tries to move his arms knowing his couldn't move them for shit. Getting up Tetsu gets up and prepares one more punch towards the down Kirishima, building up his strength in his muscle, combining it with adamantium increase his strength, slamming down onto his face. Perfect example of what he did to Kirishima. As the smoke clears, they see Kirishima face push in from the impact, seeing that he's still breathing and injured to the extreme, as Midnight goes to him to check if he is still able to continue. Seeing that he wasn't awake, she calls the match. Midnight. Kirishima is not able to continue, the winner as Tetsu raises his hand. The crowd roars in applause and cheer for the power he displays and show how he took the blows from his opponent attacks, but two people were not impressed by this. They jump from the stands and land on the arena. Zero. You bastard, look at what you did to him, you don't deserve to be a hero, yo. Denki. Yay, get ready to be shocked till death, you useless son of a. Not letting them finish, Tetsu uppercut both of them with his infused fist, sending them towards Class 1A stands, crashing into them and some of the rows of chairs, knocking out Shoji and Ojiro since they try to catch them. Class 1A look shocked and scared for their lives from what just happened as the audience laugh at the two fail students, while Aizawa put his head down in shame, wondering why he didn't just expel the class. Nezu, upset by their actions, told Midnight to suspend them for their actions. Getting the message, she makes the way to the mic. Midnight. By order of the principal, Nezu, Zero and Denki are hereby suspend till further notice. Now let us see who the next match is. Presses the button. As the last 5 battles show up on screen, the next match stops, and it shows Tokiyami versus Momo. Midnight. Will the next contestant please make their way down? Momo in class locker room was prepared to win this battle. Flashbangs were at the ready to defeat Tokiyami. As for Tokiyami, he was getting good motivation from his classmates and a big kiss from his girlfriend Komori. Walking towards the stage, they began to make their entrances. Present mic. All right, time for the next battle in this tournament. Coming in first is the Queen of Plastic herself, with more fakeness than Kim Kardashian body. Give it up for the Queen of Hose, Momo Yaoyorozu. Walking in, she was mad and made a paintball gun trying to shoot at the announcement box, but a shield had blocked the shots. Furious, she throws the gun away and gets ready for the battle. Present mic. And I am this corner, we have the Prince of Darkness, the Crow of Terror, and the chick that fell out of the next. Give it up for Tokiyami Fumikagi. As Tokiyami comes, he about to come out, he look at Izuku, who was chuckling at the joke his uncle did till Komori jump and hit him on top of the head, making him flinch a little. Chuckling at what happened, he walks up to the arena, throwing his cloak away, showing his new buff body. Some of the female animal quirks users whistles, but he brings out a sign he pre-made with the saying "I'm taken and happy sorry." From the sadness of the female crowd, he gets into position to ready to battle. Midnight. If both contestants are ready, then begin. Momo begins by making a shield and spear, charging at Tokiyami. Dark shadow appears out of him and grabs the shields and spear, yeeting it away, but to Momo that was her plan, as flashbangs came out and were ready to go off till a white arm came out of Tokiyami. Shocking, Momo took a step back and saw that a second head appear next to Dark Shadow, one as bright as light, took over cover Tokiyami. Tokiyami. If you believe light would work on me, it won't matter now, cause I'm one with it as well with darkness. Now prepare to face my wrath. Rushing towards her, though he disappeared from her sight. Instead, he was using the light to get close to her without her knowing. As he throws a mean uppercut towards, he chins. The power of it made her jaw teeth were seen flying out. It was followed by a hard kick towards her rib second, and followed by a right hook, making her stumble back. Momo tried to defend herself, but without seeing her opponent it became difficult as she kept taking hard impacts around her body, feeling the pain of broken bones in different places till she fell on her knees trying to push herself up. Momo struggles to get up. No, I must make him pay for what he did to me. Momo. He took away my money in my life and now I have to work for a living. I want vengeance. Tokiyami. You should have thought about that before you torture Izuku, and now you will suffer more. Using Dark Shadow, he grabs her and slammed her times before holding her still. Bringing out his lighter side, he raises the temperature of it hand to 155 degrees and touches one side of her face, burning and scaring it. Momo screams filled the stadium till it stops as Tokiyami throws her outside the arena. Midnight once again checks on the down student, seeing her burn but was out cold. Example of what her face will look but with Todoroki burns. Midnight. Momo Yaoyorozu is unable to counties. The victory goes to Tokiyami Fumigaki. Once again, the crowd is cheering for Class 1B as another victory was won by them, showing the heroes in the crowd what they are made of. While other heroes were talking about how lackluster and outclassed Class 1A was, enraging them on the stands seeing that aren't taken seriously. In Recovery Girl office she was mad that she had more work to do with how badly 1A was being treated, but thanks to Izuku she didn't have to do all the work. Apothecary Nathaniel was there helping her take care of them so she could relax a bit as he prepares the next bed for the weak student. Walking back to the locker room he was tackled by his beloved and kiss all over his feathers. Blushing like crazy he looks to see his classmates yet to fight take pictures, embarrassing him further. Once he was up, he stated that was vengeance for what she did to Izuku, and he was grateful for it as they pay attention to the screen to see who is next. Midnight. The next fight in this round is, presses button as the screen moves and stops on one Asuka Kendo vs Ochako Uraraka. Kendo got up and was about to begin walking to the arena but was stopped by Katsuki and give kiss. Blushing she thanked him and began to prepare herself. In the other side Ochako was a bit scared seeing the other being brutally beaten. She feared for herself but did not want to give up. Going to the arena she begins to hear Mike speak. Present Mike. Alright everyone, half the matches are done. Class 1B is dominating this festival. Now coming out first from poor area of Japan, her family more broke than south in the USA, living off scraps like a street rat. Ochako Uraraka. Walking to the stage she was angered by what he said and vowed to make him pay, but what no one had noticed was she had taken a small needle to pinch herself with it. The needle injected a liquid into her known as trigger as she got it from the hero commissioner to help her win this battle. Present Mike. And in this corner, we have the warrior of 1B, the martial art master and the girlfriend of the Pomeranian himself. Give it up for Asuka Kendo. Walking to the arena she waves to the crowd as they shout her name over and over, while in the locker rooms everyone was holding Bakugo back before he kills Izuku while he was laughing. As both competitors look at each other, Asuka notice Ochako was twitch a lot like she was affected by a drug. It clicks in her head as she probably has token one and the only one she knew of was trigger, meaning she was about to have a fun battle. Midnight cracks her whip to begin the battle. As Ochako was about to use her quirk she felt the need to throw up after feel pain in her stomach area. Not noticing that Asuka moved with speed and hit her with a mighty blow. Ochako hurled what lunch she had as she took a roundhouse to her face, tumbling near the line. Ochako got up and screamed with anger as everyone felt a little pressured on them. Veins appear on Ochako's arm as everyone see a vial drop, and with a gasp, Asuka however didn't feel anything at all and walked slowly towards Ochako. Ochako. How are you still standing? The trigger in my system's awakening another part of my quirk. Ochako. You should be feeling crush under the pressure, puts more on Asuka. Asuka. The training from Sister Nida help was much tougher than this and from Commissar Peter that put us in a pressure room. Asuka. So, this pressure was easy to work on, but to take trigger and be in a hero school, pathetic hero you would become, charges forward. Ochako swings wildly at Asuka but she kept dodging and countering her attack, brushing her. Feel the trigger leaving her. Asuka spotted it and prepared to finish this. Sweeping her off her feet she uses her quirk to grab Ochako and smash her around. To finish the fight Asuka expanded her legs and foot and crush her chest, breaking ribs as Ochako threw up her lunch once more before kicking her up, bouncing her as a soccer ball and kicking her towards the wall, indenting her into it. Midnight. Ochako Uraraka is unable to continue the fight, goes to Asuka Kendo. Medical bots are to put suppression cuffs on her when she arrives at the office. As the bots pick her up and take her to Recovery Girl office, the class of 1A was shocked by what she did. The fact that she had trigger to try to beat someone and getting caught upset them because they wanted that to be a secret. Asuka looks at her trainers and both giving nods of approval before bowing to the crowd and walking off. Midnight returns to state the next battle as the machine does its thing. The machine stops and show it would Yosetsu Awase vs Tenya Ilda in the next match. 1A finally see a win in their eyes and he announced that this victory will be the fastest he set. Awase in his team locker room was calming himself, readying himself for this battle as only Izuku spotted him reading a book as it sounds like prayers spoken in High Gothic. Izuku using his hearing the words which spoke out of Awase's mouth were one of a chaplain for his chapter. One that highly respected and early his chapter making. As Awase leaves walking to the arena, he puts on a hood and a skull of mask on to surprise Izuku and the Emperor when he reaches the arena. Present mic. This festival is being dominated by Class 1B. Will the villains of the school at least win one? We will find out coming in the arena next. The rejected Sonic, the Headgehog, the man that only can last 10 seconds in bed. Give it up for Tenya Ilda. Running towards the arena, he looks embarrassed and red as he looks at Present Mike and told him that was inappropriate, and you should turn your hero license in and repent like the dog he is. Present Mike just looks at him and ignore him completely. Present Mike. And in this corner, we have the wilder of Class 1B, someone that make anything out of anything. Give it up for Yosetsu Awase. Walking into the light of the arena, his class got up and bowed to him as the rest look on the screen in the locker room as Izuku was shocked but happy with what he was seeing. The Emperor was surprised as well but approved of what he saw without question. From reading the reports of training the class, this young warrior also kept going, helped motivate his class and made sure they were always motivated. The mask on his face was in the shape of a skull, and in his hand, he was using his quirk to form a weapon that looks like a mace, but it was oddly shaped in the eyes of the audience. Midnight. Are both con. Ilda. Stop right there. First, you are wearing something very inappropriate, and second, does his have the right to use that weapon in this battle? This is not right at all. Hand chop like crazy. The mic in the stadium turns on as the screen show Nezu. Nezu. First, that is her hero costume, and if you interrupt her again I will remove you from the class itself, and second, Awase made that with his quirk, so yes, he can use it. Midnight. Then let the battle begin. Crack whips. Ilda wasted no time and went with speed to kick Awase out as he performed a mid-air roundhouse. Awase stood calm and brought his mace up, blocking and stop Ilda dead in his tracks. Awase. Without darkness there can be no light. Ilda tries again from a different side as Awase once again block his kick with force before blocking another overhead kick being pushed away from the force. Awase. Without death there can be no sacrifice. Ilda, getting more furious, shifted gears and moved faster, attacking from all sides, but Awase blocked each attack, swinging his mace, impacting, but Ilda didn't notice that his bones in his legs were cracking a little from each impact. Awase. Without war there is no victory. Ilda, getting tired of this, kept attacking non-stop, but Awase once again deflecting the attacks as it was nothing, his resolve never weaning. Now noticing that Ilda engine was overheating, Awase made his move and charge at Ilda. Ilda not being able to move because he was stall block as best as he could, but one swing from the mighty mace smashed through his defense and threw him to the other side of the arena. Awase. Without weakness there is no strength. Awase charges, lifting Ilda up, flipping, slamming him on his back as he bounces a little, swinging his mace. He struck Ilda once more on his back, sending him again tumbling towards the edge. Ilda gritted his teeth, noticing his engine finally cool off enough to charge at Awase once again, but he continues to dodge each kick, making Ilda lose his balance with one of his kicks, but jumps and roundhouse kicks, but suddenly a loud crack was heard as Ilda was screaming for his life. The crowd gasped as they saw his leg was bent in the wrong way due to the kick and the block from the mace. Awase. You attack without plan, you speak like you're high and mighty, but you are as worthless as a worm and will never reach your true potential. Awase smacks him on his other leg, breaking it in a weird angle as he tries to crawl away and stand. Ilda, furious, tried to shift into a gear, but due to how his legs were, they were not moving for him at all. Crawling away, he looks at the mask wearing Awase with not pride but fear and hopelessness. Ilda. This can't be. I am from a proud hero family, one that has more power in this country than most. How is it a pathethic person as yourself with no name or good quirk beating me? I will win this. Awase creates an armor boot with his quirk and wielding together to step on Ilda mess up leg, looking at him with cold eerie eyes, like it was the abyss. Awase. You say I have a weak quirk, but you are about to lose to me. Everyone in our class work hard to get where we are today, and when they wanted to give up I was right there to help keep them pushing. Awase. Even with my quirk, which was only to wield, it evolves when I push myself harder, breaking myself thanks to our commissar that train us. I took the pain from the beatings, the training like everyone did, that is why I'm beating you. Awase. I never gave up on the training, and when I saw others that looked like they were, I was there motivating them to keep pushing with Katsuki, Abara and Tokiyami. Even when I was about to pass out my body did not falter and kept going. Awase. And I will continue to help push our class with the others to newer heights. to make sure when we become heroes I will be there to support them, and others with words of encouragement. Unlike you, who uses false power of your family, let me show you what the results of the training I took. Awase began his assault on Ilda by smashing his legs more, bending them into an odd shape before lifting him up, headbutt him, breaking his nose and loses a few teeth before dropping him and swinging with his mace, hitting his sides. Ilda was sent rolling as Awase followed and lifted him up to slam him on his back. With a little bounce, Awase smashed his mace into his chest over and over. Ilda couldn't breathe properly as the impacts took so much out of him till he was on the floor not able to move. Midnight looked at Ilda, seeing his was knocked out as Awase looked at him disappointed of the battle. Midnight. Tenya, Ilda is unable to counter you. The winner goes to Yosetsu Awase. Lifting his mace in victory, the crowd cheers as for him as his class shouts and claps for his victory. Turning around to walk away to the locker rooms, he sees Izuku walking towards him and informs him that he will count his training to be R-class chaplain. Ecstatic as he was, he told Izuku so not give him that status till he can prove himself in battle against him, which Izuku laughed and accepted. Midnight. My god, class 1B showing the best performance in the years of Arua festival. Now with 2 battles left, let's see what will happen. As the screen shows the last 2 battle, it turns to a coin flip to see who will fight next. As the coin flip and landed, it show the next match. Midnight. Todoroki Shoto vs Kaibara Sen. Both of you come to the arena. In the locker room, Shoto was looking at the door with no emotion. The defeat of his classmates made him upset, furious to know that he would have to lead them to victory to get a chance to kill Izuku for making his life hell, but first he needed to get past this weakling. Sen in the locker room was getting his body pump as he was going to test his new technique against Todoroki, one that will give villains in the future a chance to live or die. Both make their way to the arena as Present Mike gets ready to bring them in. Present Mike. The second to last battle is about to begin. Gets smacked in the back of the head by Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Shut the fuck up, you are too loud, I am trying to nap. Present Mike. Anyway, welcome the boy that never left his emo phase. Who face is more burnt than Two-Face from the comics. One half of the ugly set of burnt twins. Give it up for Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki comes out angry and launches ice at Present Mike booth, but gunshots went off destroying the ice before it hit, all turning to see that Gilliman had his gun out to cover Present Mike. Gilliman looked at the young boy as fear was put in his eyes as he stares down at the arena. Present Mike. And in this corner we have Master of the Spin, one with strength of a saw blade. Give it up for Kaibara Sen. Sen comes out towards the arena and waves to the crowd. The crowd cheers as he smiles and some of the girls blush seeing him, especially one with horns, class 1B. As he looks at Todoroki, he gets into a weird stance ready for battle. Midnight. Let the battle begin. Cracks her whip again. As Shoto wanted to end this quickly, he launches a giant ice attack towards Sen as he did nothing but move one of his fingers. To everyone's surprise, the ice attack disappear, making it feel like it's snowing in the arena. A shock face was on Todoroki as he didn't know what happened or why his attack was stopped with such ease. Angry, he launches another attack, but once it had disappeared easily. Todoroki. What the hell is happening? What are you doing to cause this, you piece of garbage? Sen. Easy when you train and learn, you can do more with a quirk. As I always, though I can just keep the gyro on my body, I had a quirk evolution and learn I can manipulate the wind with gyros as well. Like string control by my fingers, shows fingers which are spinning like crazy. Sen. Now then, time for you to see the dome I made for you. Gyrates his fingers faster as a dome medium size of razor wind appears around Todoroki. Todoroki. If you think this will stop me, nothing will stop me from getting my revenge on that quirkless freak. Deku uses ice, but it gets cut apart like nothing from the dome. Sen. You shouldn't have said that about my friend. Now you will suffer from my attacks. Moves a finger. As wind goes towards Todoroki, he dodged but not without a cut towards his shirt, as Sen continues to move his fingers like a composer to an orchestra, and with each movement winds attack him. Todoroki grew frustrated, using his ice and fire to try to escape, but nothing was working. Sadly, in his madness he didn't notice that the dome was shrinking till it was too late. The dome close in on Todoroki and started cutting him in different parts of this body, but not deep enough to lose a limb. The screams from the middle of the dome can be heard through the stadium as fans cheers for the defeat of villain. As the dome disappears, they see the state Todoroki is in. Cuts all over his body, him finally breathing properly due to lack of oxygen. He look at Sen with fury. Sen on the other hand look at him gyrating his arms faster than has aiming towards Todoroki. Todoroki. You filthy peasant, look at what you done to me. I will end you with this final move, prepare to die. Todoroki combined his fire and ice into one attack, launching it towards Sen as he took a deep breath, puts his arms together, keeping calm and launch his own attack. Sen. Divine Sandstorm. Class 1A was shocked by how Todoroki attack was easily countered by this reject as it destroyed the ice and fire of Todoroki and launched him into the air with even more cuts on his body. In the teacher stands, the heroes and teachers of the school was impressed by his control and power of the attack. One hero looks particularly interested in this boy. Edge Shot was wondering if he could help him use his wind skills for stealth and attack, while Gang Orcs was looking as well to offer him a spot. Todoroki overpower and launch into the air only had one though. Why was he weak against a peasant like him? As he though his pain from the cuts and attack was over, sadly, he was mistaken as Sen got near where he was falling ready to end this battle. Sen. Finishing move, Atmospheric Rift. Imagine him using his fingers for this attack, swinging them like Wamu. The crowd was amazed by the power and control of the attack as Sen was using his fingers, striking Todoroki over and over till he stops and threw one last punch with razor-cutting wind, launching Todoroki towards the wall. Knockout, he crashed into the wall, embedded into it as Midnight rushed towards him. Seeing him knock out, she made the call. Midnight. Todoroki Shoto is not able to count. He's the winner is Kaibara Sen. As the crowd roars in excitement for the victory, Sen takes a step back and falls on his butt, taking in the applause. Getting up, he bows to all the people, thanking him for the support, making his way back to the locker room to rest. In the stands, the 1B roar and cheer for another victory, as in the other stands the sulking and sadness of 1A was hitting them hard. Midnight. This tournament is firing everyone up, bringing the best of everyone, and now it's time for the last fight of our group. Will Izuku Yagi and Izumi Shimura come down? Izumi look at the tournament board, seeing she was the last one standing, the last hope of 1A to be recognized for how superior they are. She looks down, hair cover her face, all angry, gritting her teeth show how much fury she has, and makes her way to the arena to prepare for the fight. Izuku finally gets up and about to head to the arena, but stopped by his fellow classmates. They all look at each other and took out a banner. Izuku understood what they wanted to do and let it happen as they begin the announcement. Present Mike. ALLLLRRIIGGGHHTT. This IIS it folks, the final battle of the first round, a battle to see if one class is better than the other. Let me introduce you first, the leader of the class of villains, the one that convinced their class was the best when they're really the worst to come into our school. Give it up for Izumi Shimura. Izumi walks in arena full of boos and screams of the word villain over and over. Her hair still covers her face, but deep down her fury, her anger grows, which is making her head hurt a lot due to holding her power in. Looking up, she stared down the hall where Izuku would walk through to get to the arena. Present Mike. And in this corner, the son of the number one hero, the prodigy son, WHO will lead Japan to BRIGTHER future, one that will change society for the better and rid of the corruption of the hero Kamizen. Please welcome the Primarch of the Deathwatch, and hero in training, Izuku Yagi. Footsteps came through the hall leading towards the arena as someone stepped out. It was members of Class 1B lining up on each side as they begin to kneel as Tetsu, Sen, Awase, Bakugo and Tokiyami came out carrying flags of UA and 1B lining up with the others. Finally, Abara came out carrying the banner of the Death Watch. Izuku follows behind her with the roar and the cheer of the crowd as they all decided to kneel to him, surprising him, but thanks them all for the respect. Izuku takes the banner from Abara's hands as she steps back with the others looking at the arena. He slams the banner into it. Turning around, he kneels to the emperor, his father, as he nods to him, and kneels to his mother and Smintos, the judges, thanking them for the chance to fight. Midnight. Thank you, so now are both ready for battle. Izuku. Izumi. Yes, mother, yes, slut. Midnight cracks her whip, angry by the comment to for the fight to begin the battle as Izumi rushed and started to throw punches and kicks using her telekinetic powers to help increase the momentum. Izuku with 10,000 years of experience dodge with ease and he counter punches to her strikes, but she dodges them barely. Izumi jumps back and lifts up Ruble from the previous battles and starts to throw them at Izuku, but he starts to shadow box, destroying everything that was thrown at him. Izumi getting madder that nothing is working charges once more, but Izuku counters with his own charge and starts to attack her back. Izumi doing what she could to block, but Izuku punches broke through her defense as he began his fierce attack on her. In the stands the heroes were amazed, but the force of the punches won Mariko look excited, wanting to fight this boy. On the other, Inko looked disgusted as her daughter was being brutalized by this worthless being, as she wanted to help her win but couldn't with Nezu cameras around. Izuku starts to use one for all at 10%. Each punch causes a wind gust to appear as the crowd was holding on to their seats. Each punch was from the years of pain he suffers from his ex-sister, and he was going to let her feel all of it. With one big punch she goes flying to the other side of the ring, slowly getting up looking at him. Izumi. No, this isn't supposed to be happening. Why are you so powerful? Why are you alive? You should had day all those years ago. I should had been the only child losing controls of her powers as she tries to use it on Izuku to slow him down. Izumi. The fame, the fortune, the cheers of the crowd should be mine. You took my mother, fans, you took my father away, all cause you are a quirkless freak and now you need to suffer. Izuku kept walking even with Izumi quirk on her, charging a punch in his arm with all for one. Izumi seeing this use more of her powers beyond her limit as blood tricked down her nose, but it didn't stop him at all. Izuku. Being a hero is not about money or fame, it's the sacrifice we commit to protect the innocents and save them from the danger they are in. That is why we become heroes, not commissioner slaves like how you will be and will achieve nothing. Izumi hearing this was not happy as she pushes herself even further with her quirk, causing items to float to her, creating a twister. She was hoping this would stop him, but he walks through it with no injury as she looks at the cold eyes he put on her, finally feeling the fear. Not noticing how close he got, Izumi was punched once more in her midsection, making her vomit her lunch as a roundhouse kick sent her across the arena, but was stopped seeing Izuku use his powers on her. Izuku. Now you will feel the pain for all the years of torment on me and others you had made suffer. Building an attack on his other hand. Izuku. Face the Emperor wrath, you heretic. Launces lighting from his psyker powers towards her, shocking her in her brain. Izumi screamed for her life as the power of the Imperium was shown to the crowd of Japan. The lighting attack and her brain being attacked at the same time destroyed her body and mind. Inko had enough of this, screaming that Izuku was the true villain and should be arrested, but everyone was ignoring her. Izuku finished his attack but rushed towards her, jumping above her, spinning his body. His father's look on, all might looking on, smile as the Emperor was wondering what he was doing. Izuku. And this is for my family and friends, one for all. CALIFONIA smash. Rotating his body he smashed his fist into Izumi midsection, taking the air out her body as she was sent into the arena hard. Strong wind gust made everyone cover their eyes from the impact to see Izuku float down slowly using his wings. The calming aura the crowd felt and heroes made him look stunning. Landing he looks towards the small crater that was in the middle, seeing Izumi not move at all, completely knock out. Her arm was bent the wrong way, indicating she tried to stop the impact. Midnight goes and makes the announcement. Midnight. Izumi Shimura is not able to count. Highway, the winner is Izuku Yagi. The crowd jumps out of their seats with claps and cheers. The top 10 applause the young man. Victory is an amazing battle in skill and tactics. Hina had her father help her wave a small poster saying "Go Oni-chan" as his father looked with tears in his eyes, knowing he was doing what he always dreamt about, being a hero for the people. In Class 1A stands, their heads hung low, defeated by simple peasant in their eyes, one that will never achieve their future succeed. They were all furious and vox to make life hell for Class 1B. Class 1B was hugging each other, cheering for the sweep of the other class, showing Japan what the next gene of heroes will be like. The Emperor claps for his son Victory, proud of his moment and showing off his skills. Izuku walks off the arena and looks at the screen, seeing his mother ready to announce the next round. Midnight. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an exciting first round, wouldn't you say? The crowd roars in cheers as they calm down for Midnight to speak. Midnight. Now then, let us see who will be fighting each other next, clicks the machine. The match has begun to spin and start to land slowly on all spots, setting up the next round. Izuku vs Kendo, Abara vs Tokiyami, Tetsu vs Bakugo. Sen vs Awase. Present mic. Ladies and gentlemen, the matches have been sent for the next round. The first match will be Izuku vs Kendo. We will GIE Thek a 30-min break YEAHHH. Aizawa wraps him in his scarf to finally shut him up and kicks him as well. The next matches are set. As everyone in the stands went to eat, grab snacks for the next battles. As the remaining 8 stood there, they all look at each other with fire in their eyes, getting ready to show what Class 1B is all about, especially 2 who haven't shown their true potential. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.